morning and welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. Should we come over a little bit more? There we go. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the show. Sorry, I'm about 20 or 30 seconds late. I was sending out a show tweet. I was sitting here getting everything all organized to do a great show this morning, and I realized, holy shit, it's time to go to work. So welcome to the program, hot off of another prize show, which means goal-wise today, minuscule, tiny. Probably rattle the can at the end of the show. That's going to be about it. Hit some overtime, have some fun. I have been hearing a lot about Ethan Klein's reaction to the Twitch guy who jacked off to the deepfake porn of his buddy's girlfriend and Pokimane and shit. And like, we watched it yesterday, and if the thing they were playing is like the thing that people are getting upset about, it just goes to show you that I think Ethan Klein's whole thing, like I think the audience he's built for himself is just a bunch of whiny progressive douchebags, and now he made that bed, and now he has to lie in it. Because all I saw in the clip that they were playing was that he laughed at one of the girls who was like, "Hey, they jerked off to my deepfake porn," and he laughed at melodramatic Twitch kids. That's what you're supposed to do to melodramatic Twitch kids. You're supposed to laugh at them. And you know what I don't like is that people like the Quartering and other people are like, "Oh, look at Ethan, he's being inappropriate and he's not." Blah. These are the kind of people who, if this was a person who agreed with them ideologically, they'd defend him. They'd say it's free speech. They'd say, why can't he make a joke? What, is comedy dead? What are you, some kind of pussy? But because they don't like Ethan, and I don't like Ethan either. Ethan's, I don't understand why he's famous at all. But he did something that wasn't like PC and safe. He did something that, like, to the rest of us is very mild and tame and not a big deal. But like, you got to be consistent. Like, why do these idiots like Jeremy from the Quartering expect people to like defend them when they get in any kind of hot water or anything like that? If they're sitting there and because they have a personal vendetta against someone, they go, "Oh, look, naughty, naughty. Oh, look, Ethan's bad." Look, Ethan built himself a shitty audience, and now he's got to deal with that shitty audience. I get that. But I'm not part of that shitty audience. I'm the guy who says, dude, you can laugh at this fucking Aortic or whatever the fuck his name is, Twitch guy jacking off to the girls, and then the girls crying about their deep fakes. I saw Pokimane was crying about it on Twitter yesterday. Don't sexualize anyone without their consent. Holy shit, Corey, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were in yet. There he is. I got going on a rant this morning.
Yeah.
And usually I wait a minute or two to check on the Zoom. I give you some time to get set up, and all of a sudden I realized I've been going off for 5 minutes.
No, that's fine.
Time just flew by. Corey Adam, everybody. How are you, sir?
Good, yourself?
Good. We'll talk about your 49ers in a second. It's you have a very unfortunate situation where you get to have your heart shit on twice in a season.
I know. That's every year, except for when the Niners have won in my childhood.
Yeah, the rest of us don't really have that. The rest of us always have a second team. Mine for the last few years has been the Chiefs. But they're not like...
I think they're going to win again, man.
I do too. I do too. I'm going to set up this narrative, as they say. Here's the narrative I'm setting up. Whoever's quarterback is healthier, I think, is going to win. Because, like, I don't know how Mahomes' ankle is. He was hobbling around on it in the AFC Championship game. And then, of course, Hurts had the shoulder thing. So I think whoever's less banged up, I think is going to win that game. And Win by Two Radio says, you guys just hate the Birds. Yes, I hate... You know what? The Eagles...
I don't know. The Birds are like, one, Philly's fan base is garbage. But two, the Birds haven't really played... Like, again, so you guys beat the Niners with their fifth string quarterback. Like, and then you beat the Giants. You can't find a really quality win. They've had two hard games all year. So excuse me if I don't believe in them going into. And I also, the story of Andy Reid beating them is better.
I like that too. I like Andy Reid. You know, I first started really liking the Chiefs when Alex Smith was there, just because I've always wanted Andy Reid to fucking win. Because the guy, what was it, like 4 NFC championship games in a row when he was in Philadelphia? It was like 3 or 4 NFC championship games in a row. And the guy he went to like 1 or 2 Super Bowls and just couldn't pull it out. And then, of course, Patrick Mahomes comes to the Chiefs and it's like a fan cheat code. And you're like, oh, I love the Chiefs. I'm like, oh, wow, I wonder why. Is it because they have a goddamn Incredible Hulk / Superman as their quarterback?
I've always kind of watched the Chiefs on the other side because that's where Joe Montana.
Uh-oh. We lost you. Uh-oh. Are we going back to Ethan here? We lost Corey. Look at that face, though. Look at where it froze. Look at where it paused him. I think he's gone, actually. Usually it'll sometimes, like every couple weeks, it'll lock up for like 20, 30 seconds, and then he'll come back. Yeah, he's out. he's completely frozen and fucked up. Look at that pause they left him on. You know where he got cut off, you know what he looks like? What's his name in Casino? The guy who launders the money for Nikki. You'll take care of that, won't you, Mr. Come on. Somebody with massive autism help me out here. Not Mr. Burke. What's the banker's name in Casino? Mr. Klein? It's not Mr. Klein. I don't want to look this up because I'm proud of my audience and I want them to do this. It's such a small part in Casino. It's the banker who he threatens to beat the shit out of. And then when he gets out of prison, he'll put him back in the hospital. He goes, I got a bunch of money. You know, this is $500,000 we're talking about here. You'll take care of that, won't you, mister? You put my money to sleep, Charlie. I know, but what's his last name? Charlie, not Mr. Carmichael, not Mr. Adams. God damn it. You guys are going to do this for me. Mr. Clark. That's it. I mean, you'll take care of that for me, won't you, Mr. Clark? That's what it is. Uh-oh, are we going to get an update from Corey here? What's going on over there? You having internet problems?
Yeah, my power flickered out and now my internet's gone. But this is like the 2 days of actual winter they have here.
Okay, do you want to work on it and then check in back? And then if the internet's not back up, I don't know. If the internet's not back up by like 7, you want to just call this way and do it like this?
Yeah. I'll see if it pops back on. I'll reset everything too.
Yeah, give it. I'd say at most.
It says a system outage on I got a text about it, so like, who knows?
At most,
it's everything's icy. It's like these people can't handle even just the remote crisp winter.
Yeah. Give it like an hour of working on it and see what happens.
All right. I'll watch and chat on my phone.
Sounds good. All right. So we'll have Corey work on his internet and stuff. I figured something was happening over there because they're having like their shitty winter time right now. And also, even if Corey can't go today, I think I could always just handle it solo. I'm going to let April sleep today. We had a crazy fucking prize show last night and everything else. She's got 2 morning shows coming up here. You guys were very generous during the evening show. We have a very small goal today. If the power issue becomes a thing for Texas and Corey and all that, I can always just rule this way. Corey can say very funny, inappropriate things in the chat and whatnot. I don't know if I want to do it over the phone because then Corey can't see the shit and everything else. So we'll figure it out. But anyway, we were talking about football. I'm going to save the football stuff for if Corey gets back here. But we were talking about the Ethan Klein thing. You'll take care of that for me, won't you, Mr. Clark? I mean, this is not a small amount of money I'm giving you here. So Ethan Klein laughs. That's all he did. I've watched, guys, I've watched more videos on this than I care to admit. And I can't find anything where he says or does anything awful. He's laughing at these Twitch thoughts being upset that they got sexualized or whatever. I don't really see that as this, this massive, oh my God, what did he do thing? Ethan's a terrible guy. I mean, Ethan's a terrible guy, but not for that reason. That's not why Ethan's a terrible guy. He's a terrible guy because he's bad. I don't understand why he has fans. But oh wait, Bumbaclo says Ethan blamed his fake Tourette's. He did not say, okay, if that's the case, then he's being a little bitch. because I was actually going to get his back in this whole thing and say, look, you're allowed to laugh when some Twitch girl is crying about people, jacking off to her deep fakes. I'm sorry, but as you get bigger and bigger on the internet, there's just certain shit that people are going to do, and you can do your best to, like, delete it or whatever, but, like, it's not... I mean, imagine if people on the internet, women on the internet especially, act like they're the only women who have ever become famous. Do you know the kind of shit that, like, Hollywood actresses have gone through since, I don't know, the 1920s? Like, people cutting off their heads in magazines and then putting them on something else and then whacking off to them and watching their movies and jerking off and all this other shit. If you're a famous woman, if you're a famous man, you get sexualized. If I walked upstairs with a camera every day, all right, Corey, we'll get back to you in a second. If I walk upstairs with a camera every day, I'm sure one of those days I would catch April rubbing it out to Brad Pitt or something like that. I don't know. I'm just saying, Hollywood actresses get sexualized. They get jacked off to. They get their cell phones hacked and their shit released and everything else. And these fucking Twitch thoughts are like, never sexualize anyone without their permission. Sexualizing someone without their permission is half the fun of sexualizing them. If you have to call someone to see if you can jack off to them, now you've made it no fun. At any rate, Corey's back. Hello there, sir. There he is.
A very weird time to come back.
Yeah, you froze up like Mr. Your pose. You looked like Mr. Clark from Casino, the banker.
Oh, nice. Yeah, it's the power flickered. I'm more worried about that than the internet, honestly, because that could be a problem.
Yeah, you guys don't do well with the weather thing, power wise down there, because you guys are having one of your 2 winter days.
Yeah, the power lines aren't insulated. That's the problem, and it seems like they haven't done much since that happened. But I don't know. It's funny watching everybody freak out when there's just a little bit of ice, but they don't. They treat it. They don't salt it, and all the ramps here, they've got like multi-level on ramps and shit, so it's bad.
What doesn't Texas have like a big state budget surplus again this year? Like, can't they do the coating the power lines thing? Or are they private companies?
I think they are, but like it's the entire grid. And prior to like 3 years ago, it never froze.
Oh, okay. So it's climate change.
Yeah.
Okay.
Stop driving your diesel cars, people.
Who was the girl? If you guys in the chat could let me know, who was the girl who made the crying video about being jerked off to by that guy? Have you heard about this?
Greta Thunberg?
Yeah, Greta Thunberg. They made deep fake porn. They started jacking off to her. It was crazy. Have you heard about the Twitch guy who?
Just today while I was listening to you, like when my internet sputtered in.
Yeah, he aortic or asortic or I can't remember his name. I'm not doing I don't even know his name. I just can't remember his dumb fucking screen name. He's this Twitch guy who had his tabs open when he was showing his screen on OBS, and apparently he was jacking it to deepfake porn of other Twitch creators, one of which was his buddy's girlfriend.
Isn't that what deepfake porn is for?
That's kind of, but that's what people are saying. Like, this is what I mean. Like, it's the Gen Z Twitch crowd that are like getting mad at this guy, and then he didn't help himself because he did like a sobbing, crying apology video, and his girlfriend was right next to him. Boy, is she a dish. She's sitting there sobbing and wiping her. They're crying because he didn't even get caught jerking off. He just got caught looking at porn. And like these people are like, oh, it's so terrible and it's awful. And I guess it was Pokimane deepfake porn and what's the other chick's name? QT Cinderella and all this other shit. I mean, not unattractive women. And like we checked it out on the show. I mean, we didn't show it on the screen, but we were looking at it on the show, and it's uncanny how well they do these deep fakes to make it look like Pokimane's taking a dick. But then like Poodle Boy says, can you play the video of it crying? I think Corey will like all this, so we'll just start from the beginning.
Anything that involves Ethan Klein looking like a dick.
We're not even going to get to Ethan. No, it wasn't Ethan. It was this other guy on Twitch. Now, Ethan's catching shit from disingenuous right-wing people for laughing at the girl's apology, which is totally fine to do.
Was it a funny apology?
She was crying and sobbing and whatever, and then
yes?
Yes, it was hilarious. Yeah, one of his producers started playing some kind of sad music behind it, and he laughed. And then like
that's so funny.
But you know how Ethan has built like this woke audience now. And he's got like a couple woke employees with him, and they're just staring at him, mean mugging. And then there was a whole Twitter brigading against Ethan, and he's terrible, and they should cancel him. It's like, would you? And then righties go after him too, and it's like, guys, you know what? Fuck you, because you're supposed to be the free speech people. Unless you don't like the guy, then it's okay to hammer the shit out of him and say he should go. And the fake outrage of the right, where they go like, because they hate the guy, they're like, oh, all of a sudden we're offended by shit now. Like,
that's what like is so fucking irritating about everything lately. It's just watching both sides get so disingenuous when something that they've been advocating for their own people. You know, it's like with like the Russia shit and all the like or vaccines. It doesn't matter what the issue is. It's like everybody wants to jump on the other side, and then when it jumps around, their tribalism button clicks in, and they just have to like be disingenuous because they have to be part of the tribe.
I can't remember the guy's name, and I'm having a hard time Google finding it. Pokimane streamer Atrioc. What a dumb fucking name.
Atrioc?
Yeah, Atrioc.
That is gross and stupid.
Let's see. Atrioc apology. I don't want to see XQC react. Oh, it's all just reactions to then we have the QTC Cinderella thing. And then Ethan apologized. Oh, God. And then
so awkward.
Ethan apologized. Oh, wow. There is a lot. Wait, this guy's got 2 apology videos now? Jesus Christ, you guys. Could you get a hold of yourself?
He's really sorry, Aaron.
Oh, God. Yeah, I guess he is. All right. There's a bunch of videos on this. I really opened up a can of worms. Hassan Piker responded. Hassan Piker responded to Ethan's response, Corey.
It's kind of par for the course for YouTube at this point, right?
God,
like, I watched this video yesterday that it was a 3-chain reaction. It's a reaction to the reaction to the reaction.
Yes.
And I was like, this is just coming full circle now.
Atrioc, H3, Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein apologized. Oh, boy. Here we go. All right, so I've got Ethan. I'll just use Hassan Piker's reaction video, and I'll just fast forward to Ethan's part about it. Right. Here's the QTC Cinderella clip. We'll play that one in a second. Then we'll do...
So we already have a quick...
Oh, God, here we go. This is a guy talking about the thing. So here you go.
Update to Atrioc story. So QT Cinderella went live saying that people are sending pictures of herself naked from that site. She discloses that she's in deep pain. She's extremely mad at Atrioc, who by the way she knew personally. Also, Sweet Anita found herself on that same website by adding that she literally passed up millions by not going into sex work and some random...
Okay, so then I can't listen to this guy's accent. Sorry for being racist.
Yeah, that's terrible.
So now this is QTC Cinderella or QT Cinderella, and she's on her Twitch stream now, and she's gonna cry about how there's deep fake porn of her out there. Now, first of all, girls, if you find out there's deep fake porn of you out there, don't tell your fucking audience. Don't go on your stream and be like, "There's deep fake porn." Never. Here's a good rule: if you have a stream or a show, never make a video where you need your fans to do the right thing, because the opposite will often happen. So if you're sitting there going, guys, did you know that there's deep fake porn of me? And I know a lot of you are here and you're simps and you're here to jack off to me anyway, but did you know there's actual videos where it looks like I'm taking dick?
She just hears a bunch of lotion bottles closed. No, I didn't know that at all.
Right,
no.
you just hear the zipping noise 800,000 times over.
Zip?
God, guys, don't. I know. Look, man, as a broadcaster, I get it. You want to address everything. There's shit I can't talk about right now that I'd love to talk about. I can't talk about it. And if I keep saying I can't talk about it, and Corey, I'll tell you after the show, it's very wonderful news, but I can't talk about it. And
like what?
The fact that I can't talk about it is driving me fucking insane. But if you don't want people whacking off to your deepfake porn, don't
you have deepfake porn out there?
Right, I don't, unfortunately.
You do now. It's super easy to do.
If you guys do, just
shout out to Chad GPT.
Just make sure you give me a big dick. That's all I'm asking.
Small dick, and you're going to Bailey J, baby.
Son of a bitch. See, don't ask. Never ask. Look, if you're a hot chick on the internet, don't tell people that there's deepfake porn of you out there, and then definitely don't tell you that it bothers you a lot that there's deepfake porn out there of you. It's just going to make sure there's more deepfake porn. I have a theory, Corey, and you can either back me up or distance yourself on it. I have a theory that these women, they cry and they complain and they whine about the deepfake porn and all that. But then after the stream's over, they brag and are impressed about the views and the hits they got about the video they made, lamenting the deepfake porn shit. So I have a hard time buying it wholesale 100% when you also very much benefit from the attention and the views and the attraction this gets to your channel with the deepfake porn. So I have a hard time believing that they lament it as much as they claim to be doing on their streams.
Yeah, I mean, I would think that when they're done and they turn off the fucking thing, they're like, "Oh, that was a great show."
Right. That's
Yeah,
maybe I just think all streamers are sociopaths, but
they kind of are. I mean, normal people don't need the approval of strangers.
Present company excluded, right? Fuck these people.
Present company included.
Oh.
Yeah.
So
me too, though. I'm a comic. It doesn't get better.
So they're watching this QT Cinderella cry about Atrioc jacking off to her deepfakes, which, again, guys, this is, in the grand scheme of things, this is not a big deal. He's jacking off to your deepfakes. Oh, well.
That's what it looks like.
Now, Ethan Klein from H3H3 Podcast found this funny.
If you are able to look at women who are not selling themselves or benefiting off of being seen.
So did you hear that? His producer played some I'm Sorry music. And then Ethan Klein started laughing. There is so nothing wrong with that. Like, that's all it was. And then for the next 2 or 3 minutes, they talked about how terrible Ethan was on the show. That's
weird.
That was the whole thing. That's got Ethan all, Ethan all in trouble, I guess. I don't even know if you'd call that in trouble. Ethan Klein, QT Cinderella. Let's see if we can find... Yeah, it's all reactions to his reactions to his reactions to his reactions. Oh, here we go. Ethan Klein
goes now, right?
Yeah, Ethan Klein canceled over QT Cinderella's. First of all, we have to stop with the everyone's canceled over it. Canceled means something. Canceled means like you lost jobs, you lost money, you lost it. People think now people start using the word canceled for just like when people piss people off by saying something.
That's what it is now, though. It's like one of those where it's like a colloquialism that's changed its definition.
Right. So now I've got some Ethan. Well, here, I'll play some of the QT Cinderella. I didn't think we were going to get into this today, but I got off on a rant. And then Corey's internet froze, and I got back to the rant. But let's play the QT Cinderella thing, and then we'll play Ethan's response and why everybody thinks he's an asshole. So this is her. Remember, the situation is this guy, Atrioc, whatever, the porn tabs show in his computer, and there's deepfake porn of Pokimane, QT Cinderella, and this Maya chick. Now, Corey, to me, I don't think this Atrioc guy should have even responded to it after that. You catch the tabs, some people see it, it goes on Reddit or Discord for a little bit, and then
can
done.
we talk about that, though? How the fuck do you get caught with your tabs, man? Come on.
I'll tell you how. You know how we're like broadcasters and we prep material and we have a show to do, so that's what our tabs are?
Sure, but you're just jerking off to porn while you do it?
No, what I'm saying is these streamers have nothing prepared. They have nothing to talk about. So they just pop onto their stream willy-nilly, no effort, no preparation, and they just have whatever they were browsing before they went on live up on their tabs, and they don't clear out their tabs.
I don't know, man. It's like the public library. Clear your tabs. It's not that hard.
Exactly. You don't want people knowing
Like
that you were
you worried
off.
you wouldn't find the address to go back to where you were masturbating to fake porn?
Right, exactly. You'll find your fake porn site again. It's favorited. It's in your bookmarks. So he should have never come out and apologized. And his girlfriend crying next to him is fucking disgusting. Act like you've never seen a guy jack off before. Well, then
right, can we talk about that too? Like, why are we acting like this is some kind of like? It seems like the pushback is like if there's videos of him like killing Jewish people in the Holocaust or something. It's like the dude got caught jerking off.
Well, no, we didn't make him the head of NASA.
Well, but like, good one. Wait, yeah, but like, it's why. If I found out somebody was jacking off to me, even if it was a dude, which I'm not into, I would still be flattered. I'd be like, oh, that's cool, I guess. Like, fucking weird, but...
And also, fuck you, I apologized.
Oh, yeah.
It's over.
Oh, yeah, but you were fine. It was flattering. The thing that was weird to me is how you put Gary's face on me. I just thought that was weird.
It was a revenge porn thing.
I like having sex with
it still doesn't... I still don't buy it.
So this is QT. So anyway, catching up to where we're at now in this story, because we're jumping all over the place. Atriot gets caught with the deep fake porn. Should have shut his fucking mouth after that. Who cares? You jacked off. Some people on the internet say, oh, look what he does. He does this big crying apology video because these fucking Twitch people think anything with tears in it is good. And, it's not sex, guys. So then this QT Cinderella and Pokimane start speaking up about, they were about to become Eliza Blue and like, I would sex trafficked. Guys, everyone who knows anything about deep fakes, fake is in the word. They know it's not you. This is like when I was a kid, porn sites used to put Jennifer Lopez's, like a poorly edited Photoshop video thing of Jennifer Lopez's face, and they'd make pictures of her taking dick. Everybody knew Jennifer Lopez wasn't doing porn. But with these girls, you can go on your Twitch, you can get a bunch of bits, you can get a bunch of subs. You can get a bunch of simps to go on and talk about how wonderful and beautiful you are, and you get to claim victimhood when nothing happened to you.
Don't you think, too, like, this opens the door for people to do actual porn and then just blame it on deep fakes?
If they have any fucking brains, they would.
Yeah, like, oh, I never did porn. This isn't you getting real. No, that's a deep fake.
It's a really deep fake. It's Lexington Steel. It's the deepest fake. So they go on, and again, the wantonness of people to be victims now has them going on, and they're like, it was deep fake. Oh, so you didn't actually get fucked on camera.
It's because victimhood is like a currency now.
Yeah.
I mean, if you can say you were victimized by deep fakes or whatever it is, you'll actually, especially for people that are on the left of the aisle, like that's a piece of clout that will elevate you socially.
Yeah. You're not getting fucked. You're not taking dick. You didn't make porn. You didn't have a sex tape release. I mean, women who have legit sex tapes released don't bitch and cry and whine as much as these
Unless
women.
they're Pamela Anderson.
But even she didn't cry as much as these fuckers are doing. She didn't go live. And
she did when she found out she wasn't getting a cut of that money.
Exactly. But like Hulk Hogan just sued for $25 million, got his money, or $100 million or whatever it was.
Lost his wife though.
Oh, no, he had already lost his wife. That's why Bubba let him fuck his. He's like, oh, you lost your wife, brother. You can have mine. But then, like, I'm trying to think of the Fappening. Jennifer Lawrence, Kate Upton. All these girls had, like, pictures of them. Like, Kate Upton had one with cum on her tits, like, leaked to the public. Justin Verlander jizz.
She did? Hold on. I'll be right back.
Oh, yeah. Kate Upton had the jizz on her tits after she fucked Justin Verlander, the whole thing. And you didn't see these women on there crying and sobbing and I'm a victim. And that was actually them. That was her and her husband's cum on her. Which kind of, in a weird way, doesn't that make the picture more wholesome?
It definitely makes it more family-oriented.
Right. See, I feel like if you get leaked pictures and you've just got a hookup's jizz all over you, you look like a whore. But if you have A, Justin Verlander's jizz on you, and B, he's your husband, that's kind of wholesome and nice. It's like, oh, look, he just...
Did he autograph it?
Yeah. He signed it with a finger, and it was in a Tigers logo at the time. Is he, I hate to be Mr. Can't Keep Up with Baseball because players move all the time. Is he still in the league? He was with the Tigers.
No clue. I barely know the Twins players, and that's all I only have enough headspace for some of the Minnesota Twins and some of the LG Twins. The rest of it can fuck right off.
And Aaron Judge. That's it.
Yeah, I like a good dinger.
Cut it. All right, so this is QT Cinderella. By the way, when I put this clip up, YouTube, the commenters who don't usually watch our show are going to eat us alive for this take, and it's going to be fun to watch. This is QT Cinderella crying about deep fake porn. Let's pick our nose before we start talking about how upset we are. Smile for me, princess.
Yo,
That's how I start videos when I'm really upset that my deepfake porn is up. I go, hey, yo, did y'all come here to see QT Cinderella's stream? Or
I feel like you shouldn't be jacking off to me, Chico.
Or did y'all come here to see deep fake porn?
This is awesome.
Another one for the bad guys. Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. I got a better way to QT Cinderella. This would have been a better apology. Here we go. Hey, yo. Chico. You think you're looking at the bad guy? Well, you know that Atrioc was jacking off to my fake tits and pussy. Hey, yo. Oh, my toothpick bounced back at me. All right, let's. So she starts it with yo, maybe he jerked off to my deep fake porn. That ain't good. I ain't happy about it or nothing. But at least getting hit in the head for 15 rounds.
This is probably
the most
stupidest
difficult
thing I've ever done.
Still time to hit stop.
Really, probably. And I'm sure everyone in the world would tell me not to go live right now.
Well, yeah, I mean, especially if you're not going to do your makeup. Nobody's going to make deep fake porn of you now. I'm Ethan Klein. I'm dangerous. Oh, look out.
It's weird to me when people do this shit, like these weird fantasies about people. This is your chance to bang, like Kate Upton, right? You could have put her on the deep fakes. Like, why are you going for this girl? I just don't understand it. Like, it's a fake situation where you can pick anybody you want, and that's who you pick. That's real weird.
Or like bring back like Jane Russell, like bring back like some chick from the 40s and just see if you can get her in some deep fake porn. Get what's her name from Shawshank, Rita Hayworth. Do some Rita Hayworth deep fake porn, and then you're not hurting her feelings.
A deep cut.
I'm sure everyone would. I'm like, don't even want to look at my phone. I'm sure everybody would.
Then stay off of fucking Twitch. I hate this. This is the stupidest thing I've ever done, blah, blah. But the views will be good. That's what bothers me. They know it's a big news story. They know it's trending. They know it's getting clicks. And they want their piece of the pie, but they also want to fucking cry about it.
It's like this. I don't know what I'm doing. So thanks for the gifted 5 subs.
Or like, yeah. Like it's like Atrioc when he was jacking off to the boat. Oh, I'm so sorry that I'm beating it to deep. Oh, I'm sorry, Pokimane. Oh. Jesus, guys, get a hold of yourselves.
It's just hard to watch.
But
I don't think it was in there.
I want to go live.
Of course you do. Stop crying first.
Because I want to go live because this is what pain looks like.
Oh, Jesus Christ. My grandfather, I don't know about Corey's grandfather. My grandfather fought in the Second World War. Japanese planes were trying to bomb the boats he was in. Death was surrounding him at every single moment. My parents' generation, not my parents, they were too young. My parents' generation were in the fucking jungle getting shot up by a country we shouldn't even have been at war with. Gen X went to the Persian Gulf.
Iraq.
Yeah,
yep.
Twice. Gen X had to go twice. Well, no, they were too young for the first one. I think the boomers fought that one too. But, and now we're sitting here in a comfy, expensive chair with a nice microphone on our Twitch stream going, this is what pain looks like. Someone made porn that wasn't me, but just put my name on it, and then some guy jacked off to it. I mean, as a Twitch streamer, I've never been jacked off to before. Ugh. And then the pussies.
Yes, you have. It'd be funny if like Ethan's like, yes, you have.
Yeah, yes, you have. But like,
it happens more than you think. I gotta go.
But I mean, it's amazing the amount of mental illness in these fucking streamers. And I don't mean like talk show hosts like us. We're normal, put together people. But like these streamers who stream for attention. This woman does nothing to put on a show. This woman does nothing to like.
Oh, that's not fair. She has a really cool looking chair that she put behind some wallpaper.
You're right. I'm being very bitter right now. That is true. She has great wallpaper and chairs. But these women who go on Twitch and their whole existence is they're pretty, and they will take the money from that. They will take the accolades. They will take the fame. They'll take it all. But when someone pretends to make a porn of them, all of a sudden that's crossing some weird invisible line that didn't exist. So I'll take the money for being super hot. You know, I guarantee if you gave QT Cinderella and Pokimane a cut of the deepfake porn web revenue, then they'd go, all right. I mean, as long as, and could you put my Twitch link on there too? Twitch link and a cut of the profits. I think we can make that work. Because if these girls are on Twitch and they're honestly deluding themselves to the point where people are watching them because their content is good, then I guess I'm going to make you cry again, because that's a fantasy, much like the deepfake porn.
This is what it looks like. Okay. This is what it looks like.
Say something meaningful.
Fuck the.
Why would you start now?
Fuck the fucking internet. Is that what you just said? Go back. I'm sorry. We talk too much. I get it, guys.
Fuck the fucking internet.
Fuck the fucking internet.
Then get off of it. I fucking had it. I don't even know why Ethan's in trouble. You know what? For the first time in my life, Team Ethan. Because fuck these people. All of them. Atrioc, Pokimane, this chick, all of them. Fuck the fucking internet while I'm on the internet. Unless it pays me shit tons of money for having my tits out and being a hot chick. God, if these beautiful women would go through any real fucking adversity coming up, then maybe they'd be able to handle shit like this.
I don't think they even then, though.
Maybe not. I don't know. But like, fuck the fucking internet while I'm on it, asking for your attention and your money and everything else.
Fuck the constant exploitation and objectification of women. It's exhausting.
It's literally why the internet was invented, unfortunately. What's the old Dr. Cox rant on Scrubs? I promise if they got rid of all the porn on the internet, there'd be only one porn site, or there'd be only one website left, and it would be called Bring Back the Porn. I mean...
Jesus. It's just so dishonest, you know? It's just... Oh, I'm so hurt. I'm so this and that. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs.
It's exhausting.
Also, here's a funny thing, because I was just doing a little bit of like searching around to try and find. I wanted to see how this guy got popped, right?
Right.
And guess what is interesting? It's she has an OnlyFans that she registered in 2020 that she has then taken down, but the account is still active. So this whole idea that she wasn't on OnlyFans is provably wrong.
So this QT Cinderella or Pokimane?
QT Cinderella.
She had an OnlyFans, and now she's complaining about deep.
Right.
It's fucking phenomenal. It's. But
amazing. She deleted. What's really interesting is her OnlyFans has nothing on it right now. Like it's legit. The account is there. Like here, I can show you. The account is there, but nothing's there. Like she deleted all the content.
Yeah.
But there's a tweet that she put out in 2020 that says like, so glad I have this good photographer. Here's my OnlyFans in July 31st, 2020.
And are they slutty pictures?
No, the pictures are taken down. So she's taken the pictures down.
Okay.
And then she's acting like she's above all this, even though she had an OnlyFans.
God, it really is.
And that was just with a surface level Google, because I want to see a screenshot of the guy's computer of how he got caught. Like, because getting caught with tabs is my favorite. That's fucking hilarious. Like, first off, how fucking poor are you? You're a top-notch streamer and you can't have like three monitors or something. You know what I mean? Like, why is it on your main monitor?
Exactly. Well, because again, these guys don't prep. These streamers, as more and more actual broadcasters start coming to streaming platforms, these streamers are going to get pushed out. Because they may be popular now, but over time people are going to realize there's no there, and there's better shows.
Can I go on a little mini rant directed at our chat real quick?
We love mini rants on this program.
Dude, everybody in the chat, shut the fuck up about stopping the fucking videos. I'm really getting sick of this. You're literally here watching the Steel Toe show. If you wanted to watch that other video, go watch that. This is a show reacting to the other video. So stop acting like us chiming in on content is somehow depriving you of content, you stupid crayon munching fucks.
We're way funnier than QT Cinderella.
Right, but it's like I get like every fucking week when I'm on the show, everybody's like, stop pausing the video. Go watch that fucking video then. You're literally watching people sound off and have a reaction video, but you're gonna fucking get all mad because like, oh, just play the fucking video. Shut the fuck up.
You know what solves it for me when I'm watching these? I'm not looking at the chat.
I don't usually either. I was actually like trying to get the computer thing in my chat when I closed out the window that I was sending you the links to. It was there, and I just saw it. It's just fucking every fucking week I see fucking a bunch of crayon munching idiots. Stopping the video. Like, no, you're watching Steel Toe. You're not watching this video, you stupid fucks.
Well, then let's let them watch the video. Here you go, guys. Enjoy your QT Cinderella. Riveting! A sniffle!
Fuck Atrioc for showing it to thousands of people. Fuck the people DMing me pictures of myself from that website. Fuck
That's
you
pretty
all.
Funny.
This is what it looks like. This is what the pain looks like. Oh, God. Okay.
When you have no real struggles in life.
Why?
Oh, God, this is unbearable. Guys, I'm sorry I ever paused to miss any of this. How's that not pausing thing working? You guys happy? You guys good? You happy that we're not pausing it now? I didn't want you to miss.
If you are able to look at women who are not selling themselves or benefiting off of being seen sexually, they're
like you did in 2020.
Wait a minute. I said it half as a joke, but I was right. Are not profiting or benefiting from being it is about the money. Because you're on Twitch, you're sexualizing yourself on Twitch, you're sexualizing yourself everywhere else, but you get paid for it. Okay, now I understand. But let's not cry and go, this is what the pain looks like. It's the harassment and it's the sexualization of it all. It's about the money. That I'd respect. If you came on and go, fuck these people, they're making deep fakes of me. Give me a cut of the ad revenue. I'm suing your asses. This is bullshit. Okay, then you're being honest.
Stop pausing the video, Aaron.
I apologize. I don't look. I know I'm not as funny as QT Cinderella, and I'm working really hard.
Who could be? Who could be?
Atrioc. That's about it.
Oh yeah, sorry, I misspoke.
I
don't even know who the fuck
They're
Atrioc
not selling it. They are not platforming it
either.
themselves. If you are able to look at that, you are the problem. You see women as an object.
I didn't know that was bad. you
just call us man?
You look at women as an object. Well,
Did she just call us men?
And that's not true. I do not look at women as an object, just the pretty ones.
You should.
Yeah, just the ones worth objectifying.
Doing that.
You guys think Ethan Klein's a scumbag? Fuck you guys.
And it should not be.
Honestly, if a guy says he likes your personality, he's really just saying you're ugly.
You have to pay money to get this stuff taken down. It should not be part of my job to be harassed, to see pictures of me nude spread around. It should not be something that is found on the internet. It shouldn't be. That shouldn't be a part of my job.
Even though you had an OnlyFans in 2020.
And not only that, it's not real. The word fake is in the fucking title so these people don't get sued. It's fake. It would be like if Jennifer Lopez went to Sublime Directory when I was in high school and said, could you get these fake edited Photoshopped pictures out of here of me taking a dick? No.
Yeah, that's what always like reminds me of is when we were kids and they would just airbrush somebody's head on like a naked body.
Right. I mean,
that's all this is. It's not like they unless he actually had real, like she's reacting as if he had real pornography about her.
That's my whole point is the fake is in the title. People are doing that because you're hot, you're sexualized, you're this and that. It's part of the new 21st century model. This is going to be part of the deal that comes with the territory of sexualizing yourself and being famous. You built an audience of simps who jack off too much. Don't be surprised when this army of simps you built that jacks off way too much starts deciding they need to jack off to you and the Twitch streams aren't cutting it anymore. You built this. You built it.
And the fact that it is exhausting.
She got some subs though.
Yeah, look at all the subs. She got the subs popping up on the channel.
Website,
The best was when she's sitting here crying, going, and like one of the subs has a cute little cat face drinking coffee.
With every part of my soul, I'm going to fucking sue you.
You can't. They have the word fake in it. That's legal cover. It's fake.
Also, how do you sue somebody with your soul? Soul suit.
I bet you Shang Tsung could.
Bet he fucking could too.
Yeah, Shang Tsung.
Objection, Your Honor. Goro, would you fucking go after him?
Your soul is mine.
Wait, overridden.
That's all I have to say. I know I shouldn't have gone live, but I couldn't do it. I'm so exhausted, and I think you guys need to know what pain looks like, because this is it. This is what
Stop
it looks
with the
like
melodrama. Go
this
home.
Is what it looks like
and take
to
care
feel
of
taken
yourself.
advantage of. This is what it looks like to see yourself naked against your will being spread all over the
You're
internet.
not. It's not you. It's fucking not you. Easy enough. It's fake. You didn't make porn. Everyone knows you didn't make porn. Thus, why they're calling it deep fake porn.
I think she did make porn, though. I think that this might be real, and that's the problem here.
No, it's 100% a deep fake, but at the same time, like, haven't they made deep fakes of like Tom Cruise giving like Nazi type speeches? You don't see Tom Cruise coming out, I'm not a real Nazi and I don't hate Jews he's got better shit to do.
This is what it looks like. That's it. That's all I have to say. Goodbye.
All right, then let's put a wrap on it.
I don't condone the behavior of anybody involved in this.
We get that.
That's it.
Terrible dismount. The whole melodrama of this is just so stupid to me. So dumb. I know we've got some thank yous.
The one where he's like apologizing and his girl is in the background with the tissue over his nose?
Yeah, we have that one too. Bumbaclo says this is what privilege looks like. I 100% agree. I got to thank Coltrane for the $5. Says, I'm going to go jack off to her deepfake now. And as a finisher, I'll rewatch Aaron bouncing up and down on the prize show, The Prestige. Thank you, buddy. My tits are looking better now. I've been working out more, but thank you for the degradation. This is what pain looks like, and I don't hate it now. Lab Glass with $5 says, why is she exhausted? Is she spanking it to her own deepfake? She's exhausted from all the not fucking on camera she was doing.
Are our friends.
Yeah, Sean Rass says, God, would you please pause her? Can't win either way, right? So do you want the original Atrioc apology, or do you want... Because honestly...
Do you have the incident where he got caught? That's what I want to see. I want to see like his reaction when he got caught.
Well, here, I will do, I'm going to go to Twitter for this because YouTube is just full of fucking Atrioc reaction videos, which guess which clip is going up on Steel Toe today, apparently. Atrioc apology. It's a little 60-second thing. I feel like the total piece of shit I am. He says, oh, for fuck's sake, dude. Get up. You can act like a man. What's the matter with you? Here you go, Corey. Here's the Atrioc apology. Again, he got caught with tabs open of him watching deep fake porn of Pokemon.
I've been watching so much I've been reading so much fucking AI stuff. I'm reading all this fucking stuff about AI and fucking deepfake music, deepfake art and everything. And I'm in these fucking Discords. And I just feel so embarrassing. Man.
Shut up. You got horny and you watched some porn of some girls you know. It's kind of hot. It's hot to you. There's some girls you know. You fantasize about them. Like nobody's ever done this before. You fantasized about your buddy's girlfriend.
Apparently that's his wife crying behind him.
Yeah, wife or girlfriend, yeah.
Right. Like, who's stupider in all this? Like, I kind of think it's the wife crying.
Yeah. Yeah, this doesn't have anything to fucking do with you, lady. Get out of here. He's jacking off to girls you know. It happens.
Maybe if you pulled out, he wouldn't have to jack off, lady.
In your lifetime, have you ever jacked off to the thought of a buddy's wife or girlfriend?
I have not, but that's just because most of my friends have hideous wife and girlfriends.
That's true. I guarantee, I can't think of a specific one, but I guarantee I have. Like, especially in high school.
I think it's going down.
Especially in high school where you're... Oh, are you gone?
Yeah, I think it's going.
But you're here.
It's cutting in and out.
Okay. But in high school, like, I'm sure, like, you're all trying to fuck the same chick anyway, so I'm sure we're all beating off to each other's chicks. But like, God, this is so embarrassing. Like, he's right about one thing. It is embarrassing, but not for the reason he thinks. And again, addressing this, Corey, does this not just bring more attention to the deepfakes?
Yes.
God damn it, man. You Twitch people, you don't have to, and not you. You Twitch people, you IRL Twitch streamers, you don't need to address everything.
But I was on fucking Pornhub, dude. I was on a fucking regular ass normal fucking website, and there was an ad. There's an ad on every fucking video for this fucking. So I know other people must be clicking it because it's on every fucking video for fucking deepfake thing. And then I click it and I'm
cry about it.
Fucking rabbit hole.
Fucking cry about
it. I don't know. I got morbidly curious.
Who do you think is being more disingenuous in this instance?
I don't know, but I was morbidly curious. Like all these excuses. You wanted to jack off to Pokimane. You're not the first guy. Your imagination of her taking a dick wasn't doing it anymore. You needed to see a deep fake of it. Okay. I was clicking to this. I tripped. I fell. I spilled some Merlot on the table, and it hit the mouse, and it short-circuited, and it went to a deep fake porn site, and it just, the PO button stuck on my keyboard, and it auto-completed to Pokimane, and then all of a sudden my dick came out, and I was possessed by a demon. It made me beat off really hard, and...
Whoa, okay. Christ. So if you go QT, Cinderella, deepfake, and then porn and search Google without your search save, you can see what he was looking at.
April and I took a look when we were talking about it on Monday night's show. It's some pretty hardcore stuff.
It's just fucking, it's gross. It's gross.
Is that a plunger?
I really fucking am. It's not, I don't know. It's so embarrassing. It's so embarrassing. But I just really want to get across. It's not like a fucking pattern of behavior, and I don't know what I want to say or not.
And then he goes, I don't know what she wants to say. Yeah, because this is like when politicians get caught in a gay bathhouse with some dude's dick in their mouth, and then they bring their wife to the press conference, and they're like, "Oh, would you like to say anything, sweetie?"
I'm not gay. Look at the woman behind me crying because we never have sex.
Right, exactly. I wouldn't have been jacking off to these deepfakes if it wasn't for your shot out pussy.
It's like throwing a hot dog into outer space. Do some fucking Kegels.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, Tom asks the perfect question. This doesn't even deserve an answer. It's just the right question. Why the fuck is he crying?
I don't know, but why is she crying? Like again, I'm not going to say I get it, but I get the public posturing involved in both him and her crying, like QT and this guy crying. I get the public posturing, right?
But
what I don't understand is why the woman behind him. So you didn't know your husband looks at porn? That's what you're crying about?
You talk like a fag, and your shit's all retarded.
Veldrain with $5 says deepfakes are an improvement over that Mayim Bialik looking girlfriend. Oh.
Blossom sucks.
Rostog's report. Stop pausing it. Pyomai. Stop fucking pausing it. Oh, now we're doing a thing. Good old JR with $4.99 says, when is Corey's deepfake premiering? That's a good question. It's a fair question.
Well, it's more of a shallow fake, but soon.
Very, very shallow fakes.
It's me and Jessica Rabbit from Roger Rabbit.
You know what? You picked a creative one, though.
Hey, she saw me. It was weird.
Here, let's... So on Twitter, people go, this is so fucking gross. I didn't pay a second of attention to H3 for years because of Ethan's reputation. But last year, I was like, fuck it. Maybe they've changed. This is Ethan's biggest problem is he built this audience of fucking nobody. He built this audience of NPCs.
His biggest problem is his wife.
Actually, she laughed at this. Heli actually
Jesus Christ. This is just more things that I can hate these guys for. You're making me side with Ethan and his wife. I hate you all.
I know. I side with Ethan in this whole thing too. This is to be laughed at. And we did way worse than Ethan. So here's what Ethan Klein is getting heat for now. And I guess this is building. And, I get the reaction from people who lean right, who are like, well, Ethan made his bed. He chased after a woke audience and he threw people under the bus. Yeah, but I'm not built that way. I'm not built that way where, people build a certain audience, so now all of a sudden my principles fly out the window. The shit I believe in doesn't matter anymore because I hate Ethan Klein. I don't like him. I don't think he's talented. I think he's disingenuous. I think he's a dipshit. But again, that doesn't mean that when he doesn't do anything wrong, I'm like Jeremy from The Quartering, boring Jeremy, and I pretend he did something wrong just so I can get some clout and shit on one of the lefties. That's so.
I just think that, like with Ethan's case, he's tried to roll enough heads that who gives a shit if his head gets rolled.
And I get that attitude, but I never want to be part of that. I never want to be that guy. And if I ever do, I want you to call me a gay.
You are a gay, but why?
Thank you. Now I'm choking on my own water.
Like
here we go.
Gay.
While I choke like a gay, let's watch Ethan Klein get himself in trouble. Quote
Stop
unquote.
pausing it.
I'm sorry.
Why?
Why? Oh, fuck. I was going to sing a song, but she started talking. Ethan's laughing right now in the bottom right. He's got his hand over his mouth.
Something. I'm sorry. Don't mind me.
He looks like he's wearing mascara too.
If you are able to look at women who are not selling themselves or benefiting off of being seen sexually.
They're laughing. There's nothing wrong with this.
You're a monster, dude.
You guys are crazy.
Why did you do that?
Zach, what the fuck, bro?
I like Zach. Oh, look. Oh, my God. Go back to her. Holy shit. She is none too pleased with Ethan's behavior right now. Fire her immediately. This is making your show less fun. Get her out of it.
She looks happy.
She is not necessary in this whole escapade. Get rid of imagine being this. Imagine something funny happens, even if it's inappropriate. I mean, at the very least, you could go, oh, guys, what are you doing? But to sit there and stare. First of all, to sit there and stare like your boss gives a fuck. Again, I'm going to get Ethan's back on this one. Ethan Klein, no matter how big of a douche he is, could snap his fingers like that, and you're nobody. Oh, I'm going to mean mug him. Fuck you. Go build your own show.
You're evil. You're fucking evil.
This is what he's getting in trouble for. Trouble, quote unquote.
Was he under fire?
He was under fire. Jeremy from the quartering even said canceled.
What the fuck, bro?
He's still laughing.
Yeah, they're all laughing.
What is going on here?
She's crying. Gila's laughing.
Speechless, dude.
You know, and the reason he's laughing, and he's built this audience where they all have empathy and sympathy for these deepfakes and all this stuff. But Ethan's still a piece of shit deep down. Like us. Ethan wants to do the kind of show we're doing, which I do respect him for that, but he won't pull the trigger and do it. He's having a reaction that any normal person outside of like internet world would have to these videos. They'd go, who are these melodramatic Zoomers and why the fuck can't they get a hold of themselves over this trite bullshit? And Ethan's laughing at them because that's what you're supposed to do. And now, but because of the audience he's built, because he didn't have the balls to do the kind of show he wants to do, now they're all, knives out for him. When he reacted to this,
it would be interesting to see what like old school Ethan would react to this back when he still had a fucking testicles and balls.
He'd do this and he'd lean the fuck in is what he'd do.
That's what I'm saying. Like before his wife, like shit used to be different.
No, they were always together.
Well, she had less of a reign on him then.
Maybe. I mean, maybe the clothing companies making more money than the YouTube.
That guy was like a bigger prick when this all started.
Get it out of your system, because I know it's just...
Riff, bro. Just talk about it.
Yikes. That was insane.
He's crying. Yeah. He was
They're
laughing
not benefiting.
So
they're not selling it. They're not platforming it themselves. If you are able to look at that, you are the problem. You see women as an object. You should not be okay.
He's laughing. Yes, he's laughing again. I'm sorry. I know he's supposed to be the devil. Let me say this. Ethan Klein did nothing wrong. I love that he went back to it and started laughing again. This is all stupid bullshit. It's all dumb. You should be laughing at it.
Doing that. And it should not be a part of my job.
He's off camera. He's laughing
to have to pay money to get this stuff taken down. It should not be part of my job to be harassed, to see pictures of me nude spread around. It should not be something that is found on the internet. It shouldn't be. That shouldn't be a part of my.
That's it. That's the end of it. Maybe he went to start his car.
Maybe he went to go start his car.
You piece of shit.
What?
Oh, that's funny. So now I'm just looking here, and I'm just are people like he has been spending time apologizing since. Oh, did Ethan apologize for the QT Cinderella thing?
Yeah. That was the first art. Like when I started like Googling around, that was the first thing was issued an apology.
Ethan apology. Oh God, this is gonna be shitty, isn't it? This is gonna suck.
Yeah, of course it is.
I'm gonna be really, really disappointed.
I'm just excited to get back on the hating Ethan bandwagon.
Do we get to hate him after this next 30 seconds? Let's check.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, I still hate him. It's fine.
I may have mentioned in Discord for Zach to play the Chestnut song.
Okay. So Ethan's funny.
Well, he told him to play it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And everybody saw it.
Thank you.
And here's what it is, and I apologize. You know, I know that it was super inappropriate.
That's why it was funny.
I was thinking about Bobby, how we did that to Bobby, and it wasn't funny, and I apologize for that.
There you go.
What a milquetoast of a human being.
What a dumb piece of shit. What an asshole.
Funniest thing you've done in years, and you apologize for it immediately after.
I know. You're right. You were finally funny, and then you apologized for it immediately after.
It's like watching a comic crush a set and then get off stage and be like, hey, sorry about those jokes.
God damn, man. Well, yeah, I mean, to me, that the whole Atrioc, deep fake, porn shit, like, who... To me, and I think you and I agree on this, to me, playing it and making fun of it and laughing at it is the only way to react to it.
Well, it's the only honest way to react for it.
Right.
You know, if this were something that really offended him and he came out with it, like, that's the whole thing I think that a lot of people in streaming don't understand that I think we understand. And I think it's just the radio vector. A lot of it is there has to be a level of honesty. Right. And with Ethan, it's like every time his personality ekes through, he then has to kowtow to his entire fan base because of the fucking shitheels that follow him.
You absolutely nailed it. Yep.
And I think, like, for me, that's why I don't really watch anything he does.
Yeah.
Because nothing he does is genuine. And if he does stumble across something genuine, you know you're going to get a fake apology for it.
He finds his balls every once in a while, then he gets yelled at by his fans and he cuts his nuts off again.
Right.
You're exactly right. Thank you to Gary Crouch, $4.99. He says, Aaron, please pause more. Yes, I will make sure that I do that. Being funny was more offensive to YouTube than anything else. Humor is derivative of truth, says Brian Quint.
Yeah, there's always truth in comedy, for sure.
Corey, you got more chins than a Chinese phone book, says Aaron's Dustin.
Oh, wow. Stock line. God, it's so funny.
Pretty good, though. That you got to admit. What's
funnier, that or the person's username, Aaron's Dusty Coke Nose? I mean, that's just a whole lot of not funny going on in that fake account.
Can I tell you something? That actually is offensive to me. I'd like him to take that down.
It's a deep fake. It's fine.
Oh, well, then in that case,
don't fucking cry about it.
Then in that case, just make sure you pay me some money. That's all.
Yeah. You owe us a super chat.
Nightwave Radio. I don't think this is the real Mersh. I don't think he would be up this early. He says, they call me Mr. Slave because I used to be a rent boy. Former manslave, big deal, need the money. Okay, yeah, I don't believe that's...
It's not.
You know what it is, Corey? It's a deep fake.
It's like a shallow fake.
Yes, it's deep fake Mersh.
I'm sure it's actual Mersh who started his account on January 11th, 2023 and has no followers and no content posted. I'm sure it's actually him.
Oh, that's definitely Mersh then. Oh, for sure. All right, we are, what are we at? 140 away from this morning's goal. Thank you guys. You're doing great. We're pretty close. Thank you very much. If you feel like chipping in, there's the Streamlabs and the PayPal links in the chat if you feel like contributing to the show. Again, very small goal today, and we should hit that pretty quick. 114 likes, says Fettuccine El Pupu. We like to be at 200 by 7, but we didn't really pump it up and tell you to like it, so being over halfway there is pretty good. Everybody hit the like button And let's get her up to 200 here. Let's see. You know what? Fuck it. Let's go to 300 by 8 o'clock. How's that sound? Everybody hit the like button. It's great for the algorithm, as they call it. Great for spreading the word. Subscribe to the channel as well. We're about 320 subscribers away from 9,000. We are climbing up in the world very, very quickly. Exciting stuff. So keep hitting the like
138.
button. Oh, we're already up to 138. Jesus. All right. Thank you, Gravy, for taking care of that. I don't want any fake Mershes in the chat. I don't want any fake anybody's. I only want deep fake QT Cinderella.
Oh, now you don't want any fake people. I see how it is.
That's it. Did you see? By the way, I meant to apologize to you, but we started off kind of right out of the gate this morning. I didn't send you the prep sheets last night.
You usually don't send me the prep sheet. You've sent me one prep sheet in the last 3 months.
Piss off. I sent you prep sheets the last 2 or 3 weeks in a row. I've been on a roll.
No, you didn't. You sent one.
You son of a bitch. Hold on. I'm going to...
Let me double check. I'm double checking.
You name names.
We got January 24th.
That was last week.
Oh, yeah, and 17th. You were on a 2-week tear.
Okay, how about the 10th? Did I do anything on the 10th?
You did not.
Fuck. Okay. Well,
you did do one on December 6th is the last one I got before that.
Okay, I wasn't on as much of a roll as I thought. But I was on
before December 6th, it was November 18th.
Look,
so you're averaging one a month-ish.
But I did 2 in January. I had two in January. That's getting
is that your New Year's resolution?
Yeah. So
my favorite was like one week where you like yelled at me about not reading the prep sheet that you never sent me. That was my favorite interaction with the prep sheet.
But now when you told me I didn't send it, I went, fuck you, yes I did. And I went and looked and I go, oh, well, I did not send it.
That's true.
We move on with grace and joy. But I didn't send you the prep sheets, but there's a chance you saw this. Have you seen what's going on? Because you follow the world and shit. What's going on in Haiti right now?
No.
Just gangs, like street gangs formed.
Oh yeah, that's been going on for a while.
And they took over the capital.
Yeah. That was that's not new, is it? Or did it happen again?
At a time when democracy has withered in Haiti and violence has spiraled out of control, gangs have filled the power vacuum, led by men like Jimmy Chirizer or Barbecue. He's known internationally as the country's most powerful and feared.
Yeah, we covered him on our show. Is this a new one? Because this guy, they took over the government like 4 months ago or some shit like that. Because we covered it on my show when it happened then.
Okay, yeah, the AP.
We were all laughing at the guy's name, I think we did it on this show too. The fact that he was called Barbecue.
Well, this is AP News yesterday. They decided to do a piece on it. Jimmy Chirizier, I don't know, rips through Haiti's capital on the back of a motorcycle.
Are you saying chorizo wrong?
Yes, he's chorizo. They should call him sausage. Flanked by young men wielding black and leopard print masks. What have we been taking?
That was his original name, dude. Barbecue sausage. But he got sick of killing people for making fun of it, so he just goes by barbecue now.
Yeah, he just goes by barbecue.
What did you call me? What sausage lover? What?
Hey, you sausage lover.
Bring me his skull. I wish to drink Cuban rum out of it.
Cuban rum. Delicious rum. Flanked by young men wielding black and leopard print masks. So have gangs taken over the country or have strippers taken over? I can't.
It's a cartel that like is the new government basically, and everybody's paying this cartel like they are government, and then the government was taking. I haven't looked recently, so if this is about 4 months ago. This is what was happening. Is that people were paying the cartel like they were the government.
Gangs have taken over. The guy's name is Barbecue. So is this like Banana Republic Idiocracy?
Yes.
You got Mountain Dew Camacho, and you've got Barbecue running things.
If the main character in Idiocracy was Camacho, that would be what's going on.
Yes, exactly. So we've got Barbecue out there in Haiti. He's taken everything over. Chorizo, best known by his childhood nickname Barbecue, has become the most recognized name in Haiti.
What do you do as a kid to get named Barbecue? Oh, wait, don't answer that.
I was going to say, it's either really terrifying or remarkably cute and innocent.
Oh, he used to like barbecue on his applesauce, or, oh, he killed everybody in our neighborhood with a pipe wrench and then barbecued them.
Right. It's one of the two. It's like, oh, every picture we have of him as a little boy, he's got barbecue sauce all over his face and shirt. Or he used to
He was always covered in blood, but he would call it barbecue sauce.
Or he would barbecue all the local neighborhood pets every time they disappeared. We'd find him on a spit roast somewhere. Best known by his childhood nickname, Barbecue. You know what I love about that? You know, like in high school when they make you do like a world leaders quiz, Now, when they do a world leaders quiz and they go, who's the leader of Haiti? Kids have to write barbecue.
Barbecue.
And here in this territory, what's funnier? The fact that kids have to write the leader of Haiti is barbecue or the leader of the United States is Joe Biden?
Can we start calling him Joe Barbecue?
Joey Barbecue.
So he originally took over. So I'm going back. It was October 2022 that he originally, the UN Security Council voted unanimously to impose sanctions on him because his gang took over the country. So I wonder if the shit going on now is people fighting back from that, but he's had control of that country for months.
So wait a minute. You're saying that the UN had to put sanctions.
The UN sanctioned him in October, and then in November, he said that like he'll let fuel start coming in because he was all the fuel. It was a revolutionary force that took over, and it was in October. That's why I said it was a few months ago. But there must be some new shit going on now with it.
Let me wrap my head around this.
Yeah,
the UN, arguably for the first time in its history, had to impose sanctions
unanimously
on a man named Barbecue.
Yes.
I go back and forth so often when I check out the news between I fucking wish I could live in any time but this one and there's no better time to be alive than right now. I don't know which one it is on a day-to-day basis. The fact that the UN had to sanction barbecue fucking rules. Meanwhile, all the black delegates stood up and went, hey, now, wait a minute. And they went, no, that's his name. And they went, oh.
Yeah, that's his name.
That's all right. Well, then it's all right. Jesus, you scared me.
All right, we need to talk about sanctioning Tahiti and their leader, Watermelon.
We have to.
So this is the great part that you're going to love, okay?
Yeah.
So what they are called, his government is called the G9 Gang Alliance.
Yeah.
And they're described as one of 95 gangs that battled for supremacy in Port-au-Prince and all over Haiti.
It's a lot better than the people who are leading the Dominican Republic right now. Did you hear about the gang who took over there?
No,
it's the Soggy Bottom Boys. They've taken over.
I just want you to know that the formal government in Haiti right now is known as the Haitian G9 Gang Alliance.
Haitian G9 Gang Alliance. Well, and Jamaica, they have their new leader, Bobsled. He's really great. I think he's really going to turn things around over there.
I hear his whole campaign has been a lot of cool running so far.
Thank you to Turtle for $10. He says, Corey, respect the Shaka dance. Hey, it is Black History Month. Shaka on Black History Month, everybody. He's getting into the festivities. What a guy. Thank you, Turtle. 135 away from this morning's overtime goal.
Every time I see Shaka, I get more and more excited for when we're on Rumble.
I've actually started subscribing to some channels on Rumble, so I'm getting there.
Nice.
I'm getting there. And you know what I think what YouTube deserves credit for? YouTube would let us simulcast on Rumble any day of the week. Like, we can go live here and we can go live there. It's totally
YouTube
fine.
doesn't give a shit about the live. Like, they care about the like archive of info.
Right.
You know, whereas like Twitch, they make all their money on live casting. That's why you can't if you're a part. Yeah. What's really fucked up with Twitch though is you can if you're just the level down. So like I can multicast, but I can't do it on my main account. Like that makes no fucking sense.
And what do you get for that? Like 10% more of your bits and shit? Isn't that the
No, not even. You don't even. That's not even the breakdown anymore. You get nothing. It's nothing. It's just the little check mark.
Oh, then
they took away all that shit. You're either monetized or you're not.
Oh, there's no like affiliate and partner?
There's no, as of like 2 years ago, there's no real difference between the two.
Well, then I'd rather be affiliate because then can't I multi-stream?
Right. But once you're partner, even if your numbers go down, you can't be affiliate. I've been trying to tank my show for years.
God damn it. I hate that when I'm trying to purposely blow it up and they won't let me.
I did recently get involved in some new, really, really seedy stuff. I found another like weird site called pill.net. Oh man. These guys are so funny.
Gravy Show says rebel leaders in Liberia have hilarious names. Do they really? Rebel leaders in Liberia.
Huh.
Oh, that was Charles Taylor's gang? I don't have anything. Kamara, we got Kunti Kamara.
That's pretty funny.
The trial of former Liberian rebel leader Kunti Kamara opens on Monday. You don't want to upset Kunti. Cunty Kamara has been sentenced to life in prison a couple months
Look
ago.
up General Butt Naked.
We got also. Have you heard of his Alcoholic?
No, I heard of his other guy, Amanda Hug and Kiss.
Oh, that was okay. Hold on, is that real? General Butt Naked? General Butt Naked. Oh my God, he's a Liberian preacher. He's a real dude.
That's awesome.
Joshua Milton Blahey, known better by his nom de jour, General Butt Naked, is a Liberian evangelical preacher, writer, and former warlord, best known for his actions during the First Liberian Civil War. During the conflict, he led a group of soldiers which fought on the side of the rebel group United Liberation Movement of Liberia for Democracy before converting to Christianity and becoming a pastor in 1996. Wow. He would perform black magic rituals at the presidential palace to help them win the 1985 election. Wow. General Butt Naked.
I love black magic.
It's the best kind of magic there is.
Well, it's the least racist kind of magic.
Corey, you've upset Amanda Hug and Kiss in the chat saying, hey, stop that. See? It's fun. It's all
go back to Liberia. Go back to Liberia. Why are you on the internet?
It's all fun and games until somebody gets their feelings hurt. That is awesome. I love that Liberia clearly loves Moe's Tavern prank calls. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You got General Butt Naked. You got President Barbecue. You got.
Do they have Mr. Roch there? Mr. Mike Roch?
Oh, okay. Yes, I'm looking for Mr. Hunt. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Sergeant Mike Hunt. Is Sergeant Mike Hunt here? Do we have Sergeant Mike Hunt? Everybody's giggling. You poor bastard. All right, guys. As much fun as Butt Naked and what's the other one? Barbecue. As funny as they are, we do have even more of a show to do today. Hit the like button. Let's get that up over 200 and then up to 300 by 8 o'clock. Getting back to the football thing, we got off on the Atrioc thing and all that, and we'll put that clip up today. It should be a lot of fun. But, breaking news last night, the Broncos decided they haven't given up enough draft picks yet.
I know, right? Oh, my God. That was so funny.
I didn't even know they had a first-round pick this year. Didn't they give up 2 firsts and 2 seconds for Russell Wilson?
I think they got, one of the first, though. I think it was, a trade.
Okay. Russell.
So they got, a little. But, yeah, they gave up. It was, a first, a second. It was a lot.
Here it is. Agreed to trade to Denver. Trade quarterback Drew Lock, tight end Noah Fant, and defensive lineman Shelby Harris, 2 first-round picks, 2022 and 2023, and 2 second-round picks, 2022 and 2023, and a 2022 fifth-round selection to the Seahawks for Wilson, and a 2022 fourth-round. Holy shit, Denver gave up a lot to get fucking.
They're saying it's a worse trade than the Walker trade. Some are saying,
dude, I'm gonna go with yes on that. I think that is worse than the Herschel Walker trade.
I think we have to see how Wilson does next year because obviously there was something broken in that, and if Sean Payton comes in and he still looks like shit, then yes, I'm prepared. But if a lot of the times a new coach, a new offensive coordinator helps.
I'll say this. I think, Herschel Walker, as bad as the draft picks we gave up were, he was good when he was here, kick returning, pass catching, rushing. He was a good player. It's just that Minnesota put all these unrealistic expectations on him. Like, hey, you know what's going to win us a Super Bowl? A running back. Yeah, all 0 times that's ever happened.
But their head coach was terrible. And they got a 1 for Bradley Chubb. Somebody was saying in chat, I think that's correct.
They got a first for Bradley Chubb? I mean, congratulations.
A late first because he went to, Dolphins or something like that?
Okay, well, that's going to be a mid-round pick. They were out in the first round this year. That'll be just outside of the top 20. Rupert with $4.99 says, don't forget about the Liberian Mafia Don Kedick. Oh, yes, who could forget about Mr. Kedick? And then Kenneth becoming a member. Thank you guys very much. 125 away from knocking that out.
Niners lost their defensive coordinator, too.
Yep, to the Texans.
But now I think I got to root for the Texans, I guess. Not I don't have to, but I'm definitely not rooting for the Cowboys. Fuck the Cowboys.
Shanahan's going to be one of those guys who in 5 years has a coaching tree where a bunch of his
He already does. He's got a lot of coaches because a lot of his defensive guys go, but they don't last long as head coaches. They end up going back as coordinators.
Like Belichick, like he's taken back a couple of his assistants.
Yeah, that's exactly like it's exactly like Belichick, where he has a huge coaching tree, but none of them can make it on their own, so they come back to
Who are
daddy.
they? Like McDaniel came back, Patricia came back.
They're talking about oh shit, I forgot his name. The guy that used to work with Harbaugh coming back for defensive coordinator now.
Oh yeah, I can't remember
But
either.
the real rumor is that Tom Brady to San Fran, huh?
I mean, quarterbacks keep dropping like flies over there. You need somebody.
Dude, the Niners forum after that game was the funniest shit I've ever seen. Everybody's like, tear it down and rebuild it. I'm like, you realize you got to the conference championship game with your third string quarterback, right?
Yeah, I mean, you guys will have to blow it up in a couple years anyway.
And then he got injured, so did your fourth string, and you had your fifth string in there at one point, which is just Christian McCaffrey.
Right, you can't afford McCaffrey, the wide receiver, Bosa, like all these guys who are coming up. Like everyone has a window, and it's usually these guys' rookie contracts. You got like maybe a year or two, make a little run, and then try to retool as you go. But I was looking at the breaking news last night. And Denver had another first-round pick, apparently. They hated it. They thought it was a terrible first-round pick, and they wanted Sean Payton instead. I
think getting a good coach is better than getting a first-round draft pick, especially like mid-round.
The Saints will receive the Broncos' first-round pick this year, 29. Oh, yeah, you're right, 29 overall. And 2024 second-round pick for Payton, and the Saints' 2024 third-round selection. So the Saints get to move up in the 2024 draft, and they grab, I think, a third first-round pick?
Right, and they don't have to pay him.
Yeah, and they don't. Oh, man, that is a great deal for the Saints. I'd make that deal if I was the Saints because he wasn't people may not know this if they don't watch football. He wasn't coaching that team anyway. He was retired, but the Saints still have rights to him if he comes back. Because he quit.
Yeah, all they did is waive the rights of a guy who wasn't going to come back and coach for them.
Wow. That's
actually
a great
really
deal. Who's the GM of the Saints? Because he deserves an award.
I don't know.
Lynch deserves an award because that McCaffrey trade was the best trade of the year. And the guy who runs the Saints stockpiling all these picks, he deserves
How
it.
dare you disrespect the Hawkinson trade like that?
Hawkinson trade was probably the second best, but that when you win 11 or 12 games
I think in a bubble where everything is tight end checkdowns, especially with your upgraded Brad Johnson, Kirk Cousins quarterback, like having
our upgraded Jimmy Garoppolo.
I mean, Jimmy Garoppolo has way more playoff wins.
Way more. Doesn't he have 2?
No, he has like 5, 6, dude.
Oh, fucking.
Do you know the Packers have never beat Jimmy Garoppolo in the playoffs? Do you know Mike McCarthy on the Cowboys and the Packers has never beat the 49ers?
Yeah, you know what I hate about that is like Dallas is like, hey, should we fire Mike McCarthy? No,
they should. They should, for sure.
I like him.
He's a terrible coach.
I think he's a decent
Did you
coach.
see that last play of their whole season again? As a Niner fan, last year, they had a really crazy, stupid play to end the game. And then this year, they fucking one-upped it. That's crazy.
Do you make that deal if you're Denver for Sean Payton? Because I don't think I do.
I do, just because a head coach, like their head coach was like something, it was like Nathaniel Hackett or some shit like that.
Yeah,
their head coach was so shitty. And there's like, who else are you going to get on the market?
God, but how many?
Because no matter what you think about Sean Payton, he won a Super Bowl.
Yeah, he did.
So you can get a Super Bowl winning coach, or you can basically just flounder around with all the bullshit that's out there.
I have breaking news, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh.
10 minutes ago. Corey, look who's on your screen.
Yeah, Tom Brady going to the Bay, baby.
10 minutes ago, this announcement was made on Twitter.
Good morning, guys. I'll get to the point right away. I'm retiring.
Oh, nice.
For good. I know the process was a pretty big deal last time, so when I woke up this morning, I figured I'd just press record and let you guys know first. So
that's good. You know, the last time I made a harsh, quick judgment and just announced my retirement and then ended up coming back. So what I wanted to do was just wake up and first thing in the morning, turn on my phone and make the announcement.
I just woke up. I hurt, so I'm retiring.
Was a pretty big deal last time, so when I woke up this morning, I figured I'd just press record and let you guys know first. So I won't be long-winded. Like, you only get one super emotional retirement essay, and I used mine up last year. So really thank you guys so much to every single one of you for supporting me. my family.
Well, easy there. Easy.
Except my ex-wife.
Yeah, I don't think your family really supported you. The ex-wife bailed because you wanted to play one more 500 season in Tampa. He was playing with house money, though, right? Like, he won a Super Bowl in Tampa. That was it. Like, after that, it's all free money. You can't hurt your legacy afterwards. He was what, the second guy to win a Super Bowl with 2 different teams?
Yeah, I still think he comes back. I don't buy this.
How pissed are you if you're Peyton Manning, by the way? You spent your whole career like neck and neck with this guy until you retired, and then he blew past you, and you're like, all right, at least I'm the only quarterback to win a Super Bowl with 2 different teams, and then he wins one like 3 years later with Tampa. You're like, motherfucker, can this guy let me have anything?
I don't know. At the point where you're competing with Brady and you don't have, 5 Super Bowl? Like, I don't think that last one is what Peyton cares about.
Well,
and besides, the only person that Peyton cares about is the fact that Eli and him have the same amount of championships. That's the only thing he cares about, is that he finally won the same amount as Eli. Because prior to that, Eli was like, well, I have 2.
And not only that, Eli's the legend killer.
Yes.
Eli's the only guy to not only beat Brady in the Super Bowl once, but twice. Well, he's not the only guy to beat him once, but he's the only guy to beat him
not
twice.
just beat him in the Super Bowl or the playoffs, but he ruined their perfect season.
Yep, ruined the perfect season with Randy Moss.
I have a buddy of mine, Tony, who's he's from New York, and he's a huge Giants fan.
Yeah.
And he has this shirt. I don't know. He probably doesn't have it anymore, but right after they won, he had this shirt that said, it was like 18-1, and it had a picture of the Patriots helmet, and on the back it had a Giants helmet, and it said Super Bowl chumps.
Well, let's finish up Tom Brady's retirement announcement here. Are you expecting like a swerve at the end, or you think this is the real deal?
I think that, I'm going to say, I think it's the same thing that happened last year, where I don't think he's being dishonest. I think he really believes this is it. I just don't, again, if he can figure out a way to land in San Francisco, I feel like he'll come back. Otherwise, he's probably, because if he's coming back, it's only for like 1 season, right? Like, I don't think anybody's giving him an extended contract, right?
These guys they hit training camp time, and then you find out if they're serious.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I think that especially when they get old, a lot of the retirement talk is just so they don't have to do OTAs. I really believe, like, that's what Favre was.
Yes.
Every fucking year, Favre would be like, yeah, I don't know, this and that. And then the moment OTAs were over, he's like, yeah, I'll come back.
You're funny. That's funny. You're right, because it was always like, oh man, I hurt and I don't think I'll play. And the team would go, I got an idea. How about you skip OTAs? And the guy would go, he'd cover the phone.
No, that's exactly what it is. It's just to stop the OTA shit.
He'd cover the phone and he'd go, yes. Oh, are you sure? Is that okay? I mean, okay, fine. I'll think about it.
I don't think he's being dishonest. I think he thinks he's retiring, but if there's a chance that he could get into the 49ers, I think he would do that. I don't, for the record, I don't want him on the 49ers.
Yeah.
That system is a little bit more mobile, and he's never been known for his mobility.
Yeah.
But I mean, if Purdy gets his second opinion and it is Tommy John's, you're talking out for the year.
Yeah.
Garoppolo's a free agent. Trey Lance hasn't proven that he could stay healthy, and we all saw what happened when you put Josh Johnson in, right?
Yeah, they said that it's going to be at least 6 months for him, so he won't be throwing until
6
preseason.
months. 6 months is that's if they don't have to do Tommy John's. But everything I was reading about it says that they're pretty sure it's Tommy John's, but he won't accept it. That's why the second opinion.
No matter what, he's not going to be throwing the first game of the year, so you're going to need somebody.
There was I can't remember who it was. There was a sports personality on one of the talk shows that was talking about. He said, this is why you don't take undersized quarterbacks. This is why everybody was like, oh, how do they all pass? And he did a bunch of names, and it's really interesting because all these undersized quarterbacks, once they get injured, they always he had Sam Bradford was on there. But all these guys, once they get injured, they just keep getting injured because they're not big enough to be playing football.
How fucking great would it be? This is another reason why I never had the mentality and quit high school football after a year. Like, how awesome would it be if you were like a junior quarterback and you had a killer season and you were just like the reason your team went to state, and then the offseason you don't want to do two-a-days, so you're like, Coach, I just don't know if I love football anymore. I think I want to be done. And he's like, hey, just take two-a-days off and rethink it, maybe come back. You're like, yes. No two-a-days. I think you just go get fucked up while your friends are at two-a-days and shit. You're just getting hammered and going to watch movies and shit. Dude, and they're all practicing.
I'd go one up. I'd go one up on that. Yeah, I just don't know if I want to play. And then you show up with a lawn chair and a cooler of beer to watch everybody else do their OTAs.
You're just sitting there, high school senior.
Oh, man, I don't know. Coach, I don't know if I want to play yet, but I just missed the game, and I wanted to check it out.
All right, let's see if you can run this 40 faster than I can shotgun this steel reserve. Crack.
The coach is sitting there. And, like, you were an all-state quarterback as a junior. Like, you're so fucking good. Like, colleges are looking at you. Your coach has no choice but to be like, all right, I have to let him drink underage on the field. We'll just hope nobody films it. We got to let him watch two-a-days. I got to make sure my quarterback's happy so he comes back. Meanwhile, you have every intention of playing every down next year. You're just like, oh, fuck two-a-days, man. And then all your friends are like, hey, man, do you think you can get me out of two-a-days? I'm like, I don't know. Is Florida State looking at you? Well, no. Then you're fucked.
We can get you out of it once you're fucking 40 and not sure if you want to come back or not.
Yes. That's the move. That's what kids got to start doing now.
The biggest loser in that Niner, everybody like, oh, your Niners lost. Like, again, we were on our third string quarterback. We were playing with house money, but the real loser, honestly, might be Brock Purdy. That dude wins 2 more football games and his life is just set forever. But now who knows if he's even the starting quarterback ever again.
Yeah, that's true.
My friends, my teammates, my competitors.
You are my
I could go on forever. There's too many.
Eli Manning.
Thank you guys for allowing me to live my absolute dream. I wouldn't change a thing. Love you all.
until I unretire in 4 months.
Yeah. And I just think the Niners are the only spot he could land. And for the record, I don't want him, but if you think Brock's the guy going forward, you could trade Trey Lance, get something for him. Jimmy's going to walk. There's nothing you can do about that. And then you could have Tom Brady for a year teaching Purdy while he heals.
Well,
meanwhile, Tom Brady grew up in the Bay. He's a huge Niner fan. All of his family still lives there except for his kids.
Does Tampa have to trade him? Because I think he signed an extension. I thought
he did not.
Okay, so he's free to go. Well, here's the deal. Either he is honestly in his head done, and I have no reason not to believe him other than the fact that he's done this before. But it could also be a way to put feelers out there.
Yeah, no, it's for sure feelers. But the other thing is that he's not. There's only 3 spots that he's going to go realistically, and I said this towards the end of the season, and I hold it. Is the Niners, and it's funny because when I said it a few months ago, I was like, the Niners aren't going to take him because of Purdy. Well, now that Purdy situation is completely different. But the Raiders have one of his old coordinators. Is it McDaniels? I forget. But the guy in Vegas is running his old system, and it's a guy he knows, and they've got like receivers and the defense, so he could go there or stay in Tampa. Beyond those 3, he'll retire for sure. So maybe he talked to the Niners, and they're like, "Nah, we're good."
I like the Aaron Rodgers to Las Vegas thing.
Aaron Rodgers is still under contract though. Like he can't
he has to be traded. Yeah.
Right. And they're not trading him. He's not like, I do not give a fuck what anybody said. They are not trading him.
You sure?
Like, I feel like they're more likely to trade Jordan Love than they are Aaron Rodgers.
Oh boy.
Right?
I don't know. Like it
Which
just
is funny because this is the exact same ownership that did the exact same bullshit with Rodgers and Favre, right?
Yep.
The only difference is now Rodgers is Favre.
Watch fucking Jordan Love just be a superstar quarterback too. That lucky piece of shit franchise just gets 3 all-time great quarterbacks back to back to back. Has any team ever done 2? Like
Niners
Green Bay has? Oh yeah, Montana and Young. You're right. Montana
and then also Garcia. Garcia was a Pro Bowl level quarterback, but he wasn't
good.
a Hall of Famer, so everybody hated him.
He was really good. I liked Jeff
He was
Garcia.
so good, and everybody fucking hated him because he wasn't Montana or Young.
Yeah,
and then actually, I think they went from him to like Alex Smith, who was also okay. He wasn't okay for the Niners because he went through like 27 offensive coordinators.
Did they go right from him to him? I thought you guys had a dark ages there where you guys just had shitty veteran quarterbacks.
I mean, Alex Smith's years were the dark ages early on because the offensive coordinators were fucking terrible.
Yeah. And then as soon as he gets a career and he's doing really well, he gets hurt. Poor fuck. Well, anyway, Aaron Rodgers will be wearing a Jets jersey next season, says malevolent bystanders. I've heard that too. I've heard.
It was Montana, Young, Garcia, Smith, and then Sean Hill for a year, Sullivan for a year.
Oh, that okay.
Kaepernick, and then Blaine Gabbert, which we never talk about. We don't talk about Blaine Gabbert. He never played for us.
The dark ages were after Alex Smith, not before. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm trying to think. Vikings have never done it.
Yeah, the
Vikings have only had like 2 or 3 franchise quarterbacks ever, and I'm including Cousins in that.
Did they go Aikman to Romo in Dallas? So was there a little lead time in there?
There was lead time in
there.
There
might have been a little bit of a break in there. Yeah, I think that's the only one. I think the only one is San Francisco and Green Bay. Indy could have had it. Indy was close. They had Peyton Manning and they had Andrew Luck, and then Andrew Luck decided,
there were 6 years in between Aikman and Romo.
Oh, okay, then fuck it. Turtle says we hit 200 likes. Great job, guys. Thank you for hitting that like button. 25 minutes to get
3 now. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, 25 minutes to get to 300. What do you say? And 125 away from this morning's goal. That's in great shape. Thank you guys very, very much. So yeah, Tom Brady this morning announcing his retirement. He is done with football.
Yeah, right.
I don't know.
I will say this though, he did look like shit in that last playoff game. So if this is it, I understand that too. If you were Brady, right? Like that Niner team is like we're a quarterback away from a really good Super Bowl. I mean, fuck, we almost made it to the Super Bowl on our 3rd string.
Yeah, I mean, you just ran.
You go there, you can win. You can win, and I think you'd be the first quarterback. Has anybody ever won it with 3 teams or no?
No, never. Peyton was the first to win it with 2.
Well, that's a lot of people have won it with 2 now. Peyton wasn't the first one to win it with 2, was he?
Yeah, no, it was Peyton Manning and Tom Brady are the only 2 quarterbacks to win Super Bowls with 2 different teams.
Only 2 quarterbacks, got it.
Yeah, no, not players. There's been a lot of like Robert Ory types in the NFL.
Well, there's that one guy that was on Von, whatever the fuck his name is.
Von Miller, yeah.
Yeah, Von Miller, because he was on that Peyton team and the Rams.
Yep, he was on
But
both.
so, yeah, like if Brady went over to the Niners, like they're almost ready to win now. He could win one for his home squad. I just think there's a lot of upside. And again, this is not me saying, oh, cool, we're getting Brady. I don't want him. I think he would be a terrible fit for our system. But he also, as much as people want to hate on him or whatever, he's only been injured like 1 or 2 years his entire career.
Yeah. Alcott becoming a Yeehaw Club member. Thank you, buddy. 120 away from this morning's goal. There's PayPal and Streamlabs, if you'd like to chime in. I want to give the chat a lot of credit. They kind of understood how big and breaking the Tom Brady thing is, and none of them complained that it was sports talk. Thanks, guys. That was
most
really
of them like the sports talk. They just complain because you get a reaction out of it.
No, but I appreciate that. I think you got to give them a little credit when credit is due. Great job. Yeah, Charles Haley. Yeah, they're naming people who have won multiple Super Bowls with multiple teams.
Okay. Yeah, I just know about Von Miller because Von Miller did it with Peyton and then with the Rams. And then he was on, what squad was he on this year? He was on a different team this year, and they were saying that he could be one of the first at his position.
Didn't Deion win one with San Francisco and Dallas back-to-back?
Yes.
Because I think he was that Barry Switzer team.
He for sure won with us, and I think, yeah, for sure he won with. And then there's T.O. who didn't win with us at all, but he did moon people like Randy Moss style. Yeah, it was nice.
Corey. Oh no, this what's this woman's name on MSNBC? Oh, they don't even give her name. Can't be that important. Did you see the health problems that this poor MSNBC host is having? There's a woman on MSNBC, Corey, and she's had a really bad cold. And she had to address her health problems on the air. And why are you hanging your head? I don't understand. Corey, she had a really...
There's just a lot of stuff going on that I'm not going to like where it's going, I feel like.
Corey, she had a really bad cold, and she needs to address her health problems on the air. Why don't you just listen to what her symptoms are before you start fucking judging, huh?
Because you said a really bad cold. Those are the fucking symptoms.
No. That's what the cause of the symptoms we're about to show you. She's blaming a really bad cold for this symptom that she's having. Would you like to take a guess at one of the dangerous symptoms she got from this cold was?
A sore throat? Perhaps a runny nose?
No,
perhaps
go a little
hot flashes?
No, go a little lower than the throat.
Her pussy was coughing?
No. Go up higher.
Her tits were lactating?
Oh, you're close in the tit region. It's an organ in the tit region. What did her
tits have organs?
No. It's behind like your left tit.
Her fucking nipple organ broke?
It's the engine of your entire body.
Her penis fucked up?
No, not her penis. Well, you know what? Let's just play it because Corey's obviously very confused as to what this nasty cold caused in this MSNBC anchor.
I know from my Twitter feed that many of you have wondered why I have been off the air for a little while.
It's MSNBC. Nobody wondered.
Yeah,
well,
your Twitter account didn't have any. Don't lie. What's her fucking name? I'm gonna look up her Twitter account.
All I see, just type in Yasmin MSNBC. I don't know her name.
I'm dealing with a little bit of a health scare. On December 20th, I began to
her
feel...
last name is Vasa Ginyam.
Now, here you go. You got to pay attention now because you're about to hear the symptoms of her really nasty cold.
Fine.
Well, I have been dealing with a little bit of a health scare. On December 20th, I began to feel chest pains, and they waxed and waned over a period of 10 days. I wasn't quite sure what to make of it, but as they continued to get worse, I started to think something was actually wrong.
Oh, yeah?
It was December 30th when I finally went to an urgent care and was told I had reflux. I didn't really buy it, but I was relieved it wasn't my heart. My body, though, was pretty certain not to believe the reflux. The next day, on December 30th, I woke up with severe pains both in my chest and in my left shoulder, and it was like a tightening in my chest when I took deep breaths. That got worse when I was laying flat. I knew enough at that moment to understand that it could mean, could is the key word here, that I was having a heart attack, especially because it was happening in the left part of my shoulder. I want to remind you, I run 7 miles, 3 to 4 times a week.
Get ready.
Sorry.
In the left part of my shoulder. I want to remind you, I run 7 miles 3 to 4 times a week, or I did. I do yoga.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, she does yoga. She runs 7 miles. Get ready. So she's healthy as a horse.
I just want you to know that the people commenting, so she has, on Twitter, she has 43,000 followers.
Yeah.
She had 83 comments on where she was.
Eat meat. I don't smoke. I drink occasionally, not right now though, because my doctor tells me I can't. Aside from probably not getting enough sleep and working too much, I'm a pretty healthy person. But on that day, I was anything but.
Oh, interesting.
My husband drove me to the emergency room, and from there, the nightmare that has been my January began.
Yeah?
I was diagnosed with pericarditis, inflammation of the lining of my heart.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, really? That's interesting. You're an otherwise remarkably healthy person. You run, you do yoga. And by the way, while she's sitting here being a poster child for the people who say that there might be something wrong with a certain something, she's going to sit there and call all these people a conspiracy theorist. Wow, Miss 7 miles a day and does yoga and is in great shape just told us that she's got swelling of the fucking heart. Which one is it? Are we crazy?
What do you think, what do you think caused it?
No idea. Botox. It was a Botox shot, perhaps.
What's longer, her nose or her ears? Look at how look at how crazy long her ear is.
Hey, you know what? Don't be a dick. If you lied as much as she did, you'd have a long nose too, Pinocchio.
Yeah, but look at her ears like twice the size of her. I can't look at that thing. Ugh.
Look. You know what?
Look at it.
Maybe her ear's
That
swelling.
thing's huge.
Her ear might be swelling from that nasty cold she has.
How can she not listen with ears that big?
Brought on by a virus, a literal common cold.
Oh, really?
I also had fluid around my heart.
You know, Corey, all of those colds before 2019 that were giving all of us inflammation of the heart lining.
I just assumed it was me at a buffet.
Yeah,
I better. Scott Richard Sass is right. I better keep it down. She can hear me.
That's true. You better stop talking shit.
That had to be drained, or else it could hinder the beating of my heart. I was hospitalized for 4 nights and transferred from a local hospital to NYU Langone here.
Well, thank God you're not a 17-year-old high school basketball player, and thank God you've got top-notch health insurance from MSNBC, and that you can go get medical attention immediately. I mean, you'd hate to be an otherwise healthy as a horse high school kid and just drop fucking dead on a basketball court, wouldn't you? Oh my God, that would be terrible. What a nasty cold that kid must have had. Do you think we're retarded? Yes. The answer is yes.
No, she's retarded.
Hey, could you whisper when you say that? She can hear you. Corey, I think this woman might be lying as to why her heart is swelling.
I feel like she can still hear us when we whisper with ears that big. I feel like she's a street joke, right? Horse walks into the bar, bartender's like, why do you have not long ears compared to this other bitch? And then she's like in the parking lot, what did you say about me?
in New York City. On January 4th, I was finally discharged after doctors drained the fluid around my heart, and I bounced out of the hospital. I couldn't get out of there fast enough.
You should have walked. It's not safe to go bouncing. You're going to hit
you just had fluid drained. What is wrong with you?
Quit bouncing, you fucking psycho.
Hopes I was on the mend, but that was not the end. 3 days later, I was readmitted when I felt a flutter in my heart, like a
booster shot. Well, I tell you what, Corey, that is a really stingy cold. I mean,
this is just the new colds now.
I guess those colds they just keep swelling your heart, and there's nothing you can do about it. I really feel bad for this.
Do you want a little tiny hint of some nightmare material for you?
What's that?
So you know how China is like letting all their people like out and about now?
Yeah.
They're amidst the most contagious variant of COVID. And there are early reports coming back from the Epoch Times saying that there might be a new mutation that the vaccines won't work on coming out of China. So there you go.
So what you're trying to say is China's economy is going really slow right now, and they need to slow the rest of us down for a minute?
Uh-huh.
So wait, is a new variant of COVID like China's new calling a 20-second timeout during a 10-0 run?
Yeah, probably. It's probably worse than that.
It's like, oh shit, we were up 81-75. Now we're down by 4, and we just turned the ball over. Give me a quick timeout.
They're like kneeling out the ball in a double-digit lead, but still calling all their timeouts.
Yeah.
Butterfly. It was inside my chest. They determined
their economy keeps slowing and their birth rate is decreasing. So every time the West gets the ball and the economy starts coming back, they just hack the shit out of us and send us to the free throw line.
Developed myocarditis, inflammation of the actual heart now.
What?
The heart muscle.
No way.
I remember being shepherded through the emergency room and wondering, is this it? It wasn't, thank God. Instead, I spent 5 more days in the hospital where they ran a battery of tests, adjusted my meds, and made sure nothing else was.
That's the end of the clip. Interesting. That must be a nasty cold, you guys. Pray for her, I tell you what. I mean, to get that osteo whatever and then the myocarditis, I mean, that's how to just be.
Probably just polio.
Wow, just a really nasty cold that she's having there. Oh, wow. Do you think in her private time, and I know we can't say it on YouTube, but do you think in her private time she thinks to herself, could it have been?
No.
You don't think she does? You think she's all in?
Matter of fact, I think if she she sat down to family dinner and she's voiced that to her husband, like, might it be the jab? And her husband probably just slapped her.
Yeah. Actually, GE just came out and said, we're going to fire you.
Like, you got to be a company man or woman if you're at MSNBC. So, like, nah.
Yeah. Well, wish her all the best. Hope she's okay. But that, like I said, must have been a really nasty cold for her to get myocarditis. Hold on. Let me just type something in. Myocarditis from a cold. Let's see. Myocarditis is rare. Okay. But when it occurs, it's most commonly caused by an infection in the body. Bacteria, fungus, or parasites can lead to myocardial inflammation. It doesn't really sound like a common cold is causing myocarditis. That must have been one hell of a cough.
Weird. Hey, here's some weird data that I can't post this on YouTube, so I'm just gonna sneeze in the chat. Oh, weird.
I just have I have some really odd compared to all right.
95% unvaccinated people less likely to get myocarditis.
Now when we get to let's see. What was the other thing I was just gonna mention about her? Oh yeah, how long until we get to like the people like MSNBC like announcing like so-and-so has myocarditis and they would have died, but thank God they were vaccinated. then you won't die from your myocarditis. That would be nice. Soon. All right, let's move on before we get completely banned. Let's go to Florida. Let's change it up a little bit because then we're going to get into Alec Baldwin after that and some Hunter Biden and some heavier shit. So let's have a nice little palate cleanse before we get into making fun of some other fucking people. Let's go to Florida.
Mark Atkins says so sad. I thought he said so sads. Never mind. Would have been funnier.
So sads.
So sads. That's what I'm going to say from now on whenever there's a weird coincidence between colds and shit. That's so sad.
Did you see the noticinol thing that Danny Polachuk did?
No.
Oh, you know what? You will absolutely love this. Noticinol. The pill for people affected by chronic noticing. Here we go.
After collapsing on the football field.
After collapsing in the middle of a game.
Collapsing during the game.
Collapsing on the tennis court.
Suddenly collapsing.
The player collapsed
and died.
After collapsing.
Are you tired of being called a conspiracy theorist? Do you see patterns where other people don't?
Yeah.
Are your relationships with your friends and family suffering as a result? Well, then ask your doctor about noticinol. Noticinol is an FDA-approved drug that helps people afflicted by chronic noticing. It works by suppressing the part of your brain responsible for critical thinking so you can get back to living carefree. Side effects of taking noticinol may include, but are not limited to, heart attacks, sudden adult death syndrome, storming the Capitol, unironically enjoying late-night television, and in rare cases, Brian's deltoritis.
Unironically enjoying late-night television. That's my favorite symptom.
Deltoritis. People who take noticinol once a day report up to a 97% decrease in noticing. Do your own research to find out if noticinol is right for you.
You can't stop coincidences from happening.
I like how he's just
but you can stop noticing them. And now, for more severe cases, try extra strength noticinol Jew.
Say goodbye to noticing once and for all.
Jesus.
I have to say, that might be one that I need.
Noticinol Jew.
I might need a little noticinol Jew, if we're being honest. Look, I can't lie anymore. Like, one of the bravest things you can do in the world is get help. And
nice.
That's the next step for me. Thank you, Brett, for the $10 over on PayPal. Appreciate that, buddy. 110 away this morning. Thank you guys very, very much. There's the Streamlabs and the PayPal. If you feel like chipping.
I'm gonna go start my car. I'll be right back.
You go start your car. I'll go to Florida for this next story. A Eustis man is accused of exposing himself and masturbating in front of an 8-year-old girl at a Eustis, Florida laundromat. First of all, stop taking the kids to the laundromat. It's nothing will motivate you to stop being a cheapskate and buy that washing machine quicker than this gentleman jacking off in front of your kid. There he is. Look at that. That was also the same face that the 8-year-old made when they saw the guy whacking off. Jeremy Anton Jones, 28. And by the way, black guy, I would have guessed this one wrong. Jacking off at a laundromat definitely seems like a methed out white guy crime. So I would have actually failed the who committed the crime thing in the opposite direction. It happened shortly before midnight. He was charged with lewd and lascivious exhibition of a sexual organ after the incident, which happened shortly before midnight Saturday at the Spin City Laundry in Artis Avenue. Wait a minute. Shortly before midnight? What the fuck kind of parent are you that you're bringing your kid to the laundromat at midnight? That's when the dicks come out. So if anything, the parent needs to take a little bit of responsibility here, because you got the Jeremy Anton Jones guy, right? He's pulling out his dick at the laundromat. In fairness to him, he pulled out his dick at the laundromat around pulling out your dick at a laundromat time. That's when you're supposed to be doing it. It's not supposed to be bring your kids to the laundromat time at midnight. That's dick pulling out time. So while what he did was illegal, you also got to be better parents. Also, you live in Eustis, Florida. You got to expect when you go out at certain times of the night, you are prone to see a penis at any given time. The girl's parents told a Eustis police officer they observed a tall black male masturbating while looking at their daughter in the laundromat. How fucked up? Let's say you see a black guy, he's whacking off the laundromat, and then all of a sudden he looks at the girl, and then he goes, oh, sorry, I thought you were someone else. And he just walks out. The girl's father said he was sitting in his vehicle in the parking lot while his wife and daughter were in the laundromat. He said his daughter was standing at a vending machine when he saw the man, later identified as Jones, wearing a blue hoodie and sweatpants, sitting directly across from her. He said the man's pants were down and he seemed to be masturbating while he was looking at the child. Would it have been better if he would have been looking somewhere else and jacking off in the laundromat? Maybe. The girl's father said he went into the laundromat and confronted Jones. He said he shouted, which got the girl's mother's attention, and she also observed Jones staring at their daughter while masturbating. After being confronted, Jones left the area and walked towards Bay Street. Don't you have to kind of beat the shit out of this guy and rip his dick off and shove it up his asshole? I feel like that's kind of the move. I mean, the fact that this guy walked out of that place without anyone even trying to rip his dick off is, I don't know, kind of a downer. Now,
or a Christmas miracle.
Yes. As the officer was leaving the laundromat, he responded to a call at the racetrack at 2850 South Bay Street in response to a black male in a dark hoodie exposed. He did it. He whipped his cock out again. Dude, upon arrival, the officer found Jones sitting near the north side of the gas station and detained him. Asked if he had exposed himself, Jones told the officer he did not, and that a man tried to fight him at the laundromat. Well, that's a good way to, get someone to, stop fighting you, is just whip your cock out and start beating off, I
mean, the moment that somebody wants to fight you and you whip out your cock, a lot of the times they don't want to fight you. And if that person still does, you're going to lose that fight.
Worst case scenario, you end up in a makeout session. So, I mean, nothing.
That's your worst case scenario?
Nothing ventured, nothing gained.
Did you just say best case wrong? I bet you did, you weirdo.
A computer search showed that Jones, you're not going to believe this, had been trespassed from the racetrack in July 2021.
Oh, I thought you were going to say he had deep fakes of cutie Cinderella.
Minutes later, the girl's mother came to the store and positively identified Jones as the suspect. Jones, who was also charged with trespass after warning, is being held in the Lake County Jail on $5,500 bond. So this is not the first time this guy has been whipping his dick out at places. He already got kicked out of a gas station parking lot for jacking off.
How sad! What do you have to do to get kicked out of a gas station parking lot?
It's almost.
I feel like you could be banging heroin and they'd be like, whatever.
It's almost. You'd almost don't want to think about it. You don't even want to.
I kind of do. There's a new thing going on here where all the gas stations, when they close, they blast classical music like Shawshank Redemption.
Yep.
And it's to keep the hobos out.
Yeah, we saw news stories about that. Like they did a whole big news report on that.
I found out about the news. I did the opposite. I actually they're doing it in a lot of places here in Austin. And I stopped at 2 closed gas stations to get gas because all their fucking lights are on and you should just know what's open and not, even though they all look fucking open.
It was funny.
And just blasting it. And I'm like, is this fucking Pachelbel's canon? Like, what the fuck is happening here?
They interviewed one of the homeless people in a news story we did on that, playing the classical music for homeless people. And the homeless guy went, unironically, the homeless guy, not even realizing what he was saying, went, it's just really intrusive and it just really intervenes on your day. And, we didn't consent to this and it just kind of showed up one day. And
it's not paying rent and it keeps living off our stuff. I just think it's kind of insulting because what happens because I was in orchestra as a kid. I actually like classical music. So I walk out and I'm like, all right, this shit fucking thumps. What happens when they get a fucking cultured homeless person? Now all of a sudden they've got a fucking orchestra hall of fucking heroin addicts.
Yeah, right? What's going to end up happening? Killer Beehive says, do any of your gas stations have blue lights in the bathroom? No. Thank God. That sounds like a terrible idea.
KF, do me a favor. Just send me a text or whatever, and I'll send you some stuff to see while you're here in Austin.
Oh, cool.
Corey Adam Comedy on Facebook, or you can do Snapchat, or you can do whatever. Just send me. You can even do it on YouTube or Twitch. Just send me a private message, and I'll get you settled with what you should see while you're down here.
People have been wondering. When Lisa Marie Presley died, they were like, "Oh, did she get this? Did she get that?" They're doing some news now. I just saw this pop up. Lisa Marie Presley taking opioids and lost 50 pounds weeks before her death. That'll do it. That'll do it. Yeah, that'll do you.
You went to the same, was she going to the same doctor as Prince?
Right, yeah. Oh, no, what do you have, a headache? Oh, fentanyl will clear that right up. I mean, your head won't hurt anymore. That's for damn sure. Alec Baldwin has now officially been charged with a crime over the fatal shooting of cinematographer Helena Hutchins on his Rust movie set, and the DA has listed a litany of safety lapses, which she says sit squarely at Baldwin's feet. Now, this is interesting because I was wrong. I didn't see it getting to criminal charges of Alec Baldwin because what I had known of the Rust thing was that he was handed a prop gun. He thought it was a prop gun. He pointed it. He fired. He shot the woman. But, like, there's a lot of other stuff coming out. I've heard some, and I don't know how much of this can be confirmed, but, like, he was having, like, money negotiation issues with many people, including Helena Hutchins. And
well, I think what happened, and I've said this the whole time, and it'll be interesting to see as it comes out, but I think what happened is they were probably trying to teach him how to fire the gun or use it safety, and he's like, this isn't my first. Like, he just seems like the motherfucking guy that would be like, don't you know who I am? Like, I'm Alec Baldwin. I know how to shoot a gun. I don't need to listen to your bullshit.
That's a great Alec Baldwin impression.
Look, it's like Trump. My Trump is him, so I just take away the Trump, and then it becomes Alec Baldwin.
Oh, there you go. According to the charging document, the DA says Baldwin knew the drill, that the armorer should have been present, checking the gun to make sure it was safe, and Baldwin knew that. Yet he relied on the assistant director, who had no authority to clear the weapon for use.
They're not gonna. This is what I fucking hate about this shit. Right? It's like, yeah, okay, cool. I wish people could be more fucking honest, right? Like, it sucks that dude died. I don't think anybody thinks that Alec Baldwin was trying to kill somebody, right?
Sure.
So this is clearly just a cash grab. Like, do you think he'll spend even a fucking day in jail? Because I doubt it. Right, he's just going to pay off a bunch of money, and the same fucking family probably could have just called him up like, hey, we're going to take you to court unless you pay us this money, and he probably would have because it's just cheaper, and they would have gotten more money. Like, you know what I mean? Because now they got to switch it. They got to share it with the fucking like lawyers and all that shit. It's just stupid.
I think if he's guilty, the highest he can get is 7 years. So even if he's guilty,
Dude, he is not spending a goddamn day in jail.
The DA
Laws aren't for the rich, Aaron.
The DA says Baldwin was supposed to undergo firearms training but failed to do so, adding Baldwin was then supposed to get minimal training for 30 minutes but was on his cell phone for most of that time speaking with his family. The DA honed in on TV interviews Baldwin did. See, now, two things. One,
that's where he fucked up too, though. After the fact, you shut the fuck up. You don't go anywhere and you don't say anything.
Right. I mean, a lawyer, and if you're Alec Baldwin, you have a lawyer on retainer.
Right, he should fire his fucking lawyer is what he should do.
Right, the fact that anyone cleared him to go on television to talk about this until there was for sure no charges going to be filed.
Now it's time for a new fucking lawyer.
Yeah. The DA honed in on TV interviews Baldwin did where he claimed not to have fired the weapon. See, you can't fucking do that. The DA states
you can't be telling people what you did and what you didn't.
Right. The DA states there are multiple photos and videos that clearly show Baldwin with his finger on the trigger. The DA goes on to say, as the producer of the movie, Baldwin should have never allowed the production company to hire Hannah Gutierrez Reed, as she lacked the requisite certifications and experiences for the job.
Somebody in chat just said, R. Kelly's in prison court. Yeah, Google his net worth. -2 million, guys.
Right. Not only that, I mean, the thing Alec Baldwin did versus the stuff they had on R. Kelly, I mean...
And to be fair, and it goes even more to my argument, they didn't get R. Kelly till he ran out of money, guys.
Right.
He was involved in a lot of court stuff beforehand, and as long as he had money, he was fine.
That's for sure, yeah. R.
And
Kelly...
then the moment his net value went down to like, what, I would say 2 million maybe? Then all of a sudden he goes to jail.
Right. The R. Kelly stuff, I mean, that was something that we'd known about for 20 years.
Decades.
Yeah.
Decades.
It was a long time.
And he had been in and out of court for decades.
Right. So, yeah, R. Kelly, when they run out of money, then they'll get him. That's when they go to jail. Suge Knight was fucking hanging people off a balcony.
They can't afford justice. Like, there is no real laws for people that are rich because you can just hire lawyers. You can hire tax attorneys and get out of your taxes. There's really nothing you can't get around if you have enough money. But the moment that money went around...
Yeah, the minute it was gone, he was in jail. Well, and a Gravy Show reminding us R. Kelly just had charges dropped. What I read about that was that the DA there was like, nah, he's going to be in jail for long enough. We don't need to pursue these charges. We're good.
Really?
Yeah.
Jesus, that's gross.
Yeah, he just said,
So they're saying you know what, this guy was peeing on people in sex trafficking. That's enough jail time.
Yeah, well, they basically said, like, he's fucked forever. We're not going to pile on. We're going to pass on this. We feel like they got him, basically. But yeah, I mean, when for 20 years you get to skate on that, and then when you tell the world you're broke, then all of a sudden out come the knives. I mean, Suge Knight was hanging people off of balconies, pistol whipping people, threatening to have people killed, probably did have people killed. But only once Death Row Records went bankrupt and he ran out of money did he start going to jail and having all of his problems. So yes, when you go broke, they come and get you. But if you got some money... I mean, how much of that shit is just a shakedown? Like you were saying.
All of it. It's all a fucking shakedown.
Right.
Like that's like, look, I'm not saying people don't deserve to get like, some kind of like residual fucking reparations on like violence or whatever. But is any amount of money going to make what those people went through any better? It's not. Yeah. Like, is going after Baldwin for money going to make that guy not dead? It's not.
No. Continuing on, this is a wild story. So you know that, God, where was it? Where was the story where the guy, was it Memphis, where the guy was beaten to death by the cops?
Yeah, Memphis.
So you have
Georgia. Georgia? Memphis. I don't know.
You have the Memphis story. And I, by the way, still fucking darkly hilarious that the media is still trying to shoehorn this as a white on black thing.
Are they really? So what I have noticed, and I guess I haven't seen that. What I have seen is I have seen the media by and large not fucking touch it.
Well, what I've seen when it does get covered is they are trying to push this narrative that, well, it's a white supremacy system that all these black cops
systemic
are in.
Racism. Systemic.
Well, and then they do that racist Democrat shit where like black people are stupid and white people are their little puppeteers. And they said, well, you know, these black police were trained by white trainees and officers.
Shut the fuck up. Is that what they're saying now?
Dude,
Jesus Christ, dude.
I've heard that on multiple outlets. Like,
are you fucking kidding me? So even though it was 5 black dudes that beat to death another black dude, they were trained by white people? That's the angle we're going on?
They do not want to let the race part of this go.
I understand how divisive we are as a country and how divided and all that, but at some point, if you're on the left, can't you look at this and go, this is bullshit, guys?
Yeah. Well, and then the other thing I read yesterday was somebody tweeted out like, oh, yeah, when it's black cops, they get arrested and they get prosecuted and they go to jail. And people were responding to him like, hey, you want to talk to Derek Chauvin? You want to talk to the guys who were with Derek Chauvin and just watched George Floyd die? Yeah, it's
it's so fucking crazy. You know, it reminds me of Facebook, like when you're arguing with somebody and they get so mad that they unfriend you.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what this like logic sensor is with people, where they can't put any kind of like spin on it that they could use to progress whatever they're trying to progress. So they're just like, oh, well, let's go a level up.
Yeah.
Oh, these guys may not have been white, but you know what? They went to an elementary school that had 2 white kids, so that's why this happened.
Well, and then the other thing I heard was, the black cops, they all got arrested right away. There was one white cop who was involved in the peripheral, and he hasn't been arrested and charged yet. It's like, yeah, that's because he's not on camera beating the shit out of a guy. That's why. I mean,
I'll say this too, and I don't know if or when we'll ever like. Did you watch the video? Did you watch it?
Yeah. Oh, it's fucking brutal.
So I watched it, and it's fucking brutal, right?
Yeah.
And you can bring up race, you can bring up police, you can bring up whatever the fuck you want. To me, that shit looked personal.
Yeah. Somebody
like,
said
I don't
in the
think
chat,
this is like a random, like, I think that like in the whole like what is it, discovery process, I think that they're gonna find out there was some kind of connection to one of these cops and this dude, because they like you just don't fucking have 3 guys holding up a dude while you fucking beat the fuck out of a guy. I mean, I think for my money, that was way worse than the George Floyd shit.
I thought so too, because I was saying this the other day with the George Floyd thing, you had the drugs, you had the shoplifting, you had all that shit. Like there were extenuating circumstances in the George Floyd stuff. But in this one, it's just they found a guy and beat his ass to death. Not only
held him up while they beat him to death.
Yeah.
That's the one that like made me gut wrench, and I think you can agree with this. Anybody who's ever been in any kind of fight sport situation, like getting hit in the face fucking sucks.
Yeah.
And there's a moment in MMA, in Thai boxing, in boxing, where you get your fucking bell rung and you're not there and you drop. That's a safety mechanism of your body being like, hey, no more punches, guy.
Yeah, that's your brain going, dude, we gotta go down. We gotta go down. We're not, no.
And this guy, like they are holding, he is ragdolling and they're holding him there to get more hits. It was fucking brutal. I think, you know, and I'm not a big, the George Floyd one didn't really affect me like it affected other people, because when I watched that full video, I saw a guy who looked like he was on drugs, who was already in a cop car, escape, and then I saw a cop misapplying a technique that he had no way of knowing was hurting that guy, because that guy was saying, I can't breathe, when nobody was fucking touching him the entire time.
Right.
This was fucking crazy.
This one, somebody wrote in the chat, this is a few times I've heard this now, people are writing in the chat that one of the cops' wives worked with this dude. I don't know if that's true or not. That could be front page news. That could have been reported. but that this guy worked with this dude's wife, and if that's a connection, maybe something happened. Tyree Nichols, right? That's his name. Tyree Nichols, officer wife. Stepdad denies rumor that Tyree had an affair with officer's wife. Fact check. Was Tyree Nichols' girlfriend a wife of a Memphis cop? Well, let's check it out. Tyree Nichols was not having a relationship with the wife of one of the Memphis police officers involved in his brutal beating, according to his stepdad, who is addressing a rumor that's all over the internet. Tyree's stepfather, Rodney Wells, denied the scandalous accusation Tuesday during a prayer vigil outside the home, saying, "My son was not messing around with one of the officer's wives. That's just a rumor." Now, Corey, I haven't followed up on like the why he was pulled over or anything like that. What was the reason?
He wasn't even pulled over. He was walking. So they have this like
they
thing
just
where
found him and beat the fuck out of him?
So what I read was that he was leaving a park. So they have this thing in Memphis going on, or wherever it was, where they're trying to cut down on street crime. So the thing that I read about it was that, because the body cam just starts well thing, but he was walking out of a park on his way home. And then I think I don't know if he was pulled out of a car. Was he? He might have been.
Yeah, Don Lemon's aide says he was pulled out of a car, I thought.
So what I read said he was walking, but the video I saw only started, he was already out of the car when I saw it, so.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Benny Omega says he was driving, so he was pulled over for something.
Okay.
And they pulled him out. Look, I don't care what the guy did. I don't care what he was pulled over for. They said he was driving recklessly. Okay, so they pulled him over for reckless driving, pulled him out of the car, and just beat the fucking dog shit out of him.
Well, I mean, he won't drive recklessly anymore, right?
That's for sure. Like you said, though, it seemed personal.
Well, that's the thing. Not only did it seem personal, but it's the thing that's so frustrating about shit like this. I mean, obviously, I said the same thing with the Floyd shit is, if you are on the side that wants to defend the cops killing people, that's not accurate. The cops shouldn't be killing people in almost any situation. But this one specifically showcases to me how racially motivated all this bullshit is. This is almost as bad as that fucking, what was that dude? The Philando Castile, right?
Philando Castile, yeah, the guy who got shot when he was sitting there.
Where all of a sudden the NRA is just keeping their mouth shut completely because it was a black dude.
Yeah.
This is the same exact thing. The media is keeping, again, go to CNN, go all over the place. There's all this talk, and you saw the media trying to razz people up for riots and stuff, and outside of Memphis, not much happened, but there's such a weird dishonesty here where once people found out the cops were also black, most people didn't care. Right. And that's a terrible thing to say, but it's what I'm observing.
Right.
It's not even in the main focus of the zeitgeist of our society anymore, because people saw it it's black officers, black dude, and they just shifted away. They didn't give a fuck.
Yeah, and with this one here, with this story and the wife thing, to me, that's a where there's smoke, there's fire kind of deal. And I know that it's a juicy rumor or whatever, but I don't know. I feel like it would at least give us a reason as to why these pieces of shit beat this guy to death. If one of the officer's wives was fucking this dude, then at least you go, okay, well, at least there's something weird about then, it's not just 5 cops pulling a guy over and beating a guy to death.
Right.
At least
and this should be still on the news every fucking night. How many nights in a row was George Floyd? Every night. Even before the riot got crazy, it was 24 hours. This thing, the moment it broke, and it was the same thing with that weird Christmas guy when that guy ran through that Christmas pageant or whatever it was. Yeah. Same thing. The moment that it doesn't fit their narrative, they just have to bury it.
Well, and the George
Ballstein says Philando Castile had weed, not because he was black, Corey. Get your shit straight. You're 1 for 4. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying he got shot and he was the member of the NRA and he had that gun legally. If the NRA cared about the shit they said they cared about, they would have jumped to his aid, which they did not. You're 1 for 4, asshole.
All right, everybody, just calm down. Let's all be friends.
I'm friends with Ballsy. That's why I talk to him like that.
Let's watch the stepdad. This is weird though. You're at a candlelight vigil and you have to deny a rumor that your stepson was fucking one of the cops' wives. That's kind of fucked up.
Don't anybody believe that mess. They're trying to get out of this, but they're not. The police tried to
but it's a terrible way to get out of it because you almost look worse now if it's because he was fucking your wife. So if that rumor's true and that's how you're trying to get out of it, now we know that it was a spite beating. We know you meant to beat him to death. And now, in my opinion, it's even worse if this is the reason why. So if that's them trying to get out of it, that's like Alec Baldwin. Maybe you should talk to your lawyer.
Cover it up. It still is trying to spread rumors about my son that are not true. For anybody who thought that these rumors was true, they are not. And to stand up here every day and try to put on this face and all of that, it's difficult. But we have to do it. I have a wife. I have stepchildren that need my support.
Yeah, that whole wife thing, I mean, shit like that doesn't just come out of nowhere, right? Like that shit gets said for a reason.
That's what I'm saying. It just, and I like there's something real personal about beating someone to death.
Yeah.
You know, it's like knives over gun. Like if somebody kills somebody with a gun, right? Like that could be a very emotional split-second reaction to like, oh, I was pissed, I pulled the trigger, whatever it was, right?
Yeah.
To actually physically beat someone to death, it's just so malicious and so personal. I can't imagine that we don't discover some personal connection to one of these cops.
Well, the story I was kind of dovetailing into from there was that in California, there was another police shooting of a black guy where they shot him to death. And this is out of a fever dream. This is out of an acid trip. This one's wild. So there was this guy in a wheelchair, paraplegic, couldn't use his legs.
Oh, wheelie?
Attaboy. So there was a guy in a wheelchair, and he was put in the wheelchair by a previous altercation with the police department.
Well, that's just how he rolls, right?
That's how he rolls. So he then gets shot, this time wielding a giant fucking knife while trying to run away on his stumps. Look, the guy's dead, sad story, whatever. But like I said, it is a wild story. Let me try to find. I don't want to do the Daily Mail version of this because their stuff's usually so bucky and whatnot. Anthony Lowe Jr. was his name. Anthony Lowe Jr. I want to find like a local news story where I know they're going to have like all of the. Here we go. NBC 11 News. They'll have a video version of this. Here, this is
251 on likes. Get those likes in, guys.
Oh shit, guys! 50 more likes. Let's get up to 300. That sounds good. Here we go. This is the story of Anthony Lowe Jr.
It's an alarming.
He's running away on his stumps.
I'm going to hell. That's the funniest thing I've ever seen.
So, here, a couple of things.
I'll be with you in a second. Hold on.
Okay, I'm gonna try and pause it at the right time here. Okay, do you see the blade in his hand right there?
Yeah, I guess the one that's like half the size of his legs.
Yeah, that giant blade. So he's running away from the cops on stumps with a big ass blade.
He's running.
Yeah, I guess he's. Yeah, what do you call that? What do you call it? Stumping?
Pegling?
I don't know. But either way, so this guy's running away on his stumps. And explain this to me, because I know a lot of people just get the cops back right away. You've got a legless man trying to hobble away on his knee stumps holding a giant knife. Why are the guns even out here? Isn't this the perfect reason as to why tasers were invented?
Yeah.
You have a relatively stationary target. You know, it's not like he's running a 4.40 on his stumps.
How far is he going to reach with no legs? Just kick him in the head.
Right? Drop kick the fucker. Give him some sweet
like seriously,
shit
like he has no defense to a drop kick. None.
Even that knife, I don't even know if that can get you.
Shit, just chase him towards some stairs. You'll make up the ground.
How funny would it be if the cops like grabbed that fence and like Shawn Michaels started tuning up the band? They start stomping the foot. They're like, you better stop. You better. Or even better, like a third cop runs behind this guy, goes ahead on the fence, and while the stump guy is running away, looking back at the cops, the other one just wham, sweet chin music right in the face while he's not looking. There are
or just a super kick.
Yeah.
Just the super kick to the face.
There are so many things you could do outside of shooting this fucking guy. This guy did not need to get shot. You could have gotten this under control with a taser or even a fucking...
You could have thrown a rock at him.
You could have put your forehead or your hand on his forehead and just let him swing with that knife. Nothing would have happened to you.
Literally, just chase him towards stairs.
He's literally a zero-legged man in an ass-kicking
Every
contest.
Nelson that guy's been in was a half Nelson.
It's an alarming video.
You can put him in a figure 7. Hey. Corey, you could put him in a figure 7 leg lock.
It looks like somebody put I don't know if I'm allowed to say that, but whatever.
To say the least, as a double amputee is seen trying to get away from police, flashing a butcher knife.
Oh my
But
God.
what happened next? Had his
Again, why are our guns out in this situation? He's stumpy.
So, I don't know how to say what I'm trying to say.
Go ahead. I'm sure it's tasteful.
I don't know how to say it though, man. There are certain animals in the animal kingdom.
Yeah.
That there are many funny videos of them smoking cigarettes and wearing lipstick. And there is one that I saw. There actually was a series of movies called Planet of These.
Oh, yeah. I don't know what you're talking about.
It looks exactly like one of those animals dressed up in clothing. And I'm not saying which animal.
May I say, you did that very tastefully. And that was a great iRobot reference.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Only in tears.
My son was murdered.
That's right.
I don't want nobody to.
DuckTales. He looks like DuckTales.
Woo! Which version?
Yep.
And they can't do taxes. All right.
I just want y'all to get
You almost did it. I saw
Dorothy
it.
Lowe's son.
Why did you kill Manny Fresh's son? It's disgusting that you would do that.
Anthony Lowe Jr. was shot and killed by Huntington Park police officers on Thursday, just moments after a passerby shot this video.
They refuse to give everything that we need to know what really happened to him.
We know what really happened. The legless guy had a butcher knife. He was swinging it at cops and then tried to run away on his stumps. And the cops definitely should have tased him, or as Corey said, chucked a rock at him. You don't need to shoot this guy. I mean, look, everyone thinks that just because a guy's a scumbag and he's a piece of shit and he's rotten, that means, the government should just execute him. I'm not one of those people.
Can I show you an unrelated video real quick?
What's that?
There you go.
Is it in the chat or where is it?
In the chat. I
got the story up right now. When I got the stories up,
this is completely unrelated for anybody watching.
But if you're running around on your stumps,
as you do,
yeah, I can't. I won't be able to go to that. By the way, I can't click on links from YouTube. Let's just fuck it. When you're running away on stumps and you've got a knife, like I said, that is why the taser was invented. Is for situations like that.
Yeah.
Let's go to. I'm just looking at some of the chat here. He had already stabbed random passersby, which is why the cops were called. Funny that they don't tell us that one, right? When the media.
Right. This is the thing too. Is we're in this weird era where it's half videos, right?
Yeah.
You get these live videos that are in. They take place in the middle and everybody's like, oh, this represents the whole story. It's oh, that's weird because I'm pretty sure the cops didn't just walk up on a dude out of his wheelchair running with a knife.
I don't know if that guy was a direct threat to the... Oh, you son of a bitch. Oh, you piece of shit.
What?
Let's see how this works. Try to put the bananas
Why
a
did
little
you
bit higher.
send me a chimpanzee battles
running.
and chimp
Watch, go to the...
So to encourage tool use.
They look like somebody running without legs. That's all I'm saying.
Now, wait a minute. What does this have to do?
Bringing up the rear.
Nothing. It has nothing. It's completely incidental.
Oh, you're saying this is unrelated. This is a segue into something.
Yeah, I told you. I just link unrelated.
Oh, okay. Completely. Well, thank you. That helps because now I understand.
I just need a palate cleanser because I wasn't able to express what I wanted to express.
You son of a bitch.
What?
Nothing. It was good. It was good. I can see where it would have no connection to this story. Let's play the rest of this story and let's see if they report that this guy was shanking people with the butcher knife.
He was not homeless, he was loved. And it's sad, really sad how these police are getting away with killing our African American people, just getting away with it.
I mean, in fairness, they're not killing Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yet.
Not yet. Not until he gets a little lippy during a speeding ticket.
He was in a wheelchair. What more could he do? What more could he do?
Investigators say they got a call at 3:45 Thursday afternoon by a man saying he was stabbed by another man in a wheelchair.
Holy shit.
When officers arrived, they say they found Lowe with a knife. They say he got out of his wheelchair and attempted to get away.
It doesn't stop being funny, as horrible as the story is.
I know. And again, completely unrelated, but it just looks like something else to me. That's all.
I see.
Do you see what I'm talking about, though? Like, seriously, I know we're not allowed to really talk about it, but you see what I'm talking about, right?
I certainly can see a connection to maybe other chasing and running videos.
You know what's fucked up is, like, if this dude were white, I would be able to say what I'm trying to say because it's the same thing. Like, it has nothing to do with anything but the fact that he has no legs.
Now, would you say, you're saying he reminds you of Jackie Joyner Kersey, is what you're trying to say.
In a statement,
I'm saying that I'm not going to be Roseanne on my own goddamn show. That's what I'm saying.
I thought the bitch was white.
Huntington Park Police Department says officers tried twice to deploy tasers, but were unsuccessful in subduing Lowe.
Oh, well, shit. Well, there goes my out for this crippled guy.
Yeah, here's the one thing that I was going to say that I didn't know because I have to see this part. But you know what tasers don't work on very well?
Meth heads and crackheads.
People on PCP.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. Yeah, I guess if you use the taser and it didn't work and the guy's still running away and he's brandishing a knife, what else can you do?
Shoot a nature documentary, I guess.
I guess so.
And after he continued to threaten officers with the knife.
Did you try throwing a banana? Now, God damn it, now you got me
doing
it.
Whoa,
now
that's not cool. Where would you even get an idea like that?
That's when they say an officer-involved shooting happened.
Be realistic about this. What could he have possibly done in the wheelchair?
You already fucking stabbed a guy. Now
he was hobbling away with a knife after he stabbed somebody. What are you talking about?
There was literally blood on his blade. It could be returned to his sheath at any time.
Blood on his blade.
Yeah, I mean, the guy had already shanked somebody. What could he do from his wheelchair? This is what I hate about these stories. There's no nuance whatsoever. The family plays completely innocent, like the guy's never done a thing wrong in his life before. And then what could he have possibly done? Well, stupid, the thing he had already done is the thing he could have done. You can turn around, you can slash at the cops, whatever. So I'm sorry, this isn't like the cops are all evil and this guy's such a good guy. The guy who got shot was an absolute piece of shit. The cops probably didn't have to shoot the guy to stop the threat.
I don't know about that.
I said maybe.
We want justice.
We tased him. What are you going to do?
As friends and family say they have heard little from the police department or the LA County Sheriff, which is assisting in the investigation.
So now, does this mean that, like, he had the taser barbs in his body and was just still hobbling away?
Yeah, they probably hit him in the fucking nubs and he couldn't feel it.
Oh, see, that'll do it.
Like, if somebody's in a wheelchair, you can't tase them from the waist down, morons. That's just bad practice.
Got to go center mass, guys.
Which is assisting
and I'm sick of this. Can we talk about this, too? I'm so sick of, like, anybody who gets killed by the cops, no matter what the situation is, like, oh, now they're a saint.
Right, now they were, an angel.
You guys knew that your lives wasn't in danger? He's running on his limbs.
Okay, he's running on his limps, I think she said. I don't think she knows how to say stubs.
He's running on his limps.
He's running on his limps. You can have that drop, by the way, if you want it. He's running on his limps.
He's running on his limps.
The woman in the back goes, they could have negotiated. Yeah, you know who negotiates really well? Legless PCP freaks who are wielding giant butcher knives that have just stabbed somebody.
I mean, if they're not in a position to negotiate, who is?
Yeah. I want a juice box and some chicken.
He's running on his limbs.
He's running on his limbs?
Yeah, dude, they had a no justice, no peace sign for a guy who just fucking stabbed a dude. Yeah, that's fucking ridiculous.
He's running on his limbs. How cold-hearted?
He was running on his limps.
Right. You don't shoot a guy running on his limps. First of all, you had to find out what the fuck a limp is first.
And while this family struggles to make
If he was prostituting young women, he could be a pimp with a limp.
sense of their loss,
Pimp limp?
they are remembering a father, brother, son, and friend.
Come on. He didn't have a leg to stand on. Sorry. I got carried away.
Not your worst work, ironically enough.
I mean, you can't shoot, but Corey, honestly, they were being fucked up. I mean, you can't do that to that guy. I mean, the guy's literally on his knees and you shot him.
Yeah. He can't pull over anymore. He's already kneeling.
He's already kneeling down. He can't kneel down
over anymore.
Oh, man. Yeah, you could have. You know what? You didn't have to shoot him, Corey. You know what you could have done? You could have called in the horse unit, and you could have just lassoed the guy. The Lone Ranger could have taken care of this one.
Like Ted Lasso?
No, Arthur Morgan from Red Dead Redemption 2.
Oh, yeah. Here, actually, you know what?
What?
That reminds me. Here's another unrelated video. It's way better, though.
God damn it. Don't worry about it, Dutch. I'm going to bring him in.
I want that to be a movie, man.
Red Dead Redemption 2?
Uh-huh.
That would
that's just the running.
God damn it. All right, here we go.
Like, look at that running, though.
Yeah, but that chimp gets to use his feet. That other guy was using kneecaps. But I get it. They have the same kind of running form.
Same proportion, so it looks
and you're
completely
saying,
unrelated.
And you're saying
it looks
that
completely unrelated.
You're saying that a white gentleman would have looked the same way.
Correct.
Well,
it has less to do with the skin color and more to do with the doesn't have any legs beneath the kneecaps.
People are saying in the chat, it is similar. It's good.
It is. No, I'm trying to tiptoe through the tulips here because, again, like I almost just flat out said some shit that definitely could have been edited and looked real bad.
I really appreciate the sensitivity with which you're approaching this topic.
It's fucking tough. This is fucking tough.
Thank you very much to Troy.
In my head, all I can hear is DuckTales.
Thank you very much to Troy for the $5 over on PayPal. We are 105 away today. Wow, guys. Thank you very much.
We're also at 281 for likes, so make sure you smash that like button.
Oh, yeah. Hit the like button. Let's get it up to 400 by the end of the show. Let's for sure get it to 300 by 9 o'clock. And who knows? 105 away. There's the Streamlabs. There's the PayPal.
Video.
Maybe we knock out that goal by the end of the hour, too. Who knows? If you feel
video, can you still hear me?
I can still hear you.
Okay, I think the thing is spiking.
Corey's in Austin, Texas, and yep, he's gone. All right, well, that's okay. We'll keep going with the show here. Plenty to do. Corey will be back in a little bit. Yeah, he's in Austin, Texas, and Austin, Texas has this weird thing where when it gets cold out, like twice a year, their power system completely collapses. Like they just everything that's wired is fucked, just completely frozen. We got Hunter Biden news today. The thing about Hunter Biden is he's such a creep and he's such a weirdo and he's been such a giant fuck up. Like he's way past, the Donnelly brother in Black Sheep. He's way past that. But like Hunter Biden has been such a fuck up and such a black eye for the Biden administration that what I'm about to tell you about Hunter Biden, it should seem fucked up to you. It should seem really weird what I'm about to tell you. I'm going to warn you, though, it's not going to. You're going to go, really? That's it? That's what we've got? Like, I feel like with Hunter Biden, so much explosive stuff came out right away. Of course, not in the mainstream media. They don't want you to know. But, like, the stuff that's coming out now is kind of, I don't know, it's the crumbs that are left. But it's crumbs that would, like, bury any other person. Like, even the harmless stuff that Hunter Biden did, you'd still have to quit your job and move and do all kinds of shit.
Do all kinds of shit.
There you go. All right, Corey's back. So Hunter Biden's latest video that came out threatened one of his cash-strapped young female staffers with withholding her pay if she didn't FaceTime him for sex. But that's what I'm saying. Like, of all
was there any other setup or just that?
That's it. So,
okay, that's really funny.
Of all the dastardly shit that Hunter Biden's done, though, like this one coming out, again, barely anything in like as far as like this other stuff he's done. But like for a normal person, this would bury them. They would have to quit their job. They would have to move, the whole deal. Shocking text between the president's son and his young assistant, who was 29 at the time, show Hunter asking for video sex sessions and sending her cash via Apple Pay after she pleaded that she was struggling to make rent. What a giant piece of shit. I love how one of his employees goes, hey, I'm really hard up for rent. I'm really hurting. And instead of him either going, hey, I can help you out or I can float you a loan.
I can float you if you drink this.
Yeah. Here, put yourself on camera just fucking shoving shit in your pussy for me. How about that while I jerk off? And she's like, you know what? I think I'll just be late with the rent this month.
Yeah, sounds like I'm going to pay a late fee.
Yeah, it sounds like it's only $30 if I pay it on the 15th. So like, I don't need to shove shit in my vagina for you, Hunter. I know you don't have to, but do you want to? No! The woman who Daily Mail has chosen not to identify worked as an assistant at Hunter's law firm in 2018 and 2019. She is the fourth employee he is known to have had a sexual relationship with. Documents on his abandoned laptop show Hunter put his lover and brother's widow, Haley Biden, on his company payroll, as well as her sister, Liz Segundi, with whom he also had an affair, text revealed. Basically, we're at a point where if Hunter Biden had a woman working for him, you can bet that they fucked and did drugs together.
Yeah.
Oh, boy, I don't think I can show these.
Or they were fired.
I don't think I can show these pictures. Oh, they're pixelated. Hunter Biden had a sexual relationship with one of his staffers who was chosen not to be identified. Hunter filmed and photographed her having sex with him and saved the images on his laptop hard drive. What a fucking creep. I'll show it real quick because it is pixelated, so I don't think there's technically anything bad about it. But there it is. 1, 2, 3. There, we'll take that down. He also hired his daughter's basketball coach, reportedly former stripper London Roberts, but ended her employment and stopped responding to her messages after she told him she was pregnant with his child.
To be fair, she was a terrible basketball coach.
Yeah, I mean, awful. Wasn't even a lesbian. Roberts eventually had to sue him for child support.
She never grabbed my balls, you know? Bad basketball coach.
Is there any interaction with any woman with Hunter Biden where he's not a gigantic piece of shit?
Probably his mom.
Maybe, but like even his dead brother's widow.
I don't know, but like he kind of sounds like he'd be fun to hang out with, right?
Oh, a blast. But, you know, not making business deals on his dad's behalf and filtering his dad's money through himself. I mean, that's kind of shitty and awful. Does sound like a great time and a hell of a party. But this guy should be nowhere near any kind of levers of power, as it were. So his daughter had a stripper basketball coach. He fucked her and then knocked her up because, you know, that's how Hunter rolls. And then she had to sue him for child support. I love when she tells him she's pregnant. He's like, all right, no more talking to you. I'm not fucking some pregnant bitch. Messages and emails involving his now 33-year-old assistant first appear on Hunter's laptop in June 2018 when he flew her from Los Angeles to Washington, D.C. Hunter filmed and photographed her having sex with him around that time and saved the images on his laptop.
Do you have to pay a hooker extra to film it?
I bet you hookers are not going to let you film it.
But like those hookers are getting paid so much, right?
Well, this one wasn't a hooker.
Well, a strawberry, same thing.
I mean, she was an employee of his, and he made her fuck him so that she could make her
But
rent.
I guarantee you she was getting drugs or something, right?
I mean, Hunter had them. That's for sure.
Strawberry.
The part-time model and fitness instructor was given important administrative tasks at his company, such as receiving Burisma board documents for Hunter to sign. So she was very active in the family process, if you will.
Do you want to know one of the funniest, like, just sad things about me? Like, it makes me look really bad, but it's kind of funny. For, like, at least, because I don't give a fuck about Biden, and I give even less of a shit about his kid. Like, now that he's president, I have to pay attention, but I've never given a fuck about him, right?
Yeah.
I thought early on they were saying that his dad got him a job as a barista. And I was like, who the fuck cares if he works at a Starbucks?
Yeah, if only, right? No. Instead, he was doing deals on behalf of his father, telling foreign dignitaries that he could get them in tight with his dad and the administration if they did business with him. Hey, Corey, what was one of those countries that he was doing that in?
Man, I don't know.
What was
Probably, I don't know. We got to give some more money to Ukraine, though. I wish I could remember the one you were talking about.
Oh, yeah. I believe they did business in Ukraine. Isn't that weird how that works out? What a weird coincidence.
Just so you know, Mr. Approachable sent me an unrelated video as well.
God damn it. I'll get there.
Yeah, I know.
The part-time model and fitness instructor was given important tasks. In January 2019, she emailed Hunter's secretary asking why she had not received her December paycheck of $837. And why her company health insurance was not
low to like bang a chick, right?
Yeah, and why her company health insurance was not active. Oh, what a piece of shit. 2 months later, he sent her $500 by Apple Pay and complained he had really no money due to alimony, tuitions, and other shit like girls' insurance, etc. He told her, "You're as beautiful to me inside as you so obviously are on the outside. Miss you very much and feel horrible for having treated you so poorly." Oh, and then there's an Apple Pay here. I'll put these up. There's an Apple Pay receipt for $1,000, and he says, "Does this work? Just for small stuff."
Corey Dinosaur says, "I'm starting to think this Hunter guy is just misunderstood."
I'm starting to think this guy's just really trying to do the right thing, and he just keeps stumbling.
Yeah, he's a misguided hero. It's just a shame what the media did to him. I think Biden might be right. I think the media had it out for him.
Yeah, the media really should have protected this guy a little bit.
Oh, dude.
So she says to him, "Appreciate it. Anything helps. I've really been scraping by the last month or so. I haven't even paid my rent yet." And then he sends her $1,500, and he says, "Wanted to make sure it worked. I will bake up." I think he means make up, but with Hunter, it could mean bake up. "I will make up for back pay. You have to make up for back work by FaceTiming me and or going to our next club party." What a piece of shit. What an absolute ass. Like, he gave her all this money, and he knew before he sent it to her that he's going to ask her for the FaceTime thing. She says, "When can you FaceTime?" And then he gave her $500 and said, "When can you FaceTime? If we FaceTime, the rule has to be no talk of anything but sex, and we must be naked, and we have to do whatever the other person asks within reason." And then sent her $750 and wrote "deal?" ? And then she said, "When can you talk? I can later tonight." And Hunter says, "Anytime from now forward." So Hunter's just horny as fuck, and he's like, "Hey, whenever you can FaceTime, let's do it." "Hey, hun, in the middle of working out on the track, I can FaceTime later? Night workout? Cool. Try me, and I am awake. I'll answer. LY, I think that means love you. I don't know. Yeah, just got home. I look like a troll. I'm going to shower, then FaceTime you." And then Hunter said, "Set phone up. Knows I can spy on you showering. Whoa,
that's weird.
You're the sexiest woman I've ever been with. Troll not possible. Hey, you okay?" This is like 2 hours later. She says, "Calling you now. No, I've been trying to put this lingerie on, and it's so annoying. I finally got it on. Boo." And then he wrote, "It's you." And she goes, "Oh my God, LOL, 3 seconds at a time." And then he says, "Restart your phone. I'll do the same. We try again." Then come the Apple Pays again. $20. You're gorgeous. Where are you in the world? $10. Trash truck. I love your hair and pretty much everything else. Can I see your beautiful as is? $25. Amazing. Show me how you play with yourself when you're all alone. $100. We can have a contest to see who comes first. If you win, you get $100, and I will just win. And if I win, I just win. Everyone wins the game. Love you. Beautiful. You're the sexiest ever. Oh, wait, he's not done. Well, now you've proven to everyone that you can have the greatest ass in the whole world ever, and I'm hiding in the cabana. What? Oh, God damn it. Why? Oh, and then there's him just taking a picture with his
thanks
dick
for
out.
that.
Oh, fuck. This guy is... You know what? I'm starting to believe the misunderstood thing, Corey.
Yeah.
I mean, here's Hunter just, he's just laying it all out on the line for his lady and just letting her know how he feels.
Here's a real
about
question.
it.
How is he still married?
Is he? I thought he was divorced.
He's on his second wife from like 2019. I didn't know they got.
Wow. You know what? Congratulations then, Hunter.
His wife is like a like what is it? South African activist. She's pretty hot too.
God.
It's like, it's just funny because it's like, how are you still there?
She made herself a nice chunk of change from the whole FaceTiming thing. Crusher says,
I don't think that's his wife.
oh no, I meant the girl. Crusher says Aaron should show some skin. Maybe Hunter will knock out the super chats for the week. Oh no, you know what? Am I that big of a whore?
Chats.
Perhaps. Speaking of
go
which,
look at that unrelated video.
I will go look at that next. 105 away from this morning's goal. Half hour of overtime if we knock it out. We're doing pretty well, guys. Thank you.
301 in likes.
Streamlabs and PayPal right there in the chat and pinned to the top of the page. Super chats and memberships work. What'd you say, 301?
301.
All right, 301 likes. Let's get to 400 by the end of today's show. Go ahead and smash the shit out of the like button. All right, let's go see what Corey sent me. Oh, boy. And this is related.
This is from Mr. Approachable. This is unrelated.
This is completely unrelated. Nothing to do with nothing
to do with any stories we've seen so far.
Okay, nothing to do
Definitely not one in particular.
Definitely nothing to do with the California police shooting story.
Correct.
Okay, good. I'm just glad. Wait a minute. That California cop story had a man with a knife, and this is monkeys knife fighting.
Yeah, it's two monkeys knife fighting.
Oh, yeah, I guess that's totally
It's unrelated. We're just The Simpsons, man. I love The Simpsons.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Look at the attention to detail. The one monkey knife fighter even had a chest scar.
It's not his first knife fight.
Yeah, it's not his first one. All right. Well, yeah.
One more time. Oh, no.
Oh, here. It's good that, that's nice that we can play these unrelated videos kind of as segues,
I just like to have unrelated videos, It's nice.
Good segue.
Yeah.
Good segue into the next thing we have
Completely unrelated.
Oh, shit. Is Batista part black? Because if so, we might have fucked up. I think Batista's black, and what's his other nationality? Filipino.
Nah, he's a wrestler.
Oh, okay. Well, then fair enough. Dave Batista's having a really insecure moment, apparently.
Well, I feel like that happens to anybody who's been recently in an M. Night Shyamalan movie, right?
Oh, that's right. That's that horror movie he was in.
I can't wait for that movie. Oh, when is that out? God damn it.
I don't know.
So it's called Knock at the Cabin, right?
Yes.
But it's based on a book called Cabin at the End of the World, which I read a few years ago. And the book is awesome. And if he doesn't fuck it up, it's even got his stupid little twist already built into the story.
Yeah.
And then when I saw that trailer with Batista in it, I was like, yes.
Batista looks like he does a good job in that movie, too.
That's what I'm saying. He kind of looks like a nerd, too, with his glasses.
Yeah. Isn't it kind of strange that the guy who couldn't cut a fucking promo to save his life in wrestling actually has the charisma to be an actor?
I was just on a buddy of mine's wrestling podcast, and we were just talking about how, isn't it funny how Batista, who literally could not act at all when he was a wrestler, is now a pretty predominant actor?
Yeah. I mean, he started with action, but he figured out the acting part.
But like he was so fucking bad on the mic.
Yeah. So I don't know how many of our female fans, we have, 7% of our fans are female. I don't mean to, brag or anything.
Well, as long as they're getting paid less than the other percentage of our listeners, I'm fine.
That I always make sure that that's the case. Well, at any rate, Dave Batista, I don't know if women find him attractive or not, but he's apparently having like outward insecurities about his looks. Imagine that. Actors are vain.
What?
Yeah.
That dude is built like a fucking Jesus Christ.
I know. Like that's the thing when I see guys like that.
Fuck.
And they're being
Dude, I shaved off my beard and found 7 extra necks.
Right. Like if Dave Batista doesn't believe he's an attractive man, then you're like, what the fuck hope is there for me? But it
Sounds
also
like bullet dinner for this guy. Jesus, that's insane.
It also kind of makes you feel good though, doesn't it? Like even a guy who's like ripped to shreds is like, God, I'm so fucking ugly.
Huh. Money really doesn't solve everything. Weird.
No. Dave Batista has shared his concerns over why he has not yet been offered a lead role in a romantic comedy. I mean, in fairness, he is funny.
Because he can't act.
Since the early 2010s, the former WWE star has established a successful acting career with Guardians of the Galaxy, Avengers, Dune, Glass Onion. However, Batista has yet to tackle a role that allows
Did you see that Glass Onion? Is that any good?
I've heard it's very good, but no, I haven't seen it.
Yeah, I didn't watch that Knives Out one either.
I want to see the Glass Onion, and I want to see Black Phone.
I want to see The Whale in Black Phone is written by Stephen King's kid.
Oh, really? Yeah,
That's Joe Hill.
I'd like to see The Whale too. God, there's a lot of good shit out there.
Yeah, The Whale's the one, and then I just watched Last of Us last night. I finished those 3 up,
Dude,
out.
How easy is Brendan Fraser to root for?
The easiest, right?
Has there ever been someone easier to root for than Brendan Fraser? I'm trying to think, and I can't.
Not in Hollywood.
No.
I mean, maybe, like, I'm trying to think, like...
Right? Robert Downey
Maybe, like okay, so it's not an actor. Yeah, Robert Downey's a good one, actually. Robert Downey's very easy to...
root for.
Tom Hardy was a crackhead early on. He's pretty easy to root for.
Yeah.
The one that jumped out to me though wasn't a actor at all, but Tyson Fury. It's Tyson Fury-esque, the comeback.
Yeah.
Because when Tyson Fury went absolutely ballistic, ballooned up, like him coming back, he was real easy to root for.
Yeah. Well, then, and Brendan Fraser, he had like a whole, like he was kind of blacklisted because he was threatening to come out with names of people who had sexually advanced on him, right?
No, he did. He accused somebody of raping him.
Oh, he straight up came out and accused
I
him.
believe so. Yeah, and then nobody believed him, and then he's like, "Yeah, it's a big problem," and this and that. And this was all prior to like the Weinstein stuff.
Yeah.
And so then he kind of was vindicated, and then came back, and now he's back. I guess I don't know. I guess he was like blackballed pretty heavily over it.
Really heavily, because he went from like the Mummy movies and being a really top draw to just nobody worked with him.
Sure, but like here's my other argument, right? Have you seen all of the Mummy movies, not the first Mummy movie?
The
like
first
you can't really blame Hollywood for blacklisting you when you've used like a franchise of just absolute shit movies. Again, the first one was fine.
I like the first one.
First one's good. It's a better Indiana Jones movie than most Indiana Jones movies.
Yes.
But then like he just wasn't in anything good. Like if he had been in if he had been in better movies leading up to that, I don't know that he would have got blackballed the way he did.
You're right. It really is an Indiana Jones movie.
Oh, it is. The first Mummy movie is Indiana Jones. That's literally what it is.
100%. Yeah, when Emotep comes in, I'm surprised they don't go, cover your heart.
Right, yeah.
But at
Mecha Shia.
April and I watched, and I still haven't seen the fucking ending of this movie. I still haven't seen the whole thing. I fell asleep. Dallas Buyers Club last night.
I've never seen that movie.
It's not bad. It's not bad.
So, okay, check this out. So you got The Mummy Returns, The Mummy Tomb of whatever the fuck, and Journey to the Center of Earth. That's what he did up until 2022. So like, this whole, his career, like, yeah, they probably went out of their way to fuck you for sure. But if you weren't just taking every garbage script that was a spinoff of a movie you did, you wouldn't have been in a position for them to do that to you.
Dexter Morgan is telling us Glass Onion is horrible.
Is it?
Yeah. Oh my God, Dub says Training Day film scene where Tuco of Breaking Bad says you ever had your shit pushed in was just prior to the great shower scene with girls. Am I the last person on earth to put that together? I did not know that the guy from Training Day, the shit pushed in guy, I did not know that was Tuco.
You didn't?
I mean, now that I'm thinking about it, obviously, yes, it's him.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was so crazy because every time I watch Breaking Bad or Better Call Saul, I'm like, that I know fucking Tuco. I know who that is. Oh my God, that's it. What an asshole I am.
That's funny. Yeah, it's Tuco's in a lot of shit. I've actually been having the same thing because I'm going back and watching The Wire.
Yeah.
And you forget how many people are in The Wire because they're apparently, and I don't know if you knew this or not, but they made another The Wire last year, and it's called We Own These Streets, and it has the guy from Punisher, John Lithendale or Lithdale. What the fuck's that guy's name?
The Punisher.
Yeah, he played Punisher. He played Shane in Walking Dead.
Oh, John Barenthal.
Yeah, Barenthal.
Yeah.
So like they have the same guy that wrote it, and it takes place in Baltimore, and it came out last April, and it's basically a complete sequel to The Wire, which is one of my favorite shows ever. And so I'm like, oh, I didn't even know this existed. So now I'm going back and watching The Wire, but it's just crazy because it's the same kind of thing. I keep seeing people from like all this other shit because those early on HBO shows like Oz, The Wire, and Sopranos, those people are in everything now. Like, that's where Albus got his start. I mean, like, it's crazy.
Yeah. So Batista hasn't done a romantic movie yet, and he's like kind of bummed out about it. He says, I know I'm not your typical rom-com lead. I'm a little rough around the edges, But I always
Jesus Christ.
Listen to this.
I can't deal with sad Batista.
I can't do sad Dave. I'm a little rough around the edges, but I always, I look in the mirror and I ask myself, am I that unattractive? Is there something that unappealing about me that excludes me from these parts? Dude, I can't do this.
I can't do it either, dude. You are literally Drax. You're so fucking ripped that they cast you as Drax. Shut the fuck up.
Somebody give Dave Bautista a fucking rom-com, for God's sake. I don't want to see sad muscle Dave. You know what? I don't know if April's awake yet. I don't know if she has access to the chat. Maybe I'll just, you know what? April, in the chat, somebody please make this man feel better. April, would you fuck Dave Bautista if given single, the whole deal, given the chance? Do you fuck Dave Bautista? Would some woman in the chat please say that they'd fuck Dave Bautista? Dave is sad. Multi-time WWE champion Dave Bautista is sad and doesn't think he's pretty. And that breaks my heart.
I don't know. At the moment that you don't think you're pretty, you become not pretty, right? Confidence is huge.
Look at the girls. The little Lemmy saying, ew, dude. Grinch girl, I would. Why not? Jive turkey, nope. Wow, women don't want to fuck Dave Bautista? Maybe it's because
this is challenging my perception of reality.
I know. Camo girl says I would. April says he's not my type. Oh my God. I suppose if she'd fuck Dave Bautista, then I'm in trouble.
Yeah, she prefers the more fragile guys.
Dude, if Dave Bautista is insecure about the way he looks, what fucking hope is there for us?
You're already married. You're fine. Shut up.
Oh, you still got to work at it though, right? No, just fuck it. Oh man, poor Dave. Can we get him a rom-com? Who are you casting as his opposite? Who's going to be the love interest of Dave Bautista?
Well, she's dead, but originally I would go China, right?
Obviously, kind of easy.
I would watch, dude. Okay, so check it out, right? I'll write it right now for you. It's Dave Bautista and it's China, and they're in a fucking movie about two pro wrestlers trying to make it and flourish. There you go, done. It's like The Wrestler, but there's somebody else there doing cocaine with him.
I see. Somebody says Jennifer Aniston. I was gonna say Eva Mendes for Batista.
See, in my mind, like in a rom-com, he would just be walking around like the man with the iron fist. Did you ever see that movie?
Yeah.
Where he's just like, every sequence in that movie is just him standing like, I'm Batista, and then like 80 people coming at him, and then him just like throwing them.
Right.
You know? Like in my opinion, that's like what a rom-com would be with him.
April says, throw him in a soap opera. He'd get all the bitches. Yeah, I mean, poor Dave.
Throw him in some fucking acting classes first, though, would you?
Ryan the Garbage Man says Kathy Bates. Omega Dread says Batista and Lizzo. SC Motorsport says April will fuck Aaron, but not Dave. Litchfield really broke that girl. Jessica J says Batista's ugly. He has an egghead. Dave Batista's mom is a lesbian. I don't know what that has to do with anything. Mark Atkinson says Amy Schumer. Dolph Ziggler already roughed her up a few times, didn't he? I mean, there's that. There's that. April says, it's something about his face for me that I don't like. The rest is great. He's a butt his face. Here you go.
A butt his face?
A butt his face. How about Karen Angle? We'll just keep it in the wrestling realm. Oh, no, I guess she's Karen Jarrett now. Whoopsie daisy.
Ooh, that's awkward.
Whoopsie daisy. Sorry, Kurt. Bum ba da dum ba da dum bum ba da da. She fucks. She fucks. Michael Mitchell says,
I gave you conolingus with a broken fucking neck.
I came on your tits with a broken fucking neck. It's real. It's damn real. He wears a mouth guard that just says determination on it while he fucks. Kurt goes 100% or not at all. April says, can I put a bag over his head while I fuck? No, the guy's already insecure. You put a bag over his head, he's going to suffocate himself and want to die. No, you can't put a bag over. A guy tells you that he's sensitive and that he doesn't feel pretty and he doesn't feel attractive. And what do? Oh, Dave, I'll throw you a pity lay. Here, could you put this bag on? You're hideous. The bag wouldn't even fit right because, as someone already said, he's got a weird egg-shaped head. It'd keep sliding off, and then everybody would be unhappy. God, you girls know how to shatter a guy's heart. Christ. Guy tries to pour his heart out to you and tell you that he's feeling a little insecure and ugly, and what do? Here, put this bag over your head. You are all fucking sadists, and you don't even know it. At any rate, I'm getting really defensive of the animal. That's all. I don't know, he continued. It's just never come my way. I've never had an offer to do a rom-com. I still have high hopes. I'll just keep searching. Isn't he like in his 50s now? I mean, Richard Gere, I guess, did rom-coms when he was in his 50s. You muted yourself, by the way.
Oh, God damn it.
Batista's next role is in the M. Night Shyamalan thriller Knock at the Cabin.
I know. I can't wait for that, man. I'm excited.
In which
he's going to fuck it up, though.
Now, come on. He's already sensitive. God damn it.
No. M. Night Shyamalan is going to fuck it up.
Okay. All right.
I think Batista, not only was I super happy when I saw, I was like, oh shit, that's Batista, but the guy he's playing is perfect for Batista.
Yeah.
It's weird because in the books, he's a little bit more scrawny, but personality and gruffness and stuff, it's a way more, I'm not going to ruin it for people. It's a way better take on the story to have that dude be fucking ripped.
I'm glad that Batista's getting a role like that. I'm upset that M. Night Shyamalan's still getting movies.
I know. And I'm what really worries me again is the book. It's called Cabin at the End of the World, at the Edge of the World. And it's a great book. And it has that classic M. Night Shyamalan, what a twist moment, right? Yeah. So hopefully M. Night realizes that, and that's why he wanted it, and he'll just fucking tell the story the way it fucking is. Because I swear to God, you hear me, M. Night Shyamalan? If I walk into that fucking theater and you do another Avatar Airbender to me, I'll fucking find you, all right?
M. Night Shyamalan, this is so perfect for
him. I know you watch Steel Toe, M. Night.
M. Night Shyamalan was... Actually, I actually have news about M. Night Shyamalan, Corey.
Okay.
Turns out he's been dead this entire time.
What a twist.
Oh, my God. Wouldn't that be great? M. Night Shyamalan at the end of his career goes, I'm Rob Reiner. I've been dead the whole time. Fuck. There never was an M. Night Shyamalan. And he goes, no, there was never a Rob Reiner. And you're like, oh, my God, what just happened? That M. Night Shyamalan is crazy. Then he walks back on the stage, and they're like, who the fuck are you?
I swear to God, though, if this is another Avatar, I'm going to lose my fucking mind.
How great that he was born in a village called Pudcherry.
Fucking makes sense.
M. Night was born in
All of his movies suck, though, really. I mean, Unbreakable's probably the only good movie he's ever done.
Well, here, let's look at him. What has he got so far? Knock at the Cabin.
The Beach, what is it? The Old or whatever it was, the Beach one. That one was stupid.
Here's his director ones. Let's find some good ones.
Here we go.
He's directed 18 movies.
Wow. Who keeps giving him fucking money? Knock it off.
That's my thing. Why? Servant. It's a TV series. He directed 4 episodes. Who gives a shit?
Never saw that.
Old
was terrible.
I think that was a movie about the theme of his movies. Glass, I didn't like Glass.
Glass was terrible.
I can't watch Split.
Split was terrible.
I don't like that James McAvoy. I don't. I think his character in that is awful. I think that character tries too hard to be, James McAvoy just wrote, the kind of crazy character we'd write as 4th graders. There was...
Sure.
I didn't really see a lot of depth to that. The Visit.
I don't know that I saw that one.
After Earth was dog shit.
After Earth, I said that not okay. So After Earth, I didn't see it because I started watching it and I stopped. I love bad movies.
Yeah,
I love when a movie's so bad it's good. Santa Jaws, there's a good one for people to check out. This is just a bad good movie. Or Velocipaster's another great bad movie.
I've never heard of that one.
Oh, Velocipaster is literally a pastor who turns into a velociraptor and then takes care of the Lord's justice. And there's 2 of them. It is one of the best shitty movies you'll ever see. It's terrible. It's not a good movie, but it is so fucking bad. It's hilarious. It's like the Insane Clown Posse movie. It's so bad.
Oh,
it's
dude,
great.
Don't talk shit about Big Money Rustlers. That had no business being as entertaining as it was.
Right, but it's such a bad movie. It's great. All the just deadpan dialogue and shit. That's what a good bad movie is.
Yes.
And
he made the guy go get chili in New York City.
Right. And After Earth, I went in there and I was like, all right, we'll watch this. And I was fucking, I don't know, 30 minutes in, I was like, fucking, I don't care. Not only was I bored, but I didn't even, when I don't care where a movie's going, that's when they fucked up, because I will, at a half hour in, I'm almost committed at that point.
Yeah. M. Night Shyamalan. So After Earth, The Last Airbender.
Yeah, okay, so that's the worst movie. Oh God, I'll never forgive him for that. Have you ever seen the cartoon Avatar: The Last Airbender? Like, I know you got kids and
That
shit. You
one's
ever watch
supposed
that?
to be good.
So that cartoon show, and I recommend it even for adults. That cartoon show is one of the best cartoon shows I've ever seen, and I watched it again like 3 years ago. It still holds up. It's a really good thing. And this motherfucker comes in. They made a live action movie, and he like changes everything. He makes it so that like like in the story, there's like 5 different elements. Everybody, you can be fire, air, water. It doesn't matter, right? But he made every different element a different ethnicity. And it's like, what the fuck is happening? So he made it like this weird, it was like fucking gentrified, The Last Airbender. It was fucking garbage. And it the dialogue was terrible. The special effects were terrible. I walked out of that pissed. Like, not only was it a shitty fucking movie, but he ruined something I really liked.
Is this the Mark Wahlberg one? I've never seen The Happening.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Happening is okay, I believe. The Happening is
okay though. It's just
Is that the one with Nicole Kidman? No, that's something else. Hold on, I gotta look at it.
Yeah, The Happening is the Mark Wahlberg one. A science teacher, his wife, and a young girl struggle to survive a plague that causes those infected to commit suicide.
Yeah, that movie sucks.
But they've been dead the whole time. No, I don't know.
They've been dead the whole time. What a twist.
This movie was absolute shit. The Lady in the Water.
Yeah, that movie sucks.
The Village. Some people
Sucks.
like The Village. Was that bad? I didn't see it.
So The Village, like, I will say this. If I didn't know it was M. Night Shyamalan going in, The Village might have been okay. But because his whole gimmick is that there's a cool twist at the end of all of his movies, not only did I see the twist coming, but I saw it coming within the first 10 minutes of the movie and then just sat there bored.
Yeah. Then you got the Signs.
Terrible movie.
Unbreakable.
That movie, and like, I'll say that movie is like kind of okay, but the main thing is like you set up this entire fucking movie
and then
these aliens so let me get this straight. These aliens' only weakness is water, so they go to a planet that's made out of 80% water.
Yeah, that was fucking dumb.
Like, that's fucking stupid as fuck.
Yeah. Oh, the aliens are here. What kills them? The thing that we are.
Right. Like, not only like we're made out of it, it's all like, so if you're an alien and you can travel around all space, and we know this from our own universe, go to Mars.
Right.
There's no water there. There's frozen water, but you can take care of that.
It would be like if humans were traveling through space and we could land on any planet. So we go, I know what we'll do. Let's land on the one that's covered in anthrax.
Yeah, or let's go to the one that has no oxygen.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just so fucking stupid. And it was such a lazy fucking ending.
Yeah. Unbreakable, I did like Unbreakable.
Unbreakable's great. That's a great movie, and that's his only good movie in my book.
The Sixth Sense, I didn't mind either.
Terrible. Terrible movie. I hated that. That's another one where, again, I think I just saw it coming too quick. I remember I was in the theater with a buddy of mine who that was like his favorite movie at the time, and I went to go see him with him, and it was like the second or third time he had seen it.
Yeah.
And I hadn't seen it in about halfway, like not even halfway through. When there's a point where the kid's talking, and Bruce Willis is like talking to the kid, and nobody's interacting. I'm like, oh, Bruce Willis is dead. Right. And my buddy just jawed down, looks over at me. He's like, have you seen this before? And I'm like, no, it's just really stupid and predictable.
It's just a stupid fucking movie. Let's continue on. So look, Dave Bautista wants to be in a rom-com. Somebody get him a fucking rom-com, please. So he doesn't, I don't need to see Dave.
We should reboot. What's a good rom-com? What are the best rom-coms? Hold on. I'm gonna see we get, because here's the thing.
Disposable Movie 9.
Hollywood is out of ideas, right? I think we all know that.
Right.
So if we're trying to get him a role, we're going to have to make it a remake, right?
Sure.
Here's Vanity Fair, who I trust for
romantic comedies. Yeah.
Oh, number 1 right there. When Harry Met Sally. Reboot it.
There you go. You could have Dave Bautista and Margot Robbie. There you go.
Done. We did it.
How about, wait a minute. Does Magic Mike count as a rom-com? Because then if so, Batista would be perfect for a Magic Mike movie.
There you go.
All right.
Or Sleepless in Seattle. I mean, you could do all this shit, you know?
Yeah. Hey, guys, I've got some news now that it's over. Check this out. Kevin Brennan tried to go live during Steel Toe, and we had double the viewers he did the entire time. I don't think old Kevin Brennan will be trying to go up against the Steel Toe again anytime soon. That did not work out too well.
Wait, he's going up against us?
Yikes. He tried. It didn't work out too well.
Are you making friends?
He's no Chrissy Mayer, I'll tell you that much. Chrissy's kicking the shit out of us right now. What do you do? She's got that Eliza Blue stuff going on, though. People are going crazy over that Eliza Blue coverage.
Yeah, why do they care so much?
Well, she's a chick, and she lied about being sexual. She really is, like, we love heels, and she is a great heel. And, like, she is, because she's remarkably easy to hate. So I get why people are kind of focused on it. I understand. Bumbaclo says he said he would put y'all out of business. Did he really say that? Ew. Now, Bumbaclo, you lie a lot, so I'm not sure if he actually said
All
that.
he does is lie. What do you mean he lies a lot? Have you ever seen him say anything that's true ever?
But if he did say that, that's pretty cringe.
Why is he going up against us? What did you do?
Oh, nothing. I don't think he's purposely going up against us. I think he just doesn't have a show today. And did he really? Oh, he said it as a joke. Yeah, Kevin's always fucking around. That's whatever. Todd says MLC had 395 at the end, closer than you think, Aaron. Still about 200 off the pace. I think we're gonna be fine. Yeah. Bumbaclo says it was a joke. Yeah, I don't. Michael says, Aaron, is the Kevin Brennan beef just a work? I don't think Kevin and I have beef. I think I make fun of him hard, and then he makes fun of us hard, and I don't think any of us really mean it. I like to
kind of sounds like the internet, huh?
Yeah. Like Kevin calls us camel toe, and then he goes live during our show, and we have 200 more viewers than him. Of course, I'm going to cock off about that. Why wouldn't I? And he's going to say, I'm going to put that steel toe out of business. And then we're going to go, aha, you missed by about 300 most of the time, fuckface. And then we both laugh. That's about how it works. It's no more than that. People are like, is it a work? I didn't think that I was doing it. I didn't think it seemed like a shoot. I don't know what to tell you. I think Kevin does very well in his afternoon time slot. I think that's where his audience is. We do just as well in our morning time slot. What are you going to do? 105 away from today's goal. What's the like number at before Corey, I'm going to mute you for a second here. I'm going to open up the 7 o'clock hour stories. We're going to get moving on those.
What?
105 away from overtime today. If you feel like chipping in, there's the PayPal, there's the Streamlabs. Super chats and memberships count as well. We're probably fine if we just run the, as Just a Dabbler calls it, the super chat music with 5 minutes left in the show. We'll probably knock it out then. But if you guys want to contribute before, hey, you know me. I'm not going to stop you. All right, let's...
That's the last time.
That's the last time you're ever getting muted. I'm sorry.
I just want to say, first off, don't ask me a fucking question, then mute me immediately, you dickbag.
I'm sorry.
You were like, what are the likes at? And I literally minimized. And I was looking at it. And I'm like, 329. And you're like, oh, you're muted. I'm like, motherfucker.
All right. So we're at 329. Oh, this Vito guy loves our show and he can't get enough of us. He goes, Kevin's first morning show had more watching than you. We had twice as many people, more than twice as many most of the time. I know, Vito, I don't know what you're talking about, bud, but I'm worried about your ability to count and read. Oh,
poor Vito. He don't read so good.
Poor Vito. He wants something to be true so bad that he just tries to will it into existence. Oh, you poor baby. All right. They say, will Shaka dance? Oh, yeah, it's Black History Month. So, of course, I think Shaka should dance for any... I think Shaka
That's
should
my
dance...
cue. I'm going to go start my car.
For any Super Chat or any PayPal or Streamlabs. I think he should do that. Yeah, Vito says numbers are right there. Vito, you're embarrassing yourself. Stop it, son. Be a man. All right, Project Veritas. Corey always leaves during the good stuff. Project Veritas had that whole Pfizer sting operation thing, and then I guess they're banned from posting on YouTube for like a week. 787 watching now, started streaming 14 minutes ago. Chrissy Mayer, she should teach a branding class. Yeah, Chrissy has been doing crazy numbers with that Eliza Blue thing. Absolutely. Balls Deep says, Vito's having trouble seeing views and live viewers. I don't know. Well, we have more views, too, because we're in the thousands at this point.
Dude, a bird or squirrel or something just hit my window.
Fuck, man. Texas is falling apart. What the hell are you guys doing?
Fucking hilarious.
All right. Project Veritas had the Pfizer thing. And to me, like the Pfizer thing, YouTube took it down. They called it medical misinformation. They suspended Project Veritas for 7 days. Here's my issue with that. It wasn't like Project Veritas didn't say anything. Project Veritas didn't give out any medical information. The executive from Pfizer said it.
Right, but that guy's claiming that it was lies, so every video they do it after that, YouTube can be like false information because they don't give a fuck.
Oh, that's actually kind of smart. So he's saying, I'm lying. I wasn't telling the
No,
truth.
that's what he said. Did you not see that video when he confronted him?
I saw that part. He goes, I
Where he's
lied
like-
to impress a date.
Yeah, I was lying to impress a guy on the date. So he's like, so everything he said is not true. And then he also deleted his LinkedIn, and there's no public record of him being in
Pfizer
at all. Yeah, because it was on his LinkedIn. It was on something else. He deleted all his online shit. And then he told the guy, I was lying because I was on a date. So now everything that Veritas said, they can say is medical misinformation. I mean, I don't agree it is, but I'm just saying from their perspective.
It's actually pretty smart. That's actually a pretty...
I mean, it's the only move if you basically fucking admitted to like meddling with fucking strain mutations.
Well, right, because if you're Pfizer, you don't get in trouble for spreading medical misinformation, and it's not your YouTube channel, so you can basically nuke them by going, nope, we were lying and spreading medical misinformation, so you better take them down. Oh,
well, and Veritas gets banned almost every time they put something out. And honestly, the real tragedy here is, why is anybody who does what Veritas do not on Rumble? Like, what are you fucking doing?
Yeah, if you're Veritas,
Like,
you
this
kind
is
of belong.
like again,
Rumble
I'm not
was
hating on
created for
YouTube.
Veritas.
Well, I'm not hating on YouTube. I like YouTube. It's cool. It's the biggest audience, but like their TOS is really restrictive when it comes to a lot of things.
Yeah.
And especially if you're going to be Project Veritas, why the fuck would you even be on YouTube?
Right, like you said, every time they upload a video, they're suspended for at least a week.
Right.
So, yeah, it doesn't really make a lot of sense that they would be...
Skeezy said not enough reach on Rumble. That's bullshit, though, because this story has been carried by fucking Tucker Carlson. None of the actual traction from this is YouTube, because YouTube repeatedly will downgrade you into their algorithm. This is the thing YouTube loves to do, is when they don't want something to succeed, they'll just notch it down algorithmically. And they've proven this. It happens all the time. So, like, if they didn't want... I bet Veritas is already like that. But this idea that, there's not enough traction on Rumble, they're not getting any traction from YouTube. All of their traction is coming from the main media outlets covering this. This story was on CBS, it was on ABC, it was on CNN, MSNBC, and Fox. It's not YouTube, guys.
I think Michael's right. You don't need to impress a gay guy during a date. You're going to get your dick sucked before dessert. Exactly. I mean, we're not talking about, like, some guy who's a 4 going on a date with an 8.
Just because you bang dudes doesn't mean you'll bang every dude. Shut the fuck up with that, both of you. That's garbage. That's a garbage take.
That is a horrible thing to say, that gay men are a little hypersexualized and tend to fuck a lot. How dare you? Michael, you apologize.
You're right, because every date you've ever been on, you fucked that person afterwards.
I'm not gay.
Right, but like, you're still a dude.
I'm telling you, I'm not gay.
Uh-huh.
God damn it, would you believe me, please?
Uh-huh.
Racist Hollywood already typecast Shaka for Magic Mike 4. It's all your fault, Aaron. Shit. Damn it.
This is like penis do the jingling thing?
Oh, Lordy, I can dance up a storm. You put me on that stage, I'll dance for the ladies. White ladies happen to love Shaka. The bigger the ass, the bigger the class I'm teaching. You know what I mean? All right, there you go. All right, 105.
I just look really forward to being on Rumble next week, guys.
105 away from our goal. Shaka will come back and dance when we knock that out. There you go. So anyway, Project Veritas can't put their Pfizer thing, their Pfizer video, on YouTube anymore. So what they decided to do was rent an LED truck outside of Pfizer's world headquarters in Manhattan that just had clips of the interview playing on it.
See, I love that shit with O'Keefe. It's like he just constantly just rattles it up. Oh, okay, cool. Fuck you. Like,
Right.
It's just, you have to respect this level of fuck you this guy comes with.
And I'm not shitting on Alex Stein, but James O'Keefe is like an educated Alex Stein. He's a more measured.
I'll shit on Alex Stein. Alex Stein is garbage. It's not anything. Like, Alex Stein is doing the bare minimum of anybody with Asperger's could do, right? Like, literally, let me show up in this public situation and do some awkward shit till people freak out around me. That's it. That's all Alex Stein is.
I will say, when he went to that drag show and he faced down those Antifa people who had fucking AR-15s, and he's like sitting there right in front of their barrel going, what are you going to do? You're not going to shoot me. And you're like, Jesus Christ, Alex. Fucking take it easy, buddy.
Right, but that's where the autist comes in, right?
Well, I mean, that's big balls autism. I just thought
but he's not funny. Like, that's the problem that I have with him, is like, he'll do that shit, but it's like the stunts are funny, but then in the moment when he could be funny, he's not.
I mean, the Barstool stuff is pretty funny.
Yeah, the Barstool one specifically.
Yeah,
was
the
pretty
Barstool
funny,
stuff
for
is
sure.
pretty
Yeah.
funny. All right, so this is what Project Veritas did in New York outside of Pfizer. Pfizer World Headquarters, and it's just, it's an LED screen that's playing the video of Jordan Tristan Walker saying that, like, oh yeah, it's like directed evolution. We're trying to create new strains of the disease so we can come up with vaccines that'll stop it and this and that. Oh, man. That's good, though. You're right. I like that kind of trolly shit.
Yeah. Oh, I can't do this. Okay, cool. And like, that's only going to hurt that dude. I like that he has his name on it. I mean, that's how you troll.
Yeah, that's a good one. And that, and if your troll costs you a significant amount of money, like if you have to invest in your troll, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, time or effort, you got to invest something, right?
All right, 105 away and about 35 minutes away from the can rattling segment of today's show. So if you feel like chipping in and knocking down that goal beforehand, feel free. There's the links in the chat. This next story, I know a lot of people are going to see it and go, oh my God, that's so dangerous. That's so terrible. But this next story actually gives me hope for the younger generation. You never hear stories about like kids wandering around in the woods anymore. Like just going out back and like, we just go fuck around in the woods. We just go walk around until it's dark out and then we come home. There's a lot of technology out there now that's hard. The woods can't compete with tablets and the video games that are out now. Well, a couple of kids were out walking in the woods and they found something. They made a discovery. Let's check it out.
Thanks, Mark. Two boys in Rentham have quite a war story to tell. They made a potentially explosive find while out exploring near their home.
And tonight, the police chief there is praising them for their reaction, calling them wicked smart for not touching it.
I really fucking hate these two. First of all, his over-enunciation is bothering the shit out of me.
I just hate their faces.
Yeah, the terrible puns when you haven't even told us what the goddamn thing is yet. I could have told my audience what it was by now, but I was depending on you two. That's my mistake. And then the wicked smart. We get it. We've all seen Good Will Hunting. Yeah, that Bill Burr was on a podcast.
People actually do talk like that, though.
I get that, but Bill Burr was on a podcast once, and they asked him like if he was from South Boston, and he just lost it. He goes, you know what? You've all seen Good Will Hunting, so you think, oh, everyone's from Southie. Oh, is he from Southie? It's like, yeah, we all saw Good Will Hunting, guys. We get Boston.
12-year-old friends Kevin Castaneda and Jackson Allen were out hiking on their usual trail last week, exploring near some power lines in Rentham, when they came upon a dump site, maybe buried treasure.
And then we found like old silverware, so we were looking around for more, uncovering the leaves.
And that's when they made the big discovery.
We just stumbled upon like this waffle pattern, and then find
Is that a grenade?
Like half in the ground.
I was pretty surprised because like I've never found a grenade before.
I love these two.
Awesome.
That's awesome though. Like you go wandering around in the woods with your friends, just fucking around, and you find a grenade. That's great. That's what being a kid is. You're walking around. You're on an adventure. Even like honestly, if you walk around in the woods and you just find the silverware, you're like, oh, fucking rad. This was a successful trek through the woods. I was hoping to maybe find some porn or something like that, but shit, I'll take silverware. And then all of a sudden you look. Thank God they didn't like try to dig it up with a baseball bat or something, like try to knock it out of the ground. Like all of a sudden you end up setting something off.
They resisted any curious impulse to pick it up. Instead,
queers.
FaceTiming Dad, Andre Castaneda, who was skeptical.
He said, Dad, look, I think we found a grenade. I'm like, all right, yeah, found a grenade.
But upon closer inspection...
So then I saw...
No, look, Dad, it's a grenade. They pull the pin out like, no, kids, get the fuck out of there. What are you doing?
All right. And I was like, maybe it is. I was like, could be real.
I think they're a little scared.
They immediately called fire, police, and the bomb squad to do some
Why was Deontay Wilder there? He has nothing to do with this. There is no reason to call, because he found
bomb squad.
Yeah, he found the grenade and he did that obnoxious bomb squad thing, and it's just like, Deontay, can we just bag this as evidence so we can take it to the lab, please? Give me a fourth shot at Fury. I can get him. It's what they're going to have to end up doing too, because Wilder's going to fight Ruiz in March, and then Fury's going to maybe fight Usyk at some point. Those two end up winning their fights, and then other than Joshua, they don't have anybody else to fight but each other again.
That's not true. Wilder's going to fight Nagano.
That would be. I'd love to see that.
Yeah, we all would.
I'd like to see Ngannou. Like the right way to do it is have him fight like a top 100 heavyweight first, and then starch him.
I think he'd be fine. I mean, the thing about Ngannou is he was a boxer before he ever was doing the MMA. I mean, he trained his entire life to box.
But it would be nice to see what he has first before he, what he's got.
We know he was an amateur boxer too. Like he has record. There's lots of film of him boxing.
Yeah, but an amateur boxer and then like not focusing mainly on that discipline for years while those two are world champions. I mean, there's a big gap there, like a huge gap.
I agree there's a gap, but I wouldn't say he didn't focus on it for years. I would say that in the last 2 years, he focused on grappling. Beyond that, even when he first came into MMA, he was boxing.
I'm saying when you're in MMA, you're not focusing on that one discipline specifically. Whereas everyone else who was an amateur boxer with you has been doing nothing but focusing on that discipline. And there's no guarantee that when he was an amateur boxer, he was better than Tyson Fury. In fact, he probably wasn't.
He was a pro boxer too, by the way, I guess.
Oh, did he have a few fights?
17-3.
Oh, no. Okay. Yeah. If he's already fought when he was younger and he was 17-3, he should definitely take a tune-up or two.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they won't. I mean, there's too much money. Because, like, what if you put him in there?
Hold on. No, they're lumping in his MMA record. Let me find it.
Oh, okay. Because, like, if you throw him in there with a top 100 guy and that top 100 guy ends up beating him, now you've totally shot your fucking showdown in the ass. So they'll do the big one right up front. All right, back to the grenade guy.
Holy shit. Fury just said that he'll fight Ngannou if Usyk falls out.
He's going to make Usyk fall out. I don't think he wants that fight.
He wants nothing about Usyk. I'm surprised he even said he would fight. I told you the entire time. I never thought he would fight Usyk. I thought he would fight Joshua because he wants to fucking grab Joshua, but that's it. Like beyond that, he doesn't give a fuck.
Expert analysis. They're finding
it was a real grenade, but it was hollow.
No threat to anyone.
Oh,
it was hollow.
I know. We tried to shove it up a bullfrog's ass and it wouldn't take. We didn't know what to do. It's really sucked. When you're their parents, like as their parents, you're like, oh, thank God it was hollow. But when you're 12 years old, that's like heartbreaking. You're like, oh, it's not even real. Shit, it probably held chewing gum or something. That sucks.
But the parents are just glad the boys played it safe.
We did the right thing.
I was proud of them. I think they did the right thing. They both used good judgment.
Good work. Rentham Police Chief Bill McGrath gives the boys a lot of credit, saying they handled the situation just right.
God, I've never seen a family and a house that more told me there's no black people in that neighborhood. Like that is
why.
That is just the whitest family I think I may have ever seen.
Ever? And you're in Minnesota.
Yeah. Like that. Okay, one of the kids is wearing a fucking Notre Dame hoodie and he's 12.
All right. I see you.
That is a white family. The dad was wearing a button-up decent shirt, but it also was a Carhartt shirt. Like that's a pretty white family. I'm not really sure there's too many. If there are any black people in that neighborhood, all the white people talk differently around them. They all start doing the, hey, yo, how's it going, brother? They're those kind of white people.
Oh.
Curly Adam with $10 for Corey shitting on Alex Stein. There you go. An even hundo away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. Appreciate that. Oh, wait. Black History Month, $10 super chat coming in. There's Shaka giving you a little soft shoe, you disgusting piece of shit. Yeah, Michael says if the black neighbors are around, the kids would go, yo, motherfuckers, I found a grenade and shit. It's not okay, guys. Guys, we don't have to be that white of a neighborhood. The Gravy Show says, I hope Francis fights Tyson Fury, melts him, makes his millions, and walks off into the Cameroonian sunset. I don't think he wants to live in Cameroon. I think once you get out of
I don't think he's been back to Cameroon.
You remember the story of like how he got out of Cameroon and got to Spain? I don't think if you're willing to do that to get out, you're not going.
Yeah. When he went to Holland is where he trained.
Yeah, I can't remember.
I know it's super funny though, because he's not going back. I'm pretty sure he's only been back once to visit in Cameroon. Like he was trying to get a fight set up there, to just have MMA there, but they fucking kind of weird too, because UFC was really trying to lean hard into an Africa card, and now they don't have their African welterweight, they don't have their African middleweight, and they don't have their African heavyweight.
God, just all the Africans just got starched. Shit. They have a really good card coming up. Is that this weekend? They've got the unification bout, the lightweight or the featherweight lightweight fight. Volkanovski.
No, this weekend is Derek Lewis and Spavkovich.
Oh, that's right. God, poor Derek. I love Derek Lewis, but now he's just the what do you call it? The stepping stone guy?
I mean, I don't know. There's not really a stepping stone guy in heavyweight specifically because, like, there's only like 4 good heavyweights and any fucking punch can knock a motherfucker out. They all have fucking dynamite.
I really hope he wins that fight, but
yeah, he should. But the real fight is Islam Makhachev and Volkanovski.
That's
the next
one.
Week.
Yeah, that's the one. So that's next weekend. Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, Corey, would you lose your balls for $300,000?
Yeah.
Okay. You have, what's this? Here we go. In the recent Ontario Superior Court decision of Osmani versus Universal Structural Restorations Ltd., the employer paid a price that was staggering. Rezart Osmani, a 48-year-old foreign worker from Albania, worked for the company for only 14 months. But in that time, he was victim to some of the worst treatment ever seen. As detailed in the judge's ruling in the case, his supervisor constantly used racial slurs towards him. Osmani was threatened with deportation if he questioned his assigned tasks. And when he was hurt on the job site, the supervisor interfered with the Workplace Safety and Insurance Board claim, demanding that he not file a claim in order to save the employer money. Worst of all, the supervisor hit Osmani in the testicles in front of all of his coworkers with all of his might, doing so much damage that he had to have the testicle removed.
Well, you didn't say that I'd also get called mean names.
Yeah, you're going to get called all kinds of Italian slurs.
I'm out.
I'm sorry.
I'm out. You know, if you could have just taken the balls for cash, we could have had a transaction, but now you want to call me names.
Now, I believe...
I won't take any of this fucking Dago no balls bullshit. No
ball Dago.
Whops happening to your testicles. Clack. No,
now,
I'm good.
In fairness, you only have to lose 1 ball. Does that change anything?
Well, how many mean names do I have to get called?
Wop, Dago. What are some of the other ones? There's way more for Italians. Guinea,
yeah.
Yeah, you got to hear all of that stuff. I mean,
where does time go the fastest?
Where?
In Italy.
Why
Every time you look, you see a day go by.
So now, adding insult to the actual injury, when Osmani complained that he was having marital problems as a result of losing one of his balls, the supervisor said, "I can help. Bring by your wife." What a fucking asshole. At that point, Osmani was done with USRL. Wow, way to put your foot down, pal. And claimed constructive dismissal. He sued both the company for constructive dismissal and the supervisor for punitive damages, battery, and assault, among other things. The judge ruled in Osmani's favor, gave him $43.64 for 4 months severance, gave him $100,000 for the battery, $25,000 for punitive damages, $10,000 for assault, $50,000 for human rights damages, $57.94 in unpaid wages, and $75,000 for moral damages, and another $25,000 in punitive damages.
What are moral damages?
You lose your fucking ball from getting kicked.
Yeah, but like, what's like moral damages? That just sounds like garbage. Like, we've damaged your morals.
In fairness, I do believe this is Canada. So,
never mind.
Probably some old pussy.
Well, no,
shit.
Absolutely not. I'm not losing my balls for 300,000 Canadian. Get fucked.
Oh, sorry. Wait a minute. Are we ahead of them or under them now?
Is it changed? We've always been under them,
No,
right?
there was a little while where they jumped ahead of us. Canadian
really
exchange rate.
We need to bomb them then.
1 Canadian dollar equals 75 United States cents. Okay, so we're still ahead.
Yeah, well, that's still crazy. It used to be like 1 to 2 almost, right?
Well, what's the 5 year? The most, in 5 years, 82 cents. The max.
So it must have just been when I was a kid.
You know what? February of 2008. Yeah, when our this is before the economy crashed. They were at $1.01. October, they were at $1.04.
Crazy. I didn't know it was that close. That's nuts.
Yeah, they popped up. The last time they popped up ahead of us was in 2013. They were at $1.03. So yeah, they were ahead of us.
They're $1.03.
Bucko. That's when Jordan Peterson came here for the exchange rate.
They have all that lobster currency for $1.05.
It actually had nothing to do with trans people. He was just here. I'm just here for the exchange rate. That's all it was. Guys, we got about 20 minutes until we rattle the cans to knock out that last $100 that's sitting there. If you feel like chipping in, there's the link in the chat to Streamlabs and PayPal. Just 100 away. Let's all do it together. Everybody $5, $10 at a time. Let's knock that out, and we'll add another 30 minutes onto the end of today's show, and the show will be properly supported. So $295,000 for one ball. Yay
Canadian or American?
It would be Canadian, so it would be
no dice.
Okay, all right. It'd probably be about 200,000 American.
Yeah, but then you get taxed on that, right? And you'd have to get Canadian taxes.
So he can't.
So when it's all said and done with legal fees and everything, you're looking at about $100,000 for a testicle. Like I feel like that's low.
You need more than that for a testicle because
that's low. I feel like that's low.
You pay off some bills and shit, and then maybe you take a trip and you buy a car.
Doesn't even
and then
buy
you're
a
done.
house.
Yeah. So yeah, you can't give away your ball for anything.
I'm losing my balls to not also have a house.
Exactly. Trump and DeSantis are snipping and bitching at each other again.
Who cares?
Just backbiting and being cunty at each other. Just a couple of grown men.
DeSantis is too much of a pussy to run, and Trump knows that he'd lose if Ron did run. So, like, who the fuck? Like, this is so funny. It's like watching, like, two elderly guys talk shit when you know they're... This reminds me of, like, high school when two dudes get in each other's face and you know for sure they're not going to fucking fight.
Right. Yeah. You're getting to you go and you watch these guys and they're bowing up and one guy's sitting there nervous like, hey, what's going on? Like, don't worry, they do this all the time. Everything's gonna be fine. Ron DeSantis brushed off criticism from Donald Trump, claiming the verdict has been rendered that his leadership, especially his COVID-19 response, is popular with the people who voted to reelect him. Trump repeated his new nickname for DeSantis, DeSanctimonious, in Truth Social posts on Monday. Boy, he's still trying to give that a go, huh? After saying Saturday it would be disloyal if the GOP governor made a bid for the White House in 2024. You know, Corey, that's a good way to show people you're not scared of a guy, is preemptively make excuses as to why it would be shitty for him to run against you. That's exact. Corey's internet shit out on us. That's why I wasn't hearing from him. Hold on a minute. Hello?
So this time the power went off and stayed off.
Oh, shit. Well, I tell you what, I really do hate doing the phone thing. See if the power will come back on and just start shouting at us if you join us again.
Sounds good.
All right. Well, there goes Corey. We may have lost him for the day. Who knows? But we'll knock out the goal today and we'll do overtime. We got less than an hour left in the show if we end up knocking out that last 100. Trump repeated the nickname DeSanctimonious. The former president also claimed DeSantis' team is trying to rewrite history on their COVID response and slammed him for keeping Florida shut down longer than other states. Wait a minute. Is President Suck the Vaccine's dick really going to try and make COVID the issue that separates him and DeSantis? Because I don't know if Trump's going to win that one. I mean, Trump is the guy who instructed everybody to shut down the country in the first place. And then DeSantis was, if not the first, he was one of the first 3 states to turn the lights back on. And Florida was the place that everyone moved to during COVID because that guy was keeping everything open. So for Trump, oh man, is Trump really just... Is he out of answers for this guy? Like, is this the one opponent that he can't really slang shit at? Because if you want to go toe to toe with Ron DeSantis, COVID-19 is not the issue to do it on. Oh man, the Florida governor was unruffled at a press conference on higher education Tuesday, saying in response to Trump's comments, quote, "I roll out of bed. I have people attacking from all angles. It's been happening for many, many years." He added, if you look at the good thing about it, though, it's like if you take a crisis situation like COVID, the good thing about it is when you're an elected executive, you have to make all kinds of decisions. You've got to steer the ship. And the good thing is that the people are able to render a judgment on that, whether they re-elect you or not. Okay, there's a dig at Trump. They didn't re-elect him. They voted in DeSantis by a wide margin in Florida, maybe one of the widest ever. So I would say that verdict has been rendered by the people of the state of Florida, DeSantis concluded, referring to his massive re-election victory in the 2022 midterms. Yeah, again, this is definitely not a hill I would die on if I were Donald Trump. I think that, I mean, again, Donald Trump is one of those, I mean, he has been doing nothing but sucking the vaccine's dick since the day it came out. No matter what, he's married to it at this point. And he's going to say that DeSantis was the guy who was bad for COVID? Excuse me. A lot of your constituents, Mr. President, hate Anthony Fauci. They don't like him. They wish he would have been gone. They wish he wouldn't have been able to retire or anything else. They wish he would have been fired. There's only one guy who could have fired Anthony Fauci. Who was that? Who was the one guy who could have fired Anthony Fauci? Oh, Donald Trump could have fired Anthony Fauci. He didn't do it. Donald Trump could have demanded that all the states open back up again. He didn't do that either. So I'm sorry, but I'm not buying it. I think honestly, Trump is scared of DeSantis. I think he's worried that this guy's got his number and he's going to beat him. So I think he's trying to keep him out of that race as long as he can. But as time goes on, I think people turn more DeSantis than they do Donald Trump. What are we at? $100 away from that goal today. Let's see if we knock it out. What are we? 15 minutes away from stopping things here for a little bit, rattling the cans and seeing if we can knock it out and do overtime today. If we do not, and that's always a possibility, that would carry over into the final evening show of the week. Russia claims major advances in Ukraine as it eyes its biggest territorial prize since the summer. With the West split over warplanes, UK and US rule out supplying jets. I mean, what? Why not? You've already sent them tanks. You're already sending them all of our money, all of our weapons. What? You're gonna go, oh, well, not warplanes. That would be too far. We've already picked a fight with Russia because of this Ukraine thing. We've dumped hundreds of billions of dollars into it that none of us want to give them. And now you're like, well, I don't know if we want to give them jet planes because, then it might look like we're instigating. I think what's happening here is that Ukraine was starting to, they kind of stopped the Russian advance. So then, the people here in America are like, all right, they're good, they're fine, they clearly can handle themselves. And then so now the report is, oh, the Russians are advancing. Oh, Ukraine's barely hanging on. Maybe we need to get them some more weapons in there. We might need to get some more weapons to these Ukrainians because, God damn it, they're having a hell of a time. What's the matter? The weapons manufacturer's stock price been going down the last few days? I don't buy a word of it. I don't buy any of this shit. It's been a goddamn ruse from the start. MSO says, I predict you will not make the goal today. Ooh, there you go, guys. There's your motivation. MSO says, no. And by the way, MSO, thank you very much. I appreciate that because I see what you're doing there. That could have ended up being very helpful, sir. MSO says, we are not hitting it today. We're $100 away from it. He says, nope, not going to hit the goal today. Well, let's see if he's right. He's got 18 minutes to find out if he's correct. Gravy Show says Wagner PMC has been fucking Ukraine up for the past 2 weeks. Russian Doritos going hard. Skeezy says this is a wag the dog thing. Yeah, that's what I think too. I think anything it takes, like you can't report that the war's one-sided, or they're going to say, well, then we can leave them alone. And you can't say that like the Russians are just kicking the shit out of them and it's just about over, because then we'll be like, well, let's pull out of there. But, if you make it look, oh, man, it is so neck and neck. And they did this in Iraq for years, remember? After we all thought Iraq was a big mistake and we shouldn't have been there, they're like, yeah, but if you cut and run now, it's going to be a total nightmare and it's going to be really bad. And we're like, yeah, as opposed to the cakewalk that it is right now. It's really awesome over there. They're doing the same thing in Ukraine now. Well, if we pull the plug on Ukraine now, then those Russians are just going to march right in and take everything. And you don't want that. Imagine what they'll do to the women and the children. And those Russians are sharp-fanged bastards. They'll kill and rape everything. It's just all so see-through at this point. Like I said, I wish this wasn't the internet age And like when they lied to us, it worked and we could all just, ignorance is bliss. Thank you, Gray Duckling, for the $25 over on PayPal. Uh-oh. I think he's trying to tell MSO that we are going to hit that today. $75 away now from knocking it out. There you go, boys and girls. $75 away, and there's all the links in the chat. Memberships and super chats count as well. Thank you very much to Gray Duckling. Steph Curry is trending. Not because of his basketball prowess, not because of anything like that, but because, Steph Curry, I don't know what it is about basketball players and being water carriers for the Democratic Party. Like, I don't know when the NBA got so political, but like there's so many players, and like Greg Popovich to me is one of the absolute worst. Greg Popovich is such a pandering, guilty white old man that it's almost nauseating to listen to him speak. But then all these other players, like LeBron James obviously has carried water for the Chinese government and all that. Thank you, Joe Berger, for the $9.99. He says, I love Dave Chandler. Thank you to you and Gray Duckling. There you go. You get a little Shaka. I keep forgetting it's Black History Month. I can't forget about Shaka. Oh, yeah, Riz Digga says Steve Kerr is worse than Pop. Yeah, you're right. Kerr is terrible, too. And they'll just win a game, and then instead of talking about the game or the season that's been going on, they'll like shoehorn politics into the thing. He'll be like, yeah, that was a great three-pointer that Steph hit, but I really want to talk about police brutality. And it's like, fuck, dude, we watch this shit to not think about that. Every other website we go on to, every other thing we do is going to have the information about who the cops beat up or, who we're at war with or how much debt we're in or all that. We watch basketball so we can, gleefully, like a bunch of dipshits, forget about that for a little bit. But yeah, Popovich, Kerr, they all just do that shit where, they shoehorn their politics into everything. It's like, look, you're not Barack Obama. Hell, you're not even Bill Maher. Shut the fuck up and coach basketball. And by the way, I'm one of the few people you're ever going to see who feels that way about lefties and righties. Like, I don't want to hear people's conservative horse shit in sports either. I don't give a shit. Play the fucking game. You're allowed to give your opinion. People are like, athletes act so victimized. Like, they're not letting us give our opinion. Motherfucker, you have the microphone. We're held captive. You can say whatever you want, but if it's stupid, people are going to fuck on you for it. And that's what happens. They're going to say, God, stick to basketball. And honestly, when those people say stick to basketball, they're saying it for your own good because 9 times out of 10, you sound fucking stupid. Republican or Democrat. Thank you very much to Joe Berger. Appreciate that. And thank you to Ryan the Garbage Man with $5 over on PayPal. He says, fuck MSO. All right. MSO says we're not going to knock it out. Let's see what happens here. Lip Ripper with 20, so that puts us 50 away. Vito, who's a big fan of Steel Toe, and he's going to be sticking around for a long time, says, what's the goal? It's $50, Vito. You big Steel Toe mark, you. $50 away, and it looks like we're going to knock that out today. We may not even get Just a Dabbler's Super Chat music today because we're only 50 away, and we've got 8 minutes to go until the Super Chat music. Family Man with $10 over on PayPal as well. We're only 40 away. Oh, now it's coming in. See, MSO, you stirred up the hornet's nest. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate that. You both get Shaka. Hey, Shaka Zulu coming in hot. All right. I am sweating. I'm going crazy over here. I feel like I've got some kind of buzz going. The Steph Curry thing. So trying to walk through the muck and the mire that is NBA politics. Steph Curry has been like a pretty big liberal mouthpiece in the NBA. I feel like you can't really be allowed to be famous in the NBA without kind of being a liberal mouthpiece a little bit. But he's been, all these liberal issues. I mean, whether it's, housing and poor people and treating minorities better and all of that. Apparently, he's not with that when it comes to building shit in his own neighborhood. This is so perfect. Steph Curry is a Democrat until you build low-income houses in his backyard. NBA superstar Steph Curry, you cannot make this stuff up, who publicly endorsed Joe Biden for president in 2020, is opposing a low-income housing development near his $30 million mansion, We hesitate to add the not in our backyard literally rhetoric, but we wanted to send a note before today's meeting. Safety and privacy for us and our kids continues to be top priority and one of the biggest reasons we choose Atherton as home, said Steph and Aisha Curry in a letter to officials in Atherton. Boy, we ain't Republican until it comes time to put poor people next to us. This is some of the most dog shit attitude this entire country has. This not in my backyard shit is fucking evil, because what you're saying is I want to subject everyone else to this. Fuck them if they don't have as much money as me. But the minute it comes to my really nice gated community, nope, put up the walls, don't let them in. Hey, open borders are awesome. Let's do open borders. Oh, wait, you want to have them move into my neighborhood? Nah, close it down, build a wall. I mean, at least be consistent. If you want poor people to get freebies from the government, then let's build some Section 8 housing in your neighborhood. If you go... but if you're someone like me and you're like, no, low-income housing is a fucking terrible idea. It destroys the neighborhoods. There's more crime. There's more violence. It's statistically proven. It's data-driven. Low-income housing is a terrible fucking idea. It shouldn't be built anywhere. You should be removing government regulations from housing so you can make it cheaper. Make the taxes lower so you can make it cheaper. That's how you make affordable housing. But when guys like Steph Curry, they're so compassionate, and God damn it, guys, if they don't, if they have the positions they do, boy, they will let you know what a piece of shit you are for not agreeing with them, and boy, are you terrible. Oh, but the minute we want to build this shit that might help some people in your neighborhood, you write a fucking letter to the city and tell them, keep those pores away from me. What a piece of shit. It was an attempt by Steph Curry, who was the 5th highest paid athlete in the world last year, to prevent undesirables from crowding the area around his home in Atherton, California. Now, full disclosure, full honesty from me, yeah, I don't want low-income housing built, but I don't want it built next to me. I don't want it built next to any other person. I think it's a bad idea. But there is a special place in hell for people who go, oh, yeah, liberal politics, I'm all in with it. Absolutely. Wait a minute, in my house? No, fuck that. That's just, that's just a gross way to be. Daniel Hudson with a $20 super chat says, dance, Shaka, dance. Oh, Shaka's very happy. Shaka also has to thank Scoober with $50 over on PayPal. And guys, we have knocked out that goal. There you are. Oh, and we got another one here. Another Shaka dance. Sicky with $10. There you go, buddy. All right, so that's going to be, 70 out of 40. So we're $30 into tonight. Thank you, guys. The goal has been hit. I do want to thank MSO for providing the motivation. Appreciate that. You are the man, buddy. I know exactly what you were doing, and you did it the right way. Perfect. You are. Look, you don't even have to say, hey, you're welcome. I'm saying it right now. Thank you, pal. Very nice. MSO says, Aaron, you picked up on that immediately. I was just motivating people. Love Shaka. You're the man. Vito says, what are people paying for? Oh, well, Vito, since you're such a big fan and you're asking questions, they're paying for this program. We are a listener-supported show. That is the way we stay on the air. And when we go over, we roll it over to the next day. That's our funding mechanism. That's it. Oh, and of course, I send them pictures of my cock. But only if they ask. It's never unsolicited. For God's sake, I'm a gentleman. You guys want to dive a little deeper into this Steph Curry thing? Because it does get worse. So they wrote that letter where they're like, ew, gross, poor people, not in my backyard, stinky, pew, they smell like farts. He then went further. His wife wants to negotiate. The Curry family also petitioned the local government to build fencing and shrubbery around their home to protect the family from watchful eyes if they couldn't block the new families from joining the neighborhood entirely. So look, we want this thing gone. We don't want these poor people living in our neighborhood ever, ever, ever. However, if you're not going to budge on that, why don't you, again, 6th highest grossing athlete in the world last year. If you can't do that, would you build a fence and some shrubbery around our house so we don't have to actually see the stinky poor people? Fucking balls. Should that not be sufficient for the state, we ask that the town commit to investing in considerably taller fencing and landscaping to block sight lines onto our property. Just absolute pieces of shit. It is so perfect. Oh, shit. These people are awful. Again, I would have no problem with them if their position this whole time were that low-income housing is horseshit. I don't want it built anywhere. It brings down the neighborhood. No. But they're all for it until it's in their backyard. They're a caricature. They're a stereotype of what people talk about when they mention hypocrisy. Curry is one of the highest profile Democrats in the country. In 2020, he brought his family out to endorse Biden for president at the Democratic National Convention, during which his wife referenced social injustices and racial inequality. They weren't even asking you guys to invite them into your house, which you should do if you want to fight social injustices and racial inequality. You don't even want them within staring distance out of your back fucking window. Don't ever lecture me on politics ever again. Ever. Ugh. Freaky Cat says 342 likes. Oh, yeah, there you go. We'll bring Shaka back. Shaka Zulu back if we hit 400 likes. So if you feel like hitting the like button and you appreciated that rant, love to have you click it. All right, we're hitting overtime. You guys wanted to know about radio ratings for our old station. I've got some odd news for you. Like, it's not like good, but it's not dog shit. Like, it's a very weird kind of a report to give you on those ratings. I think I also have to throw another thank you out here real quick. Fuzzy with $20 over on PayPal. Thank you, Fuzzy. A little Shaka dance for Fuzzy, for God's sake. Thank you, bud. And thank you, MSO, for being a motivator. So the ratings for our old station, if you haven't been following along, when we left, they dropped into the shitter. I mean, damn near last place. I think like 12th or 13th or something like that. The morning show has been an abysmal failure. Nobody listens to it. It's tragic. It went from, we were at a 14 share, we were at a 12 share 12 plus, and we were at a 16 share 18 plus. And I think a 22 share men 18 plus. The morning show now is at a 3.8 in this latest ratings period. Let me just check my, 3.8 in men 18 plus. Now, if you're a rock morning show, your 18 plus men number is your bread and butter. That's where we made our money. We had 20 shares in that, 30 share men 18 to 49. I mean, that's where you have to make up for the fact that not as many women are going to listen to a show like this. The morning show did a 3.8 number, men 18 plus, in this last book. As bad as that is, that's down 45% from a year ago. 45% from 1 year ago. The whole station, Monday through Sunday, 6 a.m. to 12 p.m., 4.5 men 18 plus. To give you an idea, KCLD, which is like the pop station, the college kid station, that one does better numbers, men 18 plus. And that's for like gay dudes and chicks, white chicks. And that station is doing better numbers, men 18 plus, and it's not even close. They're doing like double that. 3.8 men 18 plus in the mornings, 4.5 for the whole station, which means the station is outdrawing the morning show, which is never good. That's never a good sign for your station. Rockin' 101 as a station went from a 3.8 last fall to a 3.2 this fall. So year over year, our station continues to fall. Continues to fall. Brown Candy says, what do the shares part mean? Okay, so take however many people are listening to the radio at any given time. That means 3.8% of men 18 plus that are listening to the radio at the time are listening to that station. 3.8%. We had 1 in 5 people, 1 in 5 men that were listening to the radio in the St. Cloud, Minnesota area, 250,000 people or so. Of the men 18 plus that were listening, 20% of them were listening to our show. If you were 18 to 49, 1 in 3 of you were listening to our program. I got to say, I could not be happier that we aren't there anymore. We were just withering away to nothing. They were never going to do anything with our show. And to see that everything we predicted came true, it is perfect. It's wonderful. Michael says, fucking shit, Opie has better numbers. Probably. I mean, think about it. Men 18 plus to begin with, how many of them in St. Cloud, Minnesota are actually listening to the radio in the morning? I would say that number struggles to get into the thousands. I mean, if there's 125,000 men in the listening area, or 125,000 males in the listening area, there's probably about 70,000 18 plus males, and out of that, maybe half of them listen to the radio. So you're talking about maybe 30,000. Well, and then in the morning, how many of them just listen in the morning? So maybe 20 to 30,000 people available, men 18 plus, listening to the radio. 1% of that would be what? 300 people? Oh my God. So that means that, and not just at one time, this means overall, this means that 101 has 900 people listening to it in the morning. By the time this show is over this morning, 3,000 people will have watched this show, which isn't a massive number on YouTube, but it's, over 3 times what it is on 101. And by the time the show is done being watched, it will probably have been viewed by about 5,000 to 6,000 people. And our old station has maybe 900 listeners in the morning. Fucking brutal. Oof. I mean, look, when we were there, it's a small market. I mean, even when we were there, it was like 10,000. Like we had probably 10,000 people listening to us total. But 900 to 1,000. And the number they have now is down from a year ago when they were shitty. Yikes. Scoober says, even when you were on, most people watched on Twitch towards the end. Oh, no. We only had like 200 people at a time watching on Twitch at the end of our radio show. Robert says, radio is dead. Yeah. Scoober says, Dub says, all foreigners welcome in my, he's a little behind in the chat. Rochester, New York radio is so bad, I listen to this show in the car, says Spicy Mustard. I mean, thank you, I guess. Travis Hoskins says, great business decision. Glad you did, because I would have never known of your show. Well, thank you, Travis. MSO says, those are Chad numbers. I mean, look, in fairness to 101, they're still kicking the shit out of Chad Zumach, which, again, damned by faint praise, I suppose. Levi says, did the great Johnny Rock turn that bitch around? Not quite. Not quite. Fauci's Pangolin says 900 is a lot. I mean, we do like 650 at our peak every morning. So at one time, we have almost as many people listening to our show as will listen the entire morning period for 101. That's pretty rough. But no, 900 is not a lot.
Wow. 750,000 is a lot.
Union Jack says, what's the population of St. Cloud? 70,000. And then the listening area, they measure at about 250,000 or 200,000. Is that correct? I could have that fucked up. 226,500. 6% black, 3% Hispanic. We're urban as fuck over here. 2 country stations are atop the ratings, then a pop station, classic rock. I mean, basically the way it is all over the country, essentially. So there you go, guys. That's they're saying who's number 1 now. In the morning, Matt Wood held his lead in the mornings. So that's good. I like Matt Wood. I was going to say I like Wood, but you guys would have, taken the run with that. But Matt Wood still number 1. But as far as overall, like all day, I think 98 Country was the number 1 station in St. Cloud. And you know what's wild? I don't listen to the radio, and if you don't listen to the radio in St. Cloud, you don't hear anything about radio in St. Cloud. It's truly, I mean, look, I started in radio, so I have a little affinity for it, so it makes me a little sad to see how far it's fallen. But like the fact that the fact that you don't even, like, if you don't listen to it, you don't even hear other people talking about it. You barely see any billboards. You don't hear any. I mean, to not even hear that radio exists, it's fucking brutal. Aaron likes Matt's wood. No, that is not what I said. Michael Mitchell says, doesn't Minneapolis have the largest Ethiopian population outside of Africa? Somali, and I think per capita, St. Cloud has the largest per capita. I think the town we live in has the largest per capita outside of Somalia. I could be wrong. MSO says, we should change the name of today's show to I Could Be Wrong, because I've said that a lot today. MSO says, can you imagine losing power because it's a little cold out? Yeah, Texas is fucked up. Texas has this problem where when it gets a little cold a couple days a year, everybody just loses their power. It's bananas. There is a bill being debated in Utah right now that's considering whether or not to let pregnant women use the carpool lanes during rush hour. I hate to be a man on this one. I hate to be. Yeah, April says Texas has a bit of an ice storm at the moment. Yeah, so it's fucking up his shit. Be sure to check out Corey's YouTube channel, Corey Adam Comedy, Twitch, Rumble, all of them, Corey Adam Comedy. Check it out. I hate to be the stereotypical misogynist here. I don't think the women in Utah should be allowed to use the carpool lane if they're pregnant. I think you got to commit to the pregnancy. I think you got to have the kid. Then you got to put the kid in the seat. And then you can go and use the carpool lane. Although, like Skeezy says, they're kind of shoehorning this in on us. They're trying to trick us. They're like, hey, should we let women drive in the carpool lane if they're pregnant? Which is distracting us from the real conversation. They're moving the Overton window. The conversation we should be having is, should women be allowed to drive in Utah or anywhere else for that matter? And they're trying to, you see how they're manipulating us out of the real conversation by just moving it ahead? Son of a bitch. Guy Sartell says, can't women just be happy that we let them drive? There is a lack of gratitude. I mean, to do so much for such a weak, physically like weaker than us people, I mean, you'd think we'd get a thank you. Alas, nothing. But as far as like using the carpool lane, you got to have the kid. You got to follow through. You got to earn that carpool lane. Otherwise, we're just going to have like these broads getting knocked up. And it's like, oh, I get 3 months of carpool lane use, and then I can just have this thing sucked right out of me. I don't like it. All to beat traffic. Nope. Don't enable these broads. Stevie J says they're trolling the abortion people by legally making the baby a person. It's hilarious. No, I understand. I'm goofing around. But I don't like that. Like, from a political standpoint, I don't want my politicians. Like, I feel like this gets us closer to idiocracy. I don't want my politicians trolling people. Either, pass the fucking laws and go home and get out of there so you stop taking all my tax money, or just leave. Don't pass anything. But don't do a thing where you're like, the other side's going to be so mad that we did this to them. Who gives a shit? Do your job and go home. Look, let the trolls and the YouTubers and the comedians do the trolling. You don't get to do oh man, you know what we're doing? Oh, we're just trolling the other side to make them all scared and nervous and shit. It's like, oh, that's cool. Hey, how do you guys get paid again? Oh, that's right, with my money. No, enjoy yourselves. No, by all means. No, I'm sorry for interrupting. Go ahead. Robert Darth Mode with $5 says, when will you be going back to the antique shop and make April purchase a mate for Shaka? You know what? I think April and I could probably, I think we're going out for breakfast this morning. We got some stuff we want to celebrate. And maybe April and I will hit the antique places. I will tell you this. April's been a little bummed out by this shitty Minnesota weather. When, like, I have a period when the time changes and it gets darker earlier. I have like a 2 or 3 week period every year where I get really fucking bummed. I don't want to say I hate the word depressed because it's not like a clinical thing. I'm not sitting there going, I'm gonna kill myself. But I get like an adjustment issue when it starts getting dark early. And April has this thing like the grips of winter. She likes to be outside. She loves being outside. I like being outside too. I hate that. I hate saying April loves being outside. Who doesn't like being outside? But April, like every year when it gets to like the brutal I would say the last couple weeks of January, probably towards the end of February, she'll start seeing a light at the end of the tunnel. But yeah, right now, this time where it's like 0 and -2 and stuff, it's like it crushes her spirit, so to speak. So yeah, we'll go out. What we'll do, yeah, MSO says seasonal affective disorder. Yeah, definitely, 100%. It's nothing you can help. It's nothing you can control. And so yeah, we'll go out for breakfast today. We'll go antique shopping. We'll try to get. I think for a lot, we'll go to the gym and just get the blood pumping. That's all you can do. Aaron said, but Aaron, you said outside is gay. I didn't say that. I said people who cock off about the outside and treat people who don't go outside as much as them as like there's some kind of lesser than being. Miss me with that shit. That's all. I think outside is wonderful, but outside is like inside. It's a place you can be to do stuff. I see everything in my life as like a platform or a stage for which to do things. Like, so if you're inside, okay, you have your inside stage. You have your inside platform. You can do the performances and the things you do on your inside stage. If you're outside, you got a whole different number of plays and things and items you can do and perform on that stage outside. They're just two sides of the same coin, in my opinion. April says, I've honestly been obsessing over going to the gym when it's this cold out just to get out of the house. Yeah, and that's kind of rubbed off on me. I'm not saying it's contagious, but like I've kind of become addicted to the gym and boxing and all that shit as well. Because it, like I said, it feels good to get the blood pumping. It feels good to sweat. It feels good to be, I think it just feels good to be hot when it's this cold out. But yeah, we're gonna go out for a nice breakfast. April, have you chosen a breakfast place yet? We'll bring our gym gear. We'll go to breakfast. We'll go to the antique places. We'll look for blackface things, and then we'll hit the gym and we'll sweat our balls off. And then April bought some lovely chicken recipe stuff, and I don't know how to speak properly. All right, well that's on. Give it a second. All right, and it's back. All right, so just hit refresh, guys. If you lost us for a second, just hit refresh. OBS just went out for a second. It does that. What are you going to do? Gurmy says, if you want to be hot, just go to Vegas. April and I do take a trip to Las Vegas every year. And this year we have moved it up a few months. We want to go when it's not so hot. And we also want to go like at the tail end of Minnesota winter. So you can do that thing where you time it, where you're like, when you leave, it's like 30, 35, and then you come back and it's 50. That'd be kind of cool. So we're going in early April this year. We're going to go, I think, like April 13th, the weekend after. We're going to go the weekend after Easter is what we're going to do. Since it's Black History Month, go to Denny's for breakfast. I'm not even sure what that means, but I'm almost positive it's racist. April, is that racist? That's a little racist. Are you saying that black people go to Denny's more? Well, then why would I go? No, I'm just kidding. I'm teasing. Teasing. All right, let's talk about this story out of Portsmouth, Virginia. I don't know what God in heaven would possess a man to do the things that this he was a varsity basketball coach. He posed as a JV player for a game, and surprisingly, you guys wouldn't believe this, he got found out and he got fired. Can you believe it?
Mark on the game, and now she's out of a job.
Alex Littlehill.
Oh, it's a woman.
Joins us in the studio with details on this bizarre story of a high school basketball game that's raising a lot of questions. A lot of chatter about this one, Alex.
Yeah, certainly, Nicole. David, we learned today, actually, that the head coach of the junior varsity girls basketball team at Churchland High School no longer works for the division. It all stems from the actions of a different coach earlier this month.
So wait a minute. You had one coach said, hey, you know what? Sneak me in there. No one will ever tell. It's not like my name and face is in the school website and shit, and people have seen me coach before, and all the parents know who it is. And then the JV coach, who's supposed to be the person who goes, shut the fuck up. It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. You're not doing that. Instead, the leadership decision here was, yeah, you know what? suit up and let's play a basketball game. Gotta be. And they're going to make some shitty excuse like, oh, we didn't have enough players for the game, so we had to suit somebody up. Well, then you forfeit if everybody's sick. You don't suit up one of your coaches. First of all, she looks far bigger than any of the other girls. And also, stop pretending that this was somehow to like save the team so they could play. This was clearly about this coach missing playing basketball and saw an opportunity to go school a bunch of high school kids and took it. This was about her.
You know, when our coaches don't do what they're supposed to do, they fail kids. And that's disappointing.
It's not exactly normal to see a junior varsity girls basketball game getting national attention.
I mean, really shouldn't even get neighborhood attention. It is girls basketball after all. I mean, ugh.
But a lot of people are talking about one particular matchup between Churchland and Nansemond high schools. This month, the Churchland Truckers and Nansemond River Warriors faced...
What a great fucking school name, isn't it? The Churchland Truckers. Your mascot is the... Oh my God, do you know how offensive you could make that mascot? Just have it be some fat guy with his gut hanging out and a trucker hat on and a fucking lot lizard following him with a pregnant belly. What a great mascot that would be. Just try to offend everybody.
Off in a Saturday matchup. It looks like everything you'd normally see at a high school basketball game, except for one of these 10 players on the court isn't like the other.
Exactly. Oh, she's black. No, I'm just kidding. They're all black. I don't think there's one white girl out there. Hell of a school district. But if you look on the bench, that's exactly what it was. They had no play. Wait, no, they got a player right there. What the hell is she suiting up for then?
Portsmouth school officials confirm a member of the team's coaching staff, Arlisha Boykins, played in this game as if she were one of Churchland's student athletes. School officials found...
So wait, did they know, like, during the game? Like, did the other team go, oh, we've seen her before. She's one of the coaches. And, like, everyone had to play the game going, what the fuck? Like, what do we... And the coach is like, nothing. We'll deal with it after the game's over. We'll file a petition or something. I don't know.
Found out and reported the coach's play to the Virginia High School League, which oversees all high school athletics in Virginia.
We were informed right up front. The one word that I would tell you when we heard in our office would be the biggest thing that we heard that we felt disappointment.
The VHSL's executive director, Dr. Billy Hahn, called this oversight
Look at her. She's just lowering her shoulder into these girls, and she's like dribbling around. She's trying as hard as she can. Like, she's really giving it. Like I said, this wasn't some sacrifice she made so that the girls could play. This was clearly 100% about her. What a piece of shit. I mean, she's given it. Like, I feel like, okay, let's say it's a JV game. It doesn't really matter, right? If there's 4 girls who show up for the game, and maybe one of your coaches goes, you know what, I'll suit up just so we can have 5, and then she just kind of runs the point, that would be fine. But she's like slashing into the lane and like crossing over and like trying to school these kids. She's trying to school JV high school basketball players. Come on.
Failure. Players from both junior varsity and varsity girls basketball teams decided they do not want to continue playing the rest of the season. Boykins is no longer employed by Portsmouth Public Schools as of last week.
What a bunch of shitheads. I hate these kids too. High school sports is getting so pussy now. We don't want to play anymore. Suit up and go play, or we're making you pay extra. Stop. You're going to quit? Why are you quitting? Because one of your JV assistant coaches suited up for a game? That's something you can get over in 2 hours and then be ready for tomorrow's game.
So interestingly enough, the VHSL also pointed out this has happened one other time in the last 7 years. I'm Alex Hales for 13 News Now.
By the way, notice this. The team that was using the assistant coach as a player was losing by 3 points. I think that's kind of funny. Come on, girls, step it up. I'm the only one trying out here. You're 26 and bigger than everybody. We're JV players. We're not even supposed to be here. Josie says, I would dominate in high school sports with this generation, right? Well, it looks like in that state you can just go play. So just head over there, sign up, and say, yep, here to show up for the JV game. What's that? Oh, yeah, no, just going through menopause. No big deal. Losing by 3, they did it for DeMar Hamlin, says Sam Gerlach. Stevie J says they passed the reporter the ball and didn't show him shooting it. They disobeyed Chekhov's gun. That's true. I hear in the news industry, if you see a basketball in the first act of the story, you have to see it used by the third act of the story. Consider says, you don't want a participation trophy wife. That's how you get a participation trophy wife. Michael Mitchell says, no one wanted to post up in the paint against her. Yeah, bunch of scared kids. What would you rather? Okay, if you're a female basketball player, would you rather play against a trans woman on the other team or an assistant coach who was like really good and decided to suit up and play against you guys? Like, do you think you'd have an easier time playing the trans player who was like a middling male basketball player, not very good, and just transitioned and now, or would you have an easier time playing against the coach who was like all conference when they were in high school or all state when they were in high school? That'd be interesting. I think just the sheer size of the trans person would just be such a difficult problem. Balls Deep says, I'd rather play against the coach. Brown Candy said, have an easier time against the coach. Michael says, trans broad because you can knee him in the dick. Well, look, that's, that is, that's strategy. Josie says, the coach just barely, though. The Mood says, I would rather quit and find a meaningful thing to occupy my time with. Oh. I mean, looks like the softball team found itself another lesbian then, huh? Good. Breakfast Cafe's name awakens U.S. conservative ire. Oh, Christ, what now? What happened now? Some shit that we're all going to fight each other over that doesn't matter a bit. Oh, April, we have to go to the jewelry store today and pick up my watch. Shit. They called me like a week ago. I bet you there's like a terms of service thing where if I don't go pay, I have a warranty on my watch that I bought like 3 years ago. And my warranty was just about to run out, so I had them do a whole band, watch face, whole thing, just the works, everything the warranty covered before it had expired. And now I'm thinking, they called me like a week ago for that bad boy. All right, at any rate, so what's this thing they want us to fight over that ultimately means nothing? It's a cafe in Connecticut that changed its name to Woke. Oh, come on. You are not mad at this. Fake outrage is so prevalent, and it's not a Republican or a Democrat thing. It's just all people who want to be mad about something. It's miserable twats who just want to be mad about something, and when they find it, they grab onto it and latch onto it, and nobody has everybody has their own bias, so they don't want to sit these people down and just look at them and go, knock it off. Both of you. But they said they changed the name. I don't give a shit. Like, we don't need Democrats and Republicans anymore. We just need hard-ass parents. We need Democrats and Republicans and then, like, mean dads above them. So, like, when Democrats and Republicans start fighting over dumb shit, the angry dad can go, they go to the world, the fucking WEF, and they plan what you're going to be eating in 10 years so they can scrape more money out of your pockets. Quit fighting over restaurant names. And then you shame them into behaving themselves. You changed your restaurant name to Woke. Nah, like you guys always say, it's the free market. All right, both of you, stop it. They serve eggs and hash browns for $5. Cut the bullshit. There's more important things to worry about. The owner of the newly opened restaurant, Carmen Quiroga, said she had intended to communicate, wake up and have a coffee, when she named her business in Coventry, Connecticut. Oh, so this person didn't even mean to stir up a hornet's nest because they don't follow any of this stupid shit anyway. And she called it Woke. Like, hey, we're woke here. We wake up. We have weird. A coffee and breakfast place might say the word woke. That's not in connotation with Fox News or MSNBC. Oh, unplug for a minute. Instead, Quiroga opened a hornet's nest. Several people in Coventry Facebook group, burn it, complained about the restaurant being called woke, a word which has become a derogatory term among the right wing for people, concepts, and even cartoon chocolate spokespeople, it's very funny, who allegedly have liberal leanings. Quiroga, who emigrated to the U.S. 17 years ago, told the Connecticut Post she was unaware that the term could be interpreted in such fashion. See, you know what we call that? A normal, well-adjusted person. Hey, I called my business woke. Here's what should happen. A conservative should go up to her, one of these mouth-breathing conservatives should go up to this woman and go, you named your restaurant woke? What are you, some kind of liberal hippie? Do you know what that means? And she goes, no, I don't know what that means. It means wake up and have a cup of coffee. It means liberal politics. She's like, oh, I don't know anything about politics. And then you give her a giant hug and you go, oh, God, thank you. I've been buried in political debates on Facebook since COVID started. Thank you for granting me a reprieve. Now, Quiroga, who emigrated to the U.S. 17 years ago, said, I'm a Mexican. I don't know anything about what woke means to some people. Well, then definitely don't tell this lady about Latinx. She's going to be really pissed off about that. Latino people hate Latinx. The term almost as much as they hate black people. I'm kidding. The term clearly meant a lot to quite a lot of people, she said. The Coventry Town Council chairwoman, oh, please tell me they did not get involved, told the Washington Post about a dozen people had criticized the restaurant in the Facebook group. Fuck. Remember when I said with that story about the 12-year-olds who found the grenade and they were like, oh, cool. And that gave me hope for people? This story takes that hope right away. Naming it woke, is that really such a good idea? One commenter posted, adding that the name of the restaurant would turn off potential Republican visitors. If you see the name of a cafe and without any other context, it's just called woke, and that causes you not to have breakfast there, you are the problem, not the name of the restaurant. If you are that close-minded that you can't grasp that the name is referring to the fact that it is a breakfast establishment and nothing more, then just keep that to yourself and move on, the councilwoman said. Just a word of warning, any more ridiculous comments about the name of the new breakfast place in town will be deleted, said Tanya Landry Oland. Again, not everything in your life has to center around politics. And not everybody else around you in your life is referencing politics when they make a reference to something. In fact, maybe just assume that people aren't doing that right off the bat until you have confirmation that they are. Wouldn't that be a lot better? Or as Alcott calls it, the Academy of Constant Outrage. And everyone tries to accuse, like everyone who identifies as a political side tries to accuse the other side of doing the same shit that they do with no sense of irony or projection. Like, oh yeah, liberals are always outraged. Here comes the outrage brigade. Hey, I opened a new breakfast place named Woke. Hey, you get the hell out of here, you liberal. You're going to turn my kids trans. You're both stupid. How can you not see that by now? Josie says, just make a good product at a fair price and no one cares about your politics. Exactly. Michael says, I wonder if they accept food stamps at Woke. I mean, you probably should. You can kind of lean into both kind of facets of it, right? Paul Polito calls it Mystery Projection Theater 9000. Pretty much. Somebody says the real reason you shouldn't eat there is because a woman owns it. Ain't that right, Aaron? Your lips to God's ears. Shaka, what do you think? Oh, Lordy, I only think black overweight men should be cooking in that kitchen. They make tasty pancakes and waffles. Mm-hmm. Happy Black History Month, by the way. Thank you, Mr. Aaron. You've always been very culturally balanced, and you've been very culturally accepting of me, and I appreciate that. You're welcome, Shaka. It's a good guy. Good guy. The Stoner Jesus 420 says women make the best sandwiches. That's why it should be a lunch place or a sidewalk cafe. I mean, breakfast, you know. I mean, look, I'm all for people spreading their wings and whatnot, but, you know, let's be realistic. Let's watch some tennis players and some athletes get a little pissed at the media trying to get them to talk about political opinions. I really enjoyed this clip. This will be the last thing we do today. Thank you guys very much for watching our show. Before we play this, what are we at for likes? Did we get to 400? If not, let's see if we can rally real quick and get to 400 before we play this final thing here for you, which is athletes pushing back at the media. All right, 374. Everybody hit the like button right now. In the next 2 minutes, let's get it to 400. 26 more likes. Hit the thumbs up button. Stevie J, the rest of you keep hitting refresh and tell me where we're at. 377. All right, only 23 away. Keep hitting that like button. I'm going to check it right after we play this video.
I don't know what you guys want us to do about it. Like, talk about it. I don't know what's the goal here. that
Well, we met the goal.
is continuously brought up, and these incidents that, in my opinion, have nothing to do with players, but somehow you keep dragging players into it.
Amen.
So what's the goal here? I think you should ask yourself that question, not me.
Just to clarify on that, though.
She's going to ask a follow-up question to clarify, even though this tennis player already said, I don't know what you want us to do. Talk about it? I don't want to talk about it. I want to talk about tennis. That'd be nice.
Does it frustrate you that, particularly last night, for example, there was a clear sort of pro-Russian demonstration happening within the grounds of the tournament, that these people are coming and using the Australian Open as a platform for these kind of demonstrations?
She said she doesn't give a shit. She just wants to play tennis. Good for her.
Does that frustrate you?
She's getting a headache.
Whatever the answer I'm going to give it to you right now, it's going to be turned whichever way you want to turn it to.
Exactly. God,
So,
she's good. Who is? I don't know who this is. April knows tennis players.
What bothers me is there's real things that's going on in the world. And I don't know, are you a politician? Are you? Are you covering politics?
No, I'm a sports journalist.
Yes, and I'm I'm an athlete. And you're asking me about things that maybe somebody says are in my control, but I don't believe that.
Good for her.
So,
I like her.
I don't know what you want me to answer. And if it's a provocative question, then
Miss me with that shit, bitch.
you can spin the story however you want.
I like her. Who is that? April, do you know who that is? If April's in the chat right now, she's my new favorite tennis player. That's perfect. Like, do you write for politics? Then shut the fuck up. I'm an athlete. You're a sports journalist. Journalist about sports. That's what you should be doing. Someone says Jennifer K. Is that for real? Because I don't know. You could tell me her name was anything, and I'd believe you. Hamburger Steak says, Aaron, you're way too old to be saying miss me with that shit. I know. That's why I say it. All right, 13 more people to hit the like button, and we get to 400, and then I'm getting out of here, and I'm going to have breakfast with my lady. Let's go ahead and hit the like button. They're saying it is Jennifer K. Okay, so JK. I like her. She's my new favorite tennis player. I'm rooting for her all the time. JK. Perfect. Wait, no, I'm being told her name is Amanda Hugginkiss. See, I didn't know that. April says Victoria Azarenka. Getting all kinds of names now. I don't know who the fuck this lady is, but she's my new favorite tennis player. Somebody says just fucking with you. Okay. Let's hit the like button. Let's get to 400, and then I'm leaving. All right? What are we at? Hit the refresh button. Let me know. We were at 387 just a second ago, so that's way too close to 400 for me to leave. I'll stay 2 minutes extra. Wilma Fingerdo? I don't think that's correct, sir. All right, 388, 389. We're getting close. 11 more. Let's hit the like button. And then we're getting out of here. You know what? I'll even throw up the intro music while we wait. Here we go. Let's get to 400. 389. Remember, All Care Towing, 320-693-52, or 320-253-5200 for All Care Towing. All Care, of course, the best to pick you up when your car goes in the ditch. 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing. Also, MidlandArmory.com. Use the promo code SteelToe for Midland Armory. And Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. That's Stoney's Bar, the best dive bar in central Minnesota. All right, where are we at for likes? Everybody hit like, and then we're getting out of here. We're going to get to 400, and then we're leaving. How's that? 391, 9 more. Come on, you can do it. Hit the like button. 9 away. 9 of you. And we'll get to 400. I've pot committed too much of my dignity into this now. I'm staying later to get it up to 400. Come on, guys. Keep hitting the refresh button. Let me know. 392, 393. There you go. 7 more, and then I'm going home. 7 more. You can do it. It's a thumbs up button right there in the live stream. You can do it. 395. Getting close. 5 away. Just 5. I can count it on one. 397. And Almost there. Almost there. Finger, fuck the button. April's hungry, you guys. April wants food. 400. We hit it. There you go, guys. Thank you very much. We will see you again tonight at 7 p.m. Central for the evening show. Talk to you then. Have a great rest of your day.